you check out part one because it'll make a lot more sense if you're just now tuning into part two. So take this moment, pause, go back to part one, and then come back and see me here. But for all of y'all who watched part one, let's get right into it. So like I was saying with my family, during my grieving process, you're talking about someone who grew up around my family, right? Like I said, my mom cooked Sunday dinners all the time. Like I was raised in this dynamic of just like family matters and the support system. And I saw my mom do for others. But now that I think about it, I saw my mom do for others. My mom was always the person who was doing for everyone around her. And in my head, I thought that was family, but it was my mom upholding this dynamic. It wasn't everyone else pouring into it. I really feel like my mom saw the importance of family and the value of it and tried to give that to me, but I feel like she was the one that was doing all the work. It wasn't an equal balance. I really do feel like she was the one that was always showing up, taking care of everyone, making sure everyone was good on her part. So now that I am in this moment in life and I see what family really is, I also felt as if it continued to fuel that anger for me. Like, it was just like, let's go back. Lost my mom, her husband sucks, and now my family sucks. When I say that, I remember trying to find those people in my family. Like, for instance, back to the example, if you haven't seen the first episode of the podcast, go back and watch that. But that night, after everything had happened, I ended up going to the court. I pressed charges, and I was rewarded like $300 to fix my window and the damages that were done to my house. So at the time I didn't have a vehicle. So I was asking my aunt, I remember calling her and I was like, okay, this is me trying. I'm going to try to like depend on someone. They say I don't reach out enough. I don't ask them when I need help. Okay, cool. So I was like, I'm going to call my aunt. I'm going to ask her if she could take me to the courthouse so I could pick up this check so I could fix my window. So I remember calling her and she like sounded so understanding, like, of course I could take you. And I remember hanging up the phone like, okay, maybe this is going to work. My phone rings and I answer. And before I can even say hello, my aunt is like, girl, tell me why Ebony called me and asked me to take her to the courthouse to pick up this check. This girl always got something going on, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like letting her talk. I'm like, yeah, you called me by accident. You probably meant to call someone else, but you're talking. She was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, forget it. And actually, I don't need you to take me to the court. And I think like that for me was my last final straw because it was just like, I trusted you. I tried. And look what you did with it. And this was like, I feel like a repeated thing with my family. Like my pain and my hurt and my anger was turning into like tea and gossip. And I think, it's easy to gossip and have tea about people, but you don't really understand the other side to that. Like, yes, it's a funny haha moment for you, but this is somebody's life you're talking about. This is something that's actually happening to someone. This is somebody's reality. And I think that's what made me lose trust and hope in my family because it was entertainment for them. Things that were happening to me and affecting me and my child started to become entertainment. And it started to become like, oh, you call her and see if she'll tell you and then bring it back. Like, I'm talking to someone from Boston. The information goes to Arizona. It goes back down to North Carolina. Like, but no one was willing to step up and help. It was just a call to I'm going to act like I'm here to support you, but I really want to be the one who has the tea. So when I call this person, I could tell them what was going on. And I think the more I felt that, the more I just started to distance myself away from my family and really like disappeared. Like, okay, I'm not the butt of your jokes. You guys aren't going to support me. You aren't here to help me. And I really feel like my family, now that I think about it, they're the type of people that have been raised on survival and not love. And I kind of see why my mom was so different and why I was kind of raised separately from them until I got older, until I got high school, and she wanted me to feel that family dynamic. But I see why in those crucial years between the ages of, I would say, like 5 and 13, it was just me and my mom. Like, we were in a whole nother area than my family, because if I was raised around my family, I don't think that I would be the person who my mom raised me today, because the rest of my family was not raised off of love, strictly survival. So they're going to do whatever they can to make sure that they're going to benefit from being around you. Whether that's making you pay for something, whether that's getting $20 out of you, like, it's a strategic game where they are going to walk away from you with some type of gain, with some type of something from you. So I think the more I realized that made me have to find my own support system. And I know I talk about Jamie being a huge part of my support system, and she definitely is to this day, from that moment to that day. But I do have to say that there was someone who played a huge part in getting me to Connecticut before I could get there. And that is my Aunt Chris. And I say Aunt Chris, she's not family. She actually is someone that has known me since I was a baby. So her and my mom worked at the church together when I was younger. How I talk about how I was raised in the church and born in the church. That dynamic went back to my church days. And me and her daughter actually call each other god sisters, because we weren't related, but we kind of just grew up and we've been in each other's lives for our whole lives at this point. So I smile when I talk about my Aunt Chris, because something with her, she was just so nurturing and caring towards me, like, from the moment I met her. I feel like, even as a child, I don't know, like, for me, I feel like when I have like this open relationship with people, it usually stems from like the first day of meeting them, because I feel people and people feel me. So it's like with my Aunt Chris, she just had this type of, kind of what I was explaining in the other episode, like, nobody cared that my mom had passed away. No one got it. No, she absolutely understood it. And before my mom even passed, she was such a support system in that way. Because remember how I was saying, me and my mom, our relationship was rocky because of her husband. So at one point I had moved back to where my mom was. Remember I said I moved to the mountains. I had to move back before I got my apartment squared away and everything. My mom and I had decided that I was going to be able to live with her until I found my apartment and got it furnished. So I moved from the 5 hours away where I was with my ex, moved down to be with my mom. When I got to my mom's house, I don't think she had cleared it with her husband or me being there. He did not want me to live with them. He did not want me to be there. My mom let me stay anyway. I woke up to take a shower to get ready for work that day, and the shower in the hallway bathroom wasn't working, but they had a shower in their room. So my mom was like, oh, just take a shower in my room and just come out and get dressed. So he told my mom, no, I don't want her taking a shower in here. She's like, well, she has to get ready for work. Like, she has to go to work. And I'm like, Mom, now remember, my mom is sick, so I'm not going to allow you to go back and forth with this man. And at this point, I can be honest, I had no respect for him, because he was making it so hard for me and my mom to just coexist. So I remember like kind of being like, Mom, don't say anything to this man. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to take a shower and I'm going to go to work. He doesn't have to worry about me for the rest of the day. So I went in the bathroom, took a shower. Do y'all know, by the time I got out of the shower, he had called the police on me, and the police was standing in her kitchen, and I'm in a towel trying to get ready to go to work. I had to drive an hour and 20 minutes to go to work. And the police is standing there, and I'm like, you gonna arrest me for taking a shower? Like, what are we talking about? And she was like, I heard that you were disturbing. And it's like, what am I disturbing? I said, I actually don't have time to talk to you because I'm gonna be late for work. I went in the room, got dressed. I said, officer, do you need anything from me? Are you arresting me for anything? No, so I'm actually gonna leave and go to work. And imagine having to go to work and explain to your boss why you're a little bit late because your mom's husband called the police on you for taking a shower in your mom's house. Yeah. So when I say things like that, I wasn't able to stay at my mom's house because of the fact that it became to a point where I had to respect where my mom was. And though I didn't agree with it, she was sick, and me and her husband constantly butting heads and going at it wasn't conducive to her getting better. into making her comfortable. So I took an approach as a daughter, and I was just like, this is your husband. I had to take a step back. I had to literally, that's why this episode is called Gone Girl. When I say I disappeared, I was like, because at the same time, I have to protect my peace and I have to protect myself in this as well. And you can't choose me over your husband, so I have to choose myself. So I say all that to say, this is when me and Aunt Chris's relationship really, it was just so amazing to see someone really understand where you are, not judge you for being there, and really, she was just so nurturing. Like, there were times where, so I say all to say, she ended up letting me stay with her until my apartment was ready. So I would say maybe like a week and a half, I stayed with her. And she was just like, every morning before I left to go to work in the morning, she would leave me like these little cute notes in my lunch bag. She would like pack lunch for me and leave these little notes and was like, you are, I don't think it said like, it's just like, you are going to get through this, or like some type of inspirational note she would just always write on a piece of paper. And just thinking about like things like that was just her being her. Like, she was just this person for everyone. It had nothing to do with me. Like, this was just who she showed up in the world as. And I think that just goes back to just being you, and just like, you never know how being you is going to affect others around you. And I don't know if she ever, I know, like, I always tell her thank you. And when I visit North Carolina, I used to like surprise her with flowers and like all these things. But she was she helped me not crash out, I would say. Like, because everything around me was like, crash out, Ebony, crash out, Ebony. Like, just crash out. Like, you have every reason right now to crash out. But her just having that nurturing side, what I needed. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, I said in that episode where I ran out the house and fought my ex, I was like, probably if somebody would have just came to me and gave me some type of love or some type of like, I understand what you're going through right now, I probably wouldn't have crashed out on my ex. But I think that that's just such a reaction to like, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm being misunderstood, so now I'm gonna act out. And this is what that looks like. So before I even left Connecticut, my time in North Carolina, I feel like my Aunt Chris like helped me make the best of it. She like did my hair before I left to go to Connecticut. Like, I just remember us, like, I would be in my house and she would, so this is even before, sorry y'all, I'm kind of skipping around. So yes, I did stay with her before my apartment got ready. Then remember, I moved into the apartment. The apartment was ruined because my ex came and did all the things or whatever. So then I ended up going back to stay with her because I didn't feel comfortable in being there until my window got repaired. Then I went back home. But in the process, before I left to move to Connecticut, I would go to her house a lot, or she would just come pop in on me and check on me, because I would just kind of sit at home and be alone and like in the dark. Like I said, I was drinking a lot. I was always intoxicated somehow. I was losing weight. Like, everyone around could see. Like, if you knew me, you could kind of see I lost weight really quickly. And she just never judged me for that. It's almost like she was just like, would come over and be like, hey, come take this ride with me. Like, she would make up something for me to do. Hey, I need you to help me with this. Hey, come ride with me here. And like I said, it's just those little things that you're doing that you don't know how it affects someone. So I hope she sees this. And I just want to say thank you so much for being who you are. Just being that person. I know that you didn't even understand in that moment what you were doing for me, but I am here today probably because of you. If I didn't have you there, I don't know if I would have even been able to be here or continue and being myself, or just find that, light in a dark place. And you were definitely that light in the dark place. So I just want to say thank you. But in speaking of healing and all these things, kind of like the person that she was to me, I found this journal, and everything that I'm saying about my Aunt Chris is exactly who my mom was to other people. And I always knew that, but it's so crazy because my daughter was cleaning her room the other day. And she's like, Mom, I found this journal and people are talking about Nana in the journal. And I'm like, what? And I think that this is crazy how you're talking about all those moves. If you go back to the episode where I talk about all those moves, this journal existed before my mom passed away. So you're talking about this journal back from when I was in college. I don't even know why. You're talking about me moving from North Carolina to Rhode Island to DC to Indiana and I still have this journal. So when I found it, first of all, I had goosebumps because I'm just like, ugh. And it's so weird because Jamie asked me the other day, do you have moments where like you feel like your mom is giving you a message or your mom is like coming to you to talk to you? And I was like, no, not really. And then when Kalani brought me this journal, it was like 2 days after Jamie had said that. And I was just like, okay. And I was in the process of making my own journal at the time too. So like the power of journaling and just like the fact that I still have this, the fact that words last a lifetime, the fact that I'm able to go back and just like have a physical representation of what my mom has been to other people. I want to read a couple of things to y'all, just a couple of statements that people were saying about my mom, just so I think when y'all hear this, y'all will understand why I'm here, why my passion is what it is, because this is who my mom was. And this is what growing up, I just, you know how some people say you can talk about being this person, but no, I like watched my mom be the person that she talked about being. She didn't just walk the walk. She didn't just talk the talk, she walked the walk. And I just want to read a couple of these to y'all. So someone said, you are truly a role model for older women and special and beautiful young ladies. Tonight when I get home, I'm going to tell my mom your story so that she can go back to school and she will achieve whatever she wants to accomplish, just like you did. You make me proud, Mama. Keep doing your thing and inspiring young youth. I love you so much. And then someone said, to a wonderful, beautiful sister, may God continue to look over you as you take a new journey in life. Here's a dime for every time that someone needed you to help out and you was there. Once again, I send you blessings in a new part of your life. Nice knowing you for the years that I did. But these are just like so many like, I'm going to miss all the love and support you've provided me with whenever I needed, or if you just wanted to share it with me. That's one. I'm always going to miss you because you seem like a spirit who was sent from heaven to keep others around you happy and smiling. So when I talk about my mom and just like who she was to me, I think that is so much more powerful when I read who she was to others too, because that is what fuels me when you talk about legacy, when you talk about how you want to be remembered and things like that. Like, I can say it, everyone can say it, but this is a pure example of the legacy that she left. And I feel like you can give people money, you can give people things, but how you make people feel, they're never going to forget that. And they're never going to forget who you were to them in times when you don't even know what people are going through. Sometimes people don't share it with you, but you just showing up and being yourself and just no matter what, not for any gain, for personal gain, just continuing to be intentional in the world, it matters. It does matter who we are. So I just am excited to find this because journals matter, you know, and the healing process like this helps me in my healing process, finding something that's so tangible that I'm able to always have. Like, I'm never going to lose this. The fact that I even have this speaks volumes that I even have this. I think this journal is 10 years old. So as old as my daughter. So I definitely am happy that you all have joined me on this another episode. I know this one was tough, but like I said, I'm creating a space of vulnerability, of realness, and I have to show up like that for you guys. So just thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you on the next episode. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, but she a Libra too.
So this is a sneak peek of our new healing journal. So this is an exclusive first look at our brand new journal, which is a guide to support your healing journey. This journal is filled with thoughtful prompts, reflections, and exercises inspired by the meaningful conversations from the podcast. Whether you're working through personal growth, self-care, or emotional healing, this journal is here to help you navigate the process with intention and clarity. This is an exclusive opportunity for my subscribers to receive a downloadable journal of your own. All you need to do is subscribe and comment the word journal to receive your special link. This is just a way of me saying thank you for being here with me. So I'll see y'all at the next episode.
People will be like, your daughter's so, but everybody
we love
I'm like, oh
her.
my, that girl is crazy.
She's so like straightforward. Me and Jamie and how you try to talk in code and rock kids. She like she catch right on.
Yo, the other morning I tried to she thought I was going to work, so I let her think that, right? So I put like some wine in my Stanley and I was going. She's like, Mommy, if you want to get fired from your job, won't you just quit?
Yes,
like, you should mind your business.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily.
Welcome back to another episode of the Real Joy podcast. Today I have here with me Brittany.
Hi, guys.
Brittany, I met Brittany through Jamie's little client, Nyla. So we call her Nyla's mom, but she has a name. Her name is Brittany. So real quick, before we start our episode today, we're going to do a journal prompt out of our new journal. So we're just going to jump right into it. What are 3 things I wish my younger self knew? I'll let you go first because I think I might have stole some of yours when we were talking. So I'll let you go first. Yes.
3 things I thought say that? Things that I wish my younger self knew.
Yes.
For a fact, for one, is how dope I really am.
Yes.
Because I spent a lot of time trying to like rearrange myself for other people to like me and like trying to do things other kind of ways until I learned my own path and realized that my path is the path that they need to be in.
Yes.
So that's one thing
really like
I feel
that.
like I should have learned like early on, but now I know it, so it's good.
Now I know.
Another thing I wish I knew is that the people around you are not always to hurt you. Like, you know how you have, like, older adults and they're trying to tell you something and you like, she's getting on my nerves or, she's doing too much.
Sometimes listen.
And sometimes you just got to listen. And
They've been here before.
The crazy way.
Yeah.
I learned that the crazy way. And that my mom is always right.
Always.
I hope she don't see this part. But
Always.
Yeah, always.
Like we were saying, they know that little friend that they like. That girl's not your friend.
She knows. Like, my mother is always right. That's like key.
Top.
That's key.
It's top.
That's key.
And it's like, even being a mom now is like, it makes you look back to like moments of silliness. Like, your mom wants the best for you. Your mom is the person that wants you to succeed. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, why not listen to her?
Like, why you gotta fight me? I'm trying to tell you something that's good for you.
No,
like,
seriously.
So I definitely understand that.
Yes, I agree. And I want to like piggyback off of the first one you said, but kind of like for me, I kind of feel that because it's like it's not that you don't fit in. It's like you weren't meant to fit in. You know what I mean? And like I look back and like rooms, I never tried to force my way in. It's almost like I just knew, like, let me go over here. Like, I'm not meant to, I'm not meant to be over here. And I think it came across as like, oh, she's arrogant or she thinks she's too good but it's like, like you said, I just knew I was different early on. And I'm starting to see it with my daughter too. Like, she'll come home from school and like she'll say certain things. I'm like, they not like us. Like, it's okay. Like, they just not like us.
Like, you sad for that? Like,
exactly. I said, it's all going to make sense when you get older. Do not be sad about that. So definitely that. I think what I would tell my younger self is like every fallback or every L really is a lesson. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, I feel like sometimes we spend too much energy being low or being down when like you could just see the lesson and go just move on. We spend so much energy in it. So it's like, I would tell myself that. And then the third one, boys/men is not the world's like it's more to life than boys and men. Like, I would tell my 20-year-old self that. Like, when I look at my roster from my 20s,
these boys could never. You could never.
I said, I even sat next to you. Like, you could never. And I used to cry over y'all. I used to I used to try to get you to see my value. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So I would definitely, that should have been my number one. Like, these boys.
It's nothing.
No, you're going to look back. The same ones you're crying over, you're going to end up laughing at. So
that's what I tell the girls in, like, because I work at a high school. So I tell them all the time, like, boys are going to be here. Like, you're going to go on, you're going to live your life, you're going to do whatever you're going to do.
They're going to be right there.
They're going to be right here.
Probably in the same spot that you leave them in.
Like, it's crazy. Like, y'all both can go and do y'all lives and just meet back. Like, my boyfriend now was my friend in 5th grade. And I never, ever, ever seen him like that.
Oh, that's so cute.
But he wasn't my shorty. He wasn't that was just my boy. And we went and did our lives. I went and did my life. Like, and I even moved to South Carolina at school. Came back, and look who my boyfriend is. All these years later.
Oh, that's so cute. I'm going to have you back on when I talk about love and relationships.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you could give me a word or two. But all right. So today our topic is more so to do with like self-care, how to learn how to take care of ourselves before our body makes us. Yes. So I'm not going to tell your story because I definitely want to reveal your story as we go on. So what was life like before your health scare? We'll call it a health scare for now.
Life was free. Like, I didn't have like a care in the world besides my daughter. Like, I just felt like I was just running on everything.
Making ends meet, just doing whatever you needed
I wanted
to
do. I was doing. I was working overnight. I had a first shift job. I was being a mom during the day. I was tutoring during the evening. And I was eating steak and cheeses,
living
drinking
life,
Red Bulls, making like nachos at home, and that's just what I was eating. That was what I was surviving off of.
Yeah.
And like, my daughter was little, like she was to the point where like I didn't have to cook a whole meal because it was just me and her. Like, she'll be happy with hot dogs and mac and cheese. Like, that'll be happy to her. Like, and I just was going like, and every day it felt like if I wasn't tired or if I took like a quick little 30-minute nap, I was straight. Like, I was straight because I didn't feel it. Like,
you had trained yourself.
I just was training myself to go, and I just knew I needed money. All I cared about was getting money. Like, and so me and my daughter could be comfortable. Me and my daughter could stay there, and I could keep on driving my car, everything. I didn't care about nothing else. And even when I wasn't working overnight and working the first shift and doing everything, I was going out with my friends on the weekends.
Yeah.
On Fridays, I would go by. I was getting off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon after working overnight. Got off at 7. Got off at 7, had to be to my next job by 8. My daughter had to be to her daycare at 7:30. So I would go home, take a quick shower, literally go get her, like the same thing, and just go home, take a quick nap for probably like 2 hours, 3 hours, go get drunk with my friends and be outside.
Yeah, and then do it all over. Like, so it's like really all you were balancing was like work, being a mom, and fun. Like,
that's literally all I was. And whole time I was in school, but I was doing so bad in school at that point in time. Like, that wasn't my priority.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't my priority. Like, now at the age I am now and like the place I am now, I had to retake all of those classes.
Yeah.
Because I just was there to say I was there.
Yeah,
and
but not really in the mind space to be
not
there.
in the mind space to be there at all.
Which I feel like you were kind of like survival mode. It sounds like definitely like I just need to make ends meet. I need to be a good mom, keep my daughter alive, keep a roof over her head, keep us in a car.
She eat.
Yes,
That's about it.
And I feel like when you're in that mode, it's hard to think of anything outside of it. That's why it's called survival mode.
Yeah.
But
I didn't know I was in survival mode.
You never do.
I didn't know. Like, I didn't know.
You just get it's like a hamster on the wheel.
For a fact. Just
going around and around. So did you have like any, thinking back, right, before the health scare happened, did you have any moments you're like, maybe that could have been it? Or like, oh my gosh, like, did I feel something and I just ignored it? Or did it really just hit you when it happened?
It just hit me. Like, it just hit me. And I was in nursing school. Like, so like when it hit me, I knew
exactly what it was
hitting me, but I didn't feel it before then. Like, I didn't feel it before that day. Before that moment. When it was actually happening, that's when I felt it. And like after I knew, because I was drinking Red Bulls after Red Bulls after Red Bulls, I wanted the green one, I wanted the yellow one, I wanted.
In the moment where this happened, you're probably like, "This, of course, this is happening to me." Like,
for a fact,
like, duh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know I heard your story, and when you told it, I was like getting goosebumps. But try to like put them in the car with you on that day, like. What were you doing? Where were you going? And what was your mind set on that kind of got you through it?
So let's start to, I was home. I was home that day. It was a Saturday. And I was home that day. And my daughter, she was about 2 or 3, and she was away with my mother. And my mother had called to say that she was bringing her home, and I said, okay, but I was going to get up and make her some food, but my mother ended up bringing her McDonald's, so I didn't have to get up. But I was just so tired. But as much as like I said, I was going and going and going, so I just really felt like I needed to go to sleep. And I just was tired. So my mother brought my daughter in and everything, and I got up and I was in the refrigerator. And I'm dressed for Yale. I was doing environmental services at the time, cleaning the rooms overnight. And I was dressed for Yale, and I was in the refrigerator, and I just felt myself like feel dizzy for a second. And I stopped, and I'm just like, so I just sit there, and I went and I sat on my couch or whatever. So my daughter, like, she little, so she jumping on me, and I'm just like, give mommy a second. I'm like, go get mommy a water. Like, could you go get mommy a water? The refrigerator was still open, because when I felt like I immediately needed to sit down, so I never closed the refrigerator. So she went and got me a water or whatever. And I sat there or whatever, and I still felt like a little tired, but I'm just like, all right, Brittany, you're going to be late for work, so you got to get up. So I got up, whatever. I got my shoes and everything, and I had to get my daughter was with my mother, so her car seat was in my living room, and I had to bring it to my car. So I went to go pick up the car seat. So as y'all know, like, a car seat is not nothing, but it felt like the heaviest thing picking it up. Like, I tried to pick it up, and it just felt so heavy. So I picked it up, and I managed to get it to my car or whatever. So my daughter with me or whatever. Mind you, it's pouring raining outside. She's with me or whatever, and I put the car seat in there, and I struggled getting her in the car. So I strapped them both in or whatever, and she goes back there, and she instantly goes to sleep, and I sit down in my seat, in my driver's seat. And mind you, I live in Exit 8, like up on Quinnipiac at the time. And where I was going, where my daughter was going, was to my aunt's house in the hill next to Roberto Clemente. So at that point, my body felt weird. Like, and I knew that my body felt weird. I knew something was happening to me, but I didn't know exactly what was happening to me. I just knew it was something. So I started to drive, whatever. I lived on the hill, whatever. So I'm driving down the hill, everything. And I get on the highway. And like, once I'm driving on the highway, I feel this whole side of me get numb. And like, mind you, I'm driving on the highway, and I'm just like...
And it's raining.
It's raining, and I can't see it to begin with. I already need glasses.
Right.
So like, I'm driving, and I feel everything get numb. So I like switch so I could drive like that. So my brothers used to laugh at me and say that when I was learning to drive, I drove with both feet. So I knew how to drive with this foot already. So
you was prepared for this moment.
So I switched whatever, and I made it all the way to the hill and everything, and I got to my aunt's street. So say like where your arm is my aunt's house. I stopped like over here to my aunt's house, and her son came downstairs. He like, Britt, why are you way up here? And I'm just like, let me rewind. When I got in front of her house to stop, I tried to stop and I couldn't stop. because I couldn't press down on my foot, and I felt like I was like pressing down so hard, and it wasn't doing anything. Like, so when I was able to stop in front of her house, that's why I was up there. And he came down there like, why are you parked way down here? And I'm just like, go get your mom, or whatever. So I'm just like get Nyla, like get my daughter out the back. So she sleep, he bring her upstairs or whatever. And I'm walking to their porch to sit down. So he like, you could walk. So I could like, I feel like I'm walking regular, but I know I'm like dragging myself. Like, and he like, you okay? And I just start throwing up. That's why I had to buy, I owe him a pair of sneakers. I messed up his sneakers because I just started throwing up. And I couldn't stop throwing up. And I didn't know while I was throwing up or whatever. So his mother, like, she come downstairs. Brittany, what's wrong with you? I'm just like, I can't breathe. Like, nothing, like, what's wrong? So I'm talking to her, and I'm talking to her regular, but she's looking at me like, Brittany, what's wrong with you? And I'm just looking at her like, I'm talking to you. Like, I'm telling you what's wrong with me. Like, and she like put her ear like right here to my mouth. And I realized she couldn't hear nothing that was coming out of my mouth because even though I felt like I was talking, I wasn't saying anything or whatever. So then I start throwing up again. She's like, I'm calling your mother. So she called my mother. My mother live around the corner. So my mother come around the corner. And her and her sister like lift me up, like they was like, come on, Brittany, you got to go to the hospital. So I stood up and then I fell back down because I was so weak. They was like, she can't stand up. So they picked me up and put me in the car. And when I got to the hospital, my mother had to pick me up and put me in a wheelchair because I couldn't walk. And at that point, I couldn't feel absolutely anything. Like the last time when I felt something again is when the lady like was messing with my fingers, like telling me to do certain things or whatever like that. But I was still so out of it. And I didn't really come to a conclusion of what happened to me and everything like that until I was in a room. And I was in a room with two other ladies, one that had a stroke 3 years ago and one that's been there for like 9 months. And I was in that room and that's what happened. I had the stroke, and then when it came down to it, I ended up having a hole in my heart. So I had to be out of work for like 10 months. And then when I finally went back to work, I had to be out of work again because at that point I had to have my heart surgery. And I had to walk around with like a heart monitor on because they had to monitor my thing. That's why I always wear my Apple Watch because it monitors it. And if it's like, if my pulse is going too fast or too slow or something, or if I need to sit down and chill, my watch tell me it's time to sit down. Like or your blood pressure is too high. Like it literally tells me because like my doctor actually helped me program everything that it should be. Oh, wow. And so when it's like too much or too low, I could instantly tell that.
That's good for people to know too, that is a good feature that they can use on their watch. But y'all, so Brittany is at the studio telling us this, and let's go back to Nyla. So we're all sitting there so serious. We're looking at Brittany. Here go Nyla. Mommy, why auntie call your mother? Why didn't nobody call 911? Remember? She was like, and we're all like good point.
Right. Nobody was thinking that.
So that just goes back to Nyla real quick. It reminding me of that. But
she never heard the story.
She never heard it. So she's listened to the whole story. And she's just like, but mommy, we're like, what's this little girl gonna say? Why would y'all not call? Like, and then she's like, ask her, and where was I at? Right, and we're just like, oh my gosh. But yes.
Right.
So, wow. So looking back, all them Red Bulls you were drinking, I'm sure was not good for your heart.
I won't touch a Red Bull.
No.
Like, I won't touch a Red Bull, no energy drink, no type of nothing. Like, and my friends will tell you, like, Brittany, give me a Red Bull. I'm not getting you no Red Bull. Like, I'll get you a lemonade or I'll get you something else. I'm not buying nobody no Red Bull. Just because I know that I overdid it with the Red Bulls, but I also know that how not good they are for you.
Yeah.
So that is definitely like any type of energy drink, any type of anything. I don't want no parts.
So you said when you got to the hospital, they had you in a room with somebody that was there for 3 years from something you just experienced. Yep. And then someone who
there for 9 months.
For 9 months.
And they both was older ladies. Like this was me. Well, this was like 3 years ago. So I was like 29, 30. And these old ladies, and they just like, you're so young to be here. What are you doing? All my doctors just kept telling me I'm young. And I'm just looking at them like, but I'm here. Yeah. Like, so how are you going to assist me? Because.
So what was your mindset like? Because I know me, like if I'm walking into a situation, okay, I just had this, you've been here for this long. I don't have all this time. I can't be here for 9 months. I can't be here for years. Like, how did it like, were you like defeated in that moment, or did you feel like, okay, I gotta fight for this? Like, how do you remember? Like,
I was scared.
Yeah.
I was scared. Every day it was going by. How much more tests y'all got to take? What y'all gonna do?
Yeah.
How do I get out of here today? Do I get out of here tomorrow? Like I was so pressed to get out, and I ended up having to stay there for a week, and it felt like the longest week of my life.
Especially when you're used to the lifestyle
The
you were living
longest week of my
before,
life.
not sitting
Like,
down.
I'm not a sit down person.
Exactly. Not
even now that I
relaxing.
have to sit down. I'm not a sit down person. Like when I feel like I'm sitting down, I feel like it's something that you should be doing. Like. I'm not.
I could be doing something right now.
Like, even if I'm on my phone, just rearranging my notes to fit something. Like something's got to give. I got to be doing something.
So in the second part, we're going to learn how Brittany had to make herself sit down, what life looked like for her after that, what self-care routines did you come up with, and what does your life look like today?
Okay.
So we'll be back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Real Joy Podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth, think it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like.
Hello, y'all, and welcome back to another Real Talk. So, this Real Talk is going to be a little different. And I'll say that because everything that I talked about in that video, when it comes to me feeling emotions in moments where I would need my mom and talk to my mom, I was immediately rushed with this feeling of emotion after I released that video because I found myself having to make a decision, and I would have loved to have been able to call my mom and for her to make the decision for me. And it's one of those decisions that's going to affect my life. It's going to affect my day-to-day. It's literally going to affect everything. And I'll probably talk about it more when the situation is closed and finalized. Y'all are going to see in real time I almost have like this days, like that thing when I was talking about when I'm present in the physical, but mentally my mind is somewhere else. So I was going to erase the whole Real Talk that I did because I did my Real Talk initially the day after I filmed the podcast because I wanted all my emotions to still be raw and real, and I still wanted to be in that moment. But when I was faced with those issues that came so abruptly after the filming, I think that it really shows in hindsight like what I'm explaining in the actual podcast episode. So I did not, for the sake of this platform and me wanting to be this example of realness and rawness, I did not delete the videos. I'm going to include the videos in this Real Talk because there was still a message. And often at times, I think that we are so afraid of what's going on when we're telling our message, but I don't want to take away the power of the message because there was a lot of things that I said that I don't think that I could reiterate in the same manner. So I want to keep it. So this is just the intro to my Real Talk. So right now, I'm going to give you guys what the Real Talk was supposed to be. And then I'm going to come back at the end and we have a lot to talk about. But without further ado, you're going to see the Real Talk that I was meaning to release. So watch that and then meet me right back here and then we'll talk. Okay. So welcome back to our third Real Talk series. By now, I hope that you are here because you watched the grief episode. And I want to say real quick, when it comes to the grief episode, I was thinking after I saw the clips that are used to promote the podcast, I was like, I don't want people to see these clips and automatically assume like this is just another girl telling a sad story. Because that's not the purpose of me telling my story. And I never want to get caught in being a victim or having this victim mentality. But I tell my story so that people can see that there's more if you keep going. That doesn't have to be the end. That could just be the beginning. And sometimes that there is protection in rejection, right? Like sometimes things don't work out or you're not accepted in certain spaces or you're not because you don't fit there and you're meant to kind of go outside of that box and to find your own or to create your own lane. So I definitely feel like I want to push past the tears and the hurt because I want people to understand the message on the other side of that. So that's how I feel about that. And I just wanted to start off this video by saying that because I felt a way, like there was a whole video clip that I didn't want to share because it was like me crying. And I felt like, dang, I don't want people to just see me crying and think I'm looking for sympathy or like looking for someone to just feel bad for me. That's not what it is. I want y'all to know, like, at one point in time, I was broken. At one point in time, I was down bad. Like, and I did not ever see myself pushing through to have my own podcast. I never saw myself in those moments, pushing through those hard moments, to be owning my own business, to just make it past that moment. And I want this to encourage people who are in moments where they don't see past it and where they feel like I'm never coming out of this. There's no point in me coming out of this because no one believes in me. No one cares to see me push past this. And you just feel so lonely that you can't see anything else other than where you're at. This is specifically for you. You're going to get through it if you keep going. It's not going to be easy. It might not happen tomorrow. It might not happen the next day. But if you have a purpose, if you feel this passion, first of all, everybody has purpose. You just have to find what your purpose is. Never give up on figuring that out. Never give up on a passion. Never give up on something that has been placed in your heart with this burning desire. Never give up on that because that's the thing that's going to keep you going. I was trying to do this when I was homeless. I remember being in situations where something bad had just happened to me and I was setting up a camera and telling my story. I didn't understand why, but that is what kept me going. The fact that I felt like I'm going through this because somebody else needs to see this. Some days that was my sole purpose. It wasn't even about me. It was about whoever was on the other end looking at that video because I wanted to save someone else for feeling like me in the midst of me feeling that way myself. So, but let's get into this episode of grief. I know y'all see our girl. I got my mic. So I feel like when I talked about my family dynamic, I didn't really explain, like I know I said in the second part, I'm gonna explain where I'm at today with my family and different things like that, but I never really got into it. And I feel like because I got so caught up on the journal and talking about that, but I wanna kind of shed light to where I'm at today with my family, right? Because I feel like from my family's perspective, they definitely know that I don't rock with them, right? But I don't think they understand why. And I think that people don't understand when you force someone to live and survive without you, when they get on the other side of that, you're not needed anymore. And I think that people don't realize why, if you couldn't stay down with me through my bad, why do you deserve this other person? Why do you deserve the other side of that? Because on the other side of that person, I had to fight to be this person. I had to, yeah, I had to fight to be this person. So if you weren't around during that fight, if you didn't contribute to that fight, if you didn't push me through, if you didn't feed life into me, if you weren't someone who was driving that passion out of me, if you weren't someone who was checking on me to make sure that everything, if I needed some encouragement, if you used that time to beat me down when I was already down, you're not going to be around when I am making my way up. And I say that to say there's no animosity, there's no hate. But I say this all the time. I have to leave people at where they got weird with me. And if you got weird with me or you counted me out at a certain point, you have to stay there and you have to watch me elevate without you. And that's how I feel when it comes to my family. I still love them. But it gets to a certain point in life that you have to see people for who they are, or you'll end up hurting yourself trying to see the potential in people or trying to see the good in people, because sometimes that good is only 25% of somebody. And I think sometimes too, when people know you personally, it's hard for them to see you go through these battles and come out a different person, because it triggers something in them that why didn't they do it for themselves? Especially when they have gone through similar things that you have gone through, it almost frustrates people, or it ignites this anger that, okay, so if she did it, why can't I do it? And I feel like sometimes that makes people uncomfortable and they react in different ways. I feel like that's what makes people act out, and they don't feel comfortable around you, so they attack you. They project different things on you. And I just feel like I'm just at that space where I gotta fight for me and mine. And if you're trying to feed my downfall, I can't have you around. That's how I feel. So I say all that to say, when it comes to my family, I'm very careful, very, very careful. I try to reconnect with certain individuals in my family, but it's hard because I hear my mom's voice in my head, and the things that she used to say about people, or the things she tried to warn me about people, I'm starting to see it for myself. And sometimes these are people that I even try to defend to her. And I tried to stick up for them because I didn't want to see who they were. And she would try to tell me all the time, no, like, and if you think about it, these are people that I was young, I was 20, so she was trying to explain things to me, people she knew her whole life for 40 or 50 years. So now it's like I have to take her word for it because she's not here to protect me. So now I have to protect me and mine. When it comes to my daughter, she's not close to my family at all. She doesn't really know who my family is. She knows of certain people, but she doesn't have a relationship with anyone in my family. And that's kind of done strategic too, to protect her from the things that I had to go through with my family. And I also often say, like, family, I feel like I've picked my family. So I've recreated that family structure for her so she's not missing out or lacking anything. I feel like family is more than blood, because sometimes the people who you share blood with and you share this DNA or a last name or whatever it is, people feel like they can do you a certain way because at the end of the day, oh, we're family. This is just how we are. Oh, you got to forgive this person because that's this. No. Everybody needs to like respect your boundaries. Everybody needs to respect you. So I don't feel that way, that you just got to deal with people because they're family. And I felt that guilt for a while. People used to be like, but that's your da 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 da. But that's your. Okay, well, they knew that I was their cousin. They knew that I was their niece. They knew that I was their granddaughter. And they chose to say certain things or treat me a certain way. So why do I have to remember who they are in order to. It's like almost I have to give up my boundaries and my peace in order to remain at a close proximity to people. And I just realized that it wasn't worth it. I can't speak for other people, but me being around isn't worth my peace or my sanity. And that's what I had to realize. So I wish them all the best. And I still love them. Like I said, we have so many great memories when I was a child. I have so many great memories with my family, but I hold on to those memories in space of me making new ones with them. So that's what I'll say for that. Um, Another thing with my family too, like when I said certain things, I don't know if I got into it where I was like, there was family members that was trying to hold my mom to a certain standard with me of like, oh, don't help her do that, or don't help her with this, or she needs to be an adult. But I have aunts and uncles that literally have been taking care of their kids in jail, while their kids were in jail for their whole life, and then they came out of jail and they're still taking care of them. But they were in my mom's ear to not take care of me and not to help me. Or certain people who have enabled their kids and who literally pay their bills and they're alcoholics and drug addicts, but was holding my mom to a certain standard to not do certain things for me. Or so when it comes to things like that, it's often times where like people hold you to something that they can't even do for themselves. And I think that when that can't be talked about, that's another issue I have when it comes to the older generation. We can never talk about things that are actually like out of respect and out of, oh, that's just the way things are. Well, that doesn't work for me. Like if we're not going to be able to talk about the reality of situations, then I can't be around. So that was another part of my grieving when I didn't get to talk about where my anger was coming from, because it's like everybody wants to be like, oh, you're an adult or you're grown, so you have to like figure this out by yourself. So why can't you let your 40-year-old son who's in prison figure it out for himself? Or your son who's an alcoholic, who you pay all their bills and you even give him toilet paper to wipe his ass. Why can't he figure it out? But y'all expect me to figure out at 20 as a single mom. You know what I mean? So um, that was something else that I didn't really get to talk about. And when we go back to the funeral too, I think because I had this anger towards my family, during the funeral, like I said, I was very much isolated. I was very much alone. On the way to the funeral, there was a family car, and it was me, my grandma, my aunt, and even down to that, like they were arguing, and it was a big deal about who I wanted in the family car to support me. Oh, why do they get to ride in the family car? I don't want them in the family car. We're going to a funeral. Like, why are we arguing about who's going to be in the family car? Like, it was just certain things like that that just make you lose respect for people, because it's this me mentality, not thinking, okay, if this person being in the family car is going to help her get through this day, let's just allow it. Because at the end of the day, this is her mother's funeral. Certain things like that, it just didn't sit well with me, and I don't think there's anywhere I can cut. If I'm real with myself, once people reveal themselves, it's hard to like come back from moments like that. So I say all these things to kind of explain the history of my family dynamic and why I am just at the point where it's like, I love y'all, but y'all gotta stay over there, respectfully. Also, speaking about grief, I think this also goes back to understanding that before my mom passed, I was one person. After my mom passed, it turned me into a whole different person. And I won't say it's negative, because I definitely feel like before my mother passed, I was very spoiled. I didn't have any work ethic. I was immature. And two, we're talking about me being in my early 20s, so that makes sense. But I didn't have this mentality that I have now. I was very naive, and I might have became this person as time went on, because I'm 32 now, and I'm talking about the 24-year-old version of myself. So that does make sense now that I'm thinking about it. I do have to give myself that grace, But I feel like grief just turns you into a different person. The lessons that you learn through grief, the dark place that you have to pull yourself out of, I think that that also plays a part in grief as well. So it really turns you into someone else, I would say. And I have to fight to be around people. I have to push myself out of, because I could be a loner. I can isolate myself. I thrive in situations where it's just me, where I can just be alone. When doing stuff like this is why I thrive, because I literally just have to do it with me. Kind of like group projects in school, like, right? Like, I'm not the group project type, but I don't want to collab. I do want to collab. Let me not say that I don't, but like, it's easier to just like do things by myself. I'll say that. So, I'm definitely feel like it's a struggle for me to push myself past who I am comfortable in being. And it's so crazy because I used to be such an extrovert. I used to be a people's person, and I was always the girl who made people laugh. But now it's just like, I be chilling. I used to be the girl who wanted everyone to love her and to like her. I want to be everybody's friend. And now I'm like, people will be introducing people, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? Like, hey. My comfort is in being alone. Um, so yeah, but that episode was like really, what I'm noticing too? Sometimes it's really hard for me to articulate how I feel and to use the right words in the moment, because I'm so used to like not expressing how I feel and not expressing my emotions. So sometimes when y'all hear me say like, or I'm repeating myself, or I'm like using the wrong words, I think that it's just me fighting my inner self, like me trying to push past just suppressing what I have to say. Because a lot of times when I'm in conflict with someone, or like when I'm just talking, or when I'm defending myself, or when I'm trying to express myself, I shut down. So this platform is really pushing me to put words to my feelings. So the same way that I'm creating this platform to help other people, I'm starting to see that a lot of this is for self as well. Like, a lot of this is pushing me to places I didn't realize I needed to go. So that's interesting in this journey as well. But if you're here, I know I keep saying this and I don't want to be repetitive in my words, but I really want to say thank you, because you're like watching a journey of someone who was just following their passion. And that's really what it is. Like, I am really just feeding a passion, and just the journey from the first episode to now, I see a change, and it's been a month. And that's exciting to me. Like, I think they always say the thing in life that brings you the most joy is when you can do something and not have to worry about the the outcome of it. Like, I'm not worried about how much I make an episode or how many things. No, like, I love to show up and do this. This is what brings me life. This is what brings me joy. This is what brings me happiness, doing this, like connecting with people, inspiring people, speaking life into people. So I'm happy that y'all are a part of that journey and that you're here with me. Okay, so you just watched what I was saying, and I probably didn't have to explain it. Y'all would have saw it for yourself, what I'm talking about. I was just very much in a daze, trying to figure out so many things at one time. My mental is just like jumping all over. But a couple things I want to. So when I said rejection is protection, What I meant was the fact that I was just rejected by, I know we haven't got to the episode on church hurt yet, and my outlook on the church that I was involved in at the time and just the people in the church and the whole situation. But I was rejected from the church. I felt like, in my opinion, I was rejected from the church. I was rejected from my family. I was rejected from a lot of friends around me. And I often say rejection was my biggest protection because who I am today, this person in all that I'm doing now, I would have never been able to blossom into this person today because you cannot heal and transform around the people who are continually hurting you, who are continually looking down on you, who are continually speaking nothing but like everything but life into you. And I do believe that me moving to Connecticut was like the biggest blessing. Like when I tell you the support system that I have here, just it's like night and day completely. And that's why everyone says like sometimes you got to get out of your hometown. And that's how I felt. I also feel like with my family, when you're talking about the older generation, I do believe that they're very toxic because they see everything as disrespect when you're calling them out on things that matter or the things that have taken place. They like to hide from it and they like to just throw, oh, don't be disrespectful. And that was always my problem, honestly, growing up. That was something that my mom used to tell me because if something was going on and I heard her talking about it behind closed doors when it was time when everyone got together, I'm the one that said, okay, so why did you say that? Why did you do that? My mom used to be like, shh, shh, shh. And it's like, no, like, I want to know why is this stuff being done? But that was always disrespectful. So I've always had a problem with that as a child. But I think that just that toxicity, like I know I did A, B, and C to you, but we're family, so let's just sit down and enjoy this meal together and let's not talk about it. I don't like that. I'm just not that type of person. Like before I sit down and break bread with you or before I continue in being in this like closeness with you, we gotta talk about what happened before so it cannot happen again or that I can know what I did, you did, you know. And my family is really not into that. They're just so toxic. Like it's just so toxic. And I would say, especially with the older generation, like my aunts and my grandmother, and like I remember even when after all this was taking place, my mom passed away at the end of September, and my grandma and my aunt went to go spend the first Christmas that my mom was gone with my mom's husband. And when I finally came around, when I stopped making everything about me and I finally came around to my family, sometimes I have these moments where I feel bad and I'll try to pop in on my family and be like, hey, and it's always just like, this is why. This is why I don't deal with y'all. Like every time every time I try to extend myself, every time I try to, it's just like, this is why. And I was starting to like tell my grandma how I felt and she cut me off like she couldn't even hear me. And she was just like, okay, well, all that's in the past. I just want to move on. We just need to enjoy each other. We just need to like, and it's like, I don't think that's how that works. So that's what I mean when I say rejection is protection because thank God I would have went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if I would have never left Rocky Mount. I would have became everything that everyone was saying I was. I would have because when people have their mind made up about you, it's a done deal. I don't care what you do. I don't care how far you become from it. They're going to have their mind made up because that's what they see. And the people around them that are on the same agenda as them, they're going to validate you. When people have their mind made up, you just have to walk away. And I think I got to that point in my family, like, I'm not trying to prove y'all right no more. I'm not trying to prove y'all wrong. It is what it is. And I remember when I first started my The Real Joy journey, I remember like posting stuff. And I remember one time I like made this post like, I survived everything. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. But it was more in the sense of like, I want to prove people wrong. Like, but this journey is so different when I took a step back and I really did the healing. And then I came back to do this. Like, this is not to prove people wrong. This is like, does it feel good? Of course. But is my sole purpose to show like you were wrong about me? Like, no. No. Sometimes, like, this is the, so you think about this. I'm talking about stuff that's happened in 2018, 2019. It is now 2025. Sometimes you got to go on and live your life and let people think what they want to think. And it'll show. That's all I got to say. Sometimes you have to go on and live your life and let people believe and let people think what they want. But it's going to show your journey, your path, where you end up, how God blesses you, how everything just, it's going to show. So I say all that to say, I hope I encourage somebody. Sometimes don't tell your story. It'll all come out in the end. Just ask God to order your steps through it, give you the grace and mercy to continue to go on about your journey in a way. And it's not easy. It's not easy to turn your ear or to turn your cheek when people are saying things about you that's not true, when people are attacking your character, when people are attacking you as a child, as a daughter, when people are attacking you as a mother, when people are attacking you as a person. It's not easy. But God. I'm going to leave that right there. So glad that I waited to do this real talk, like this part of it, because like I say, y'all, I have been going back and forth about a decision this week. And yesterday, Jamie was like, you want to go to church with me? And I was like, yeah, for sure. Like, I need to go to church. Like, because like I said, I have some church hurt from the past, and I can't wait to do my episode on that. And I feel like I've been hesitant to just like join a church, be a part of a church. But let me tell you, the confirmation that I got last night at that church service, first of all, y'all heard me just say in this episode that was filmed on Monday, I filmed that on Monday when I was talking about how I thrive in isolation and I thrive in being by myself. Y'all, this pastor don't know me from nothing. I was worshiping, I was praising in the service. So at the end of the service, he's wrapping up. He's about to give his benediction. He's about to take up the offering. He says, you right there, the young lady sitting next to Sister Jamie, raise your hand. God told me to tell you.
Young lady that's with Sister Jamie, just lift your hands for a moment. I wasn't going to do this. I told God, I said, God, if she comes back, I'll tell her. What the Lord told me, he said, you might never get another opportunity. Nothing bad about you, but said that I may never get another opportunity. And it's up to me to be obedient to what the Spirit of the Lord says. The Lord says to tell you that this is your season to trust him again. And some of the issues that you've been dealing with in life has been people issues. We all have people issues. We all have trust issues. But the Lord says that this is a season where he wants you to see that he brought you out of it. And there's been many times where, because of the situations of your past, where you have put yourself in what I want to call the isolation box. If I stick to me, if I stick to myself, and I stick to I won't have to deal with what I dealt with before. But God said that was really a preparation season for you. It was to toughen you up. It was to cause you to have thick skin for this next season of your life that you are about to enter. And I dare tell you that you're about 2 years behind where you're supposed to be. And so let this be a release for you in this season, that God says, yes, I called you. Yes, I've ordained you for a season and a time such as this. No longer hiding behind the shame of what was, but living in the glory and the expectation of what is to come. I want you to be blessed. I want you to live in freedom, no longer walking in fear, but being free in who God has called you to be. I need somebody to clap your hands for sis.
I said, Y'all, that right there, ain't no way. You cannot tell me God is not real. You cannot tell me God is not real. I said, oh, wow. And it's crazy because he said I'm 2 years behind in the situation that I'm talking about that I've been going back and forth with. I've been going back and forth with for 2 years. Child, I said, wow. I said, wow. But I say all that to say your girl is going to work on her isolation because he said that loud and clear. And I said, oh, okay. I hear you, God. I hear you, mighty man of God. Podcast journal is live, y'all. Let me see if I can pull it up, actually. For the podcast journal. Isn't it so beautiful? So right now, because you're watching this, because you've been here with me, because you're locked in with me, this journal is only $8.99. You can download it. You can use it on your iPad. You can print it out. You can gift it to someone, but it's only $8.99. The price will increase. This is just for the week because I want to give you guys a chance before I release it to the public. This is just for my day one. Because I feel like everybody who watches this, who watches the Real Talk series, y'all the day ones. Like, y'all really locked in. Like, we here. That's so y'all get the real, the tea, the exclusive. But yes. And I'm also going to do a podcast scavenger hunt. So it's going to be questions from all the episodes. So I'm going to see how really locked in you are. We're going to do a giveaway. It's going to be a podcast scavenger hunt. I'm going to have, let's see, I'm going to do 3 winners. And you can receive a free copy of the journal. So it's going to be questions about all the episodes. I think like 10 questions. I'm going to work on that for y'all. I will have it to y'all. Me and deadlines. You know what? I'm going to release that tomorrow. I'm saying it, so I'm going to do it. Sometimes you just got to put it out there. It will be done. I'm going to make a video for tomorrow with the questions for the podcast scavenger hunt. Okay. But yes, y'all, I really hope that y'all can really see how committed I am to making sure that I come to this platform real and vulnerable and really giving myself to you guys, because that's what this platform is for, and I really want to stay true to that, because I think that helps y'all really understand the journey and makes you keep coming back every time. But yeah, we will see you next week. We are going to be having an episode. The next episode is going to be on mental health, the effects of mental health, coping mechanisms, the signs, all that. And then I'm going to follow up with the episode with a therapist. So I'm going to have a therapist coming on the podcast who's going to talk about, from her perspective of being, in the field in a clinical role, talk about the effect of grief and mental health, and share some coping skills and just share some information, some good stuff with us. She's going to give some facts for our feelings. So I'm excited about that, y'all. But thank you. I just want to say, go get your journal. Tag me when you get your journal. Comment, I got mine. Take a picture of you using the journal. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth, it gets amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like.
So this is gonna be like an unplugged, a raw, I think I'm gonna call it like the real talk or something, you know, like the real, because this is how I started, you know, like before the production and before everything, I was putting up my phone and having conversations with y'all. So I don't want that element to be taken away. So this is gonna be added to the podcast. So let's talk about the first episode. I will say after the first episode was dropped, I was left feeling so uneasy because it's not always easy telling your truth and telling your story because other people are involved in that story. And my goal is to never attack anybody or hurt anybody by telling my truth. But it comes to a point in time where you can't protect people who didn't protect you. You know, and I had to keep reminding myself that, like, you're trying to, when you're going in a certain direction in life or when you're going down a different path, at some point you're gonna have to take a moment and tell your truth and tell your story. Because what if that is attached to healing? What if that's attached to other opportunities? Like, our stories are attached to so much. And I just think that sometimes we get into the habit of staying quiet, of suppressing ourselves, you know, and I just got tired of it. And my goal is not to hurt anybody. My goal is not to have people looking at people different. That's not my goal. Like, my goal is to be true to who I am and to my journey and to control my narrative, you know, like take ownership of my story, because people will tell your story, but who's better to tell your story than you? So that's what I've learned. That's basically the takeaway. I had like such an uneasy feeling, right? Because everybody has a version of the story, right? And somebody's story, something I said, I could be the villain in their story. They could have a whole different perspective, but that doesn't take away from my perspective. You know, so you're left with all these different feelings but yes. If you have a story that needs to be told, if you think that it can change people's life, if you think it can encourage somebody, if you think it can inspire somebody, like, that's your testimony. Do not be afraid to tell your story, because I feel like your story is out there. It has happened. But what are you going to do with it now? And I just feel like sometimes people try to shame you or try to make you feel, you know, and it's like, everybody got a little something. I don't care who you are. I don't care where. Everybody has a little something. Some of us did it in private. Some of us, you know what I'm saying? But everybody has something. And like they used to say down south, well, keep on living. If it ain't happened to you yet, keep living. It's a lot of people out here who can literally feel validated off of your experiences in life, because everybody feels like they the only ones that this happened to. Nothing has ever happened. Then you start listening to people. You start sharing stories. You're like, you too? Oh my gosh, you went through this? So what if that's your purpose on this earth? You think you went through that situation just to go through it? Like, it was just, oh, I was just supposed to go. No, that's not how life works. Everything that we go through brings us closer to who we're supposed to be, to our purpose, to the reason we're put here. So I hope this encourages somebody to tell your story, living your truth, walk with your head up. I don't care what they saying. I don't care what you did. I don't care. Learn your lesson, take the L and move on. But tell your story. First episode was really interesting to sit there and I think it's so hard to tell your story when your story has happened over years and different places. It's hard to get that into 20, 30 minutes. So there's a lot of details that's missing, which I hope can come up later on with different subjects. Like, maybe I'll revisit something, I'll reference it and kind of give more context to the situation but the first episode for me was really good. If you're new here, I really hope that you got a chance to really understand the journey and how I got here. And then for y'all, there's a lot of people who have known me personally or just have like been on my social media for a long time who didn't know a lot of things about me. And I think it's funny because a lot of y'all keep getting caught up on like the Irish step dancer thing. I think that is so funny that y'all are getting caught up on that because that's hilarious to me. But yes, so that is that. This second episode with Kalani's dad. So this is the first episode that I've had with the co-host. And I really loved the conversation. I think that I really love having somebody there to kind of the energy and feed off of. But I will say it was different for me too, because I guess it's all about controlling the narrative again, right, of your story, and you feel like something is your story. But when you're adding somebody to it, it's their perspective. It's things that you never heard them say. It's things that they could just be feeling in that moment now. So I think in that episode, a lot of times y'all see me like thinking, because like we maneuvered in this like positive way without having these conversations. And even when me and him were talking, he was like, we were both excited and thankful at the end of it, because there was a lot of things like when he was saying my mama told him stuff and they was having conversations. I never knew that. He told me that he felt like there was a lot of things that he said that I felt, but was never confirmed. And it's kind of like that thing where people say how you have to move on in life and go through life without getting that apology or without getting that confirmation of how somebody feels. You just have to continue to move on. I feel like I did that. And the woman I am today was like hurting for the girl then. You know what I'm saying? Was hurting because I knew that. I knew that to be true. I knew all the feelings and all that, but like, it just brought me back there. And I wouldn't say triggered, right? But it definitely like, I'm proud of who I am today, but I hurt for that girl then, so that was huge for me. And I think that was such a powerful episode because so many things got talked about when it comes to our past, when it comes to us really like talking about the downfall to our relationship, because I think sometimes when we're going through something, you don't have time to sit there and process it, or these conversations aren't being had. So it was just so much confirmation. It was just so much confirmation for real. I will say that and y'all too, y'all gonna see like, I love humility and I love being humble but I will say it feels so good to prove people wrong. And it's so crazy how people could have their mind made up about you and you just don't end up that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so crazy how in your heart that you're destined to do something. You're destined to be different, and your path might not look like everybody else. And that used to make me so mad in different areas of life I would be like, why can't I just be normal? Why can't I just go work this corporate job, go to work, shut up, don't be a problem, don't be a menace. If you don't want to do it, just do it anyway. Like, I could never just be the girl that just like sit there, shut up, and do the work. No, I had to say, well, that's not right. Why are y'all treating so-and-so like this? Why are y'all doing this? Why are y'all doing that? Like, but now I look back and I realize why I couldn't be that person. Because I was supposed to be here. Because I was supposed to be doing this. Because I was supposed to be doing hair. Because I'm supposed to be doing makeup. Like, there's so many things now that like, in this season, it's healing that girl in me, because I just would get so frustrated with myself and I would start believing what people say about me. Like, dang, like, I can't get it figured out. I don't know. I'm just supposed to, like, I don't know. Like, I just can't get it figured out. And I will say the one thing, how I feel now with everybody just like, even that episode with him, right? Like, I think he said in one part, like, I just realized that like we weren't going in the same places. Like, you didn't want what I wanted. And that was true. I didn't want to be a professional student. I didn't want to be under the structure of school, and I didn't. But that came across as me not being smart enough, or me not being good enough, or me, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, now being in this realm of things, I just, like, I can't explain it. I'm just so happy that I finally got to see why I'm different. I finally get to see why my brain doesn't operate like others, why I see things different, why I hear things different, why I'm such a thinker, why I feel, because you're creative. Like, you're supposed to be a creator, you know, like I'm wired differently, and that's okay. And I think a lot of people can attest to that, because I know, even looking back, and I have a lot of friends that are like musicians and that are, you know, they don't have that structured 9 to 5, and you feel crazy at first. Like, you feel crazy, but it's a good crazy, because look where it takes you, you know? So, and then it kind of had me feeling too, of this feeling of, dang, I wish my mama got to see like what I did with that. Like, I feel like there was a one point in time where she was just like, I remember she said to me like, you are wasting your potential, or like, you're a waste of potential, or something like that, because I couldn't get it together. I couldn't stay doing the 9 to 5 thing, and I just could not do it, y'all. Like, I would just go to work and I would try so hard, and I'd be like, why she talking to me like that? Why can't you respect me if you want me to respect you? Why I gotta raise my hand and ask to go to the bathroom like when you're in school? Why can you belittle me? Why can't, like, it just did not make sense to me. So I just wish that my mom could see me in this realm. I really wish that she could have just understood my brain and my mind. Like, I just wish she could have seen this version of me, you know, like, and I think that keeps me going, because I'm like, I did have potential, you know what I'm saying? I did. And we have to be careful of the things we speak on people, because words last a lifetime. And we just really have to be careful with that. But that episode was really cool. I think the other thing too about that episode, I think if y'all saw the second part and we talking about Indiana, when I tell you we was out in Indiana getting it out the mud, I remember we took the bus to go grocery shopping. We would have the groceries in the bottom of the stroller with us carrying the bags. We was loading up tax. Like, when I say we was both getting out the mud, like, I didn't want it to seem like I just went to Indiana and everything was set up like a road of gold just was laid out for me. And I was just able to go, like, no. Like, we was walking to the gas station to get them big Texas chicken sandwiches that was $2. That was a Friday treat. We got paid on Friday. We was getting it out the mud together. We were struggling together. So I think there was a lot of that where it was just like, dang, like, I look back and I'm like, I wish I would have said this. I wish I would have said that. I just wish that my grind level was more appreciated. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was a down chick. I was a ride or die. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, we're not eating lobster and crabs, but I'm gonna walk to this gas station with you and we're gonna eat this chicken sandwich and we're gonna laugh, we're gonna joke, we're gonna talk on the way there and back. You know what I'm saying? Like, but again, that's my perspective. So I definitely think it was a good conversation. I definitely love that Kalani could see her parents, you know, in this element and in this light, because she never got a chance to have us under the same roof. We didn't get to raise her in the same house. So I think that that's a little different. But What else from that episode can I talk about? So there's a part, I know everybody keeps asking me, there was a part that people were confused about where we were talking and he said like, I didn't know your mom was sick. I didn't know your mom was sick. And I just want to be clear on that because I know a lot of people are like confused about that because that's like been the thing where people have been hitting me up like, wait, so the clarity on my mom being sick, my mom was not sick at the time. And it was more so of a thing where my mom, so here's the timeline. I went to college in 2010. My mom worked at that college from 2010 to 2011. In 2011, she moved back to North Carolina, where then she met her ex, and I'll get into that later, but she met her ex, they started dating again, and she eventually got married. So there was this transition because I was raised by a single mother, right? Because it was just us for like forever. And then because I was in college, when I came back home, it was a little different because I had to adjust to her being married. I had to adjust to, it was a lot of adjustment, I would say. So it's not that we just never coexisted in a space with someone else in our dynamic, right? And your mom or your parent, they might have a certain grace for you, a certain patience for you. They might do things a certain way with you. You might have, but when somebody else gets added to that, now they're in that person's ear, like, why you allow your daughter to do this? Why your daughter doing that? So a lot of times our issues came from that. It came from somebody not understanding the dynamic that my mom and I had. And I'll keep it real. I was spoiled. I was very spoiled. I was the only child. It was me and my mom. I was very spoiled. There was a lot of things that my mom saved me from. I remember when I was an adult, my bank account, she would move the money from my savings to my check-ins to make sure that my bills got paid. She would see if my account was in a negative and she would slide some money over there. Like, I'm gonna be listen, real, relaxed, relatable, okay? The real, that's the real. So when somebody else comes into that, they looking at it and they're like, why you doing all that for your daughter? She grown, she could do that herself. Stop doing this for her. Stop doing that for her. I remember when I first went to Indiana, I didn't have time to transfer my WIC from North Carolina to Indiana. So my mom would go to the WIC office and get my stuff from WIC and mail it to me in Indiana. He felt like she was doing too much for her daughter. Why are you taking this responsibility for this grown woman? So that caused us to have some, you know what I'm saying? Some conflict. So when he says, oh, your mom, you know, yeah, me and my mom, we were not at the best of terms when I left to go to Indiana because she felt like I made an emotional decision based off of what her and her husband was doing at the time. But at the time I lived with my mom, and it just, with him being there, I'm not calling this man dad. I'm 20 something years old. I'm gonna call him by his name. That was the problem. So then I just stopped saying the man's name. I'd be like, hey, can you, because I'm not calling you dad, that's crazy. But that's how I felt. And then it was just a lot of different stuff. I would say that. So when we talk about that at the end of the thing where she's like, you know, what he was saying, like, you know, I didn't know all that was going on with your mom. Like we said, we didn't go out there and that was my boo, that was my boyfriend. That was Kalani's dad, and we was trying to figure out how to co-parent together. So I wasn't telling nobody that stuff because I also didn't want to paint my mom out in this bad image. Like, I didn't, that was my girl. What? And it's so crazy now because people can see stuff from the outside, right? Like, I know my family and different people have like such their own version of what happened with me and my mom. But at the end of the day, that was me and my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't know. Y'all only know what she got on the phone and told y'all, or y'all only know what y'all thought But that was my best friend. Like, there's so much tea that I know that my mom used to tell me about. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that was another piece to it. Like, now that I'm older, yes, that's my mom, but that was also my friend. So it was like it's just growing pains. And like, now that I'm a mother of a 10-year-old, I can even see her at 10, how our relationship is evolving and how it's, so with all that being said, that's what I mean when I say, like, I think I said I got mad. I was like, yeah, everybody was treating me like shit. Like, that's what I mean by that. It's just like, it was like a lot going on. But now looking back and being a full adult at 32, right? You're talking about a 20-year-old. Now I'm 32, I'm looking back. I don't think it was everybody treating me like shit. I think it was more so people wanting me to step into this, like, you're an adult now. You have a child. You need to be responsible for yourself. You need to be responsible for your decisions. If you want to go move to Indiana, you should have figured out how to get your WIC and everything before you skipped your ass to Indiana. That's what an adult would do. Make sure that you tie up your loose ends before you make a decision. And I can look back and say that now as an adult, right? But like, I think obviously I would drive my kid to Indiana. Yeah, I would be sending my daughter to WIC from North Carolina to Indiana. I'm sending the WIC. I'm sending the WIC. But yeah, what else? I think, I don't want to say too much because I know part 3 is coming out next week. So I definitely want y'all to stick around for that. And then I'll do another one of these sit downs next week where we'll talk and, you know. But yeah, I definitely don't want to take this element away because I love the podcast. The podcast is eating. I love it. I hope y'all love it. But I'm not going to take away this intimacy, you know, this like me just getting on camera and talking to y'all directly without any edits, without any lights, camera, action, without the team, because that does add a different element to it, you know. So yeah, look forward. I know I say this all the time, but I really mean it. I promise I mean it, y'all. It's 2025. I'm really gonna get into vlogging. So I had my Florida vlog when I went to Florida to see my friends in Florida. I had that vlog, but my phone, this phone that I'm on right now, I went to Apple. It was shutting on, shutting off over and over and over again. Went to Apple. They ended up giving me a new phone. Great. I had an iCloud, right? So I'm like, oh, cool. Erase the phone. I'm going to log into my iCloud. I did not realize that my iCloud had 3 different iClouds connected. I don't know how that happens. Be careful, because I didn't know I had 3 different iClouds. I logged into one iCloud. Everything has popped up from this iCloud. But the other iClouds, they're saying my password is incorrect. Then when I go to reset it, it's sending the reset to a whole different phone number that I don't even have. Understand? Great. So yeah. If anybody knows how to fix that, I don't know if there's any Apple savvy people out there, but I need help because I need my other iClouds real bad. I have so many vlogs, and that, you know what? That's what I get, because if I would have uploaded them when I was supposed to upload them, it wouldn't have mattered. So that's a lesson learned. But yeah. I thank y'all for being here. Like, so serious. Like, it means so much to me, y'all being here and just supporting me. Like, it's so many people like I haven't talked to in so long, from college, from childhood, from family, everybody reaching out. The love is real. And I think that that's what we mean. Like, when you get older, you might not be locked in with people the same way, but we all supporting each other. I love seeing y'all win. Let me take the time to say this. We don't gotta be best friends. We don't gotta talk every day, but I want to see you win. So I thank you for pouring into me and supporting me, because the same way you supporting me, that's you telling me that you want to see me win. I want the same thing for you too. I just want to put that out there. But yeah, let me go ahead and end this before I be doing too much. But yes, thank y'all. This is the new thing we're gonna do. So tune in with me. Make sure y'all subscribe. Subscribe so y'all will know when I'm dropping stuff like this. Because it's not just going to be Wednesday at 12. I'm going to talk to y'all all the time. Y'all got to get the behind the scenes. Oh, and maybe I'll do like a, let me know in the comments if y'all want to see a tour of my studio. It's a little sneak. Don't look too much. Don't do too much. If y'all want to see a little sneak peek, that's where I do the makeup at over there, you know. So if you're in the Connecticut area, you need your makeup done. But okay, y'all, I'm about to go because, okay. Bye, y'all. Make sure you subscribe so you will know when I'm coming to talk to you. Oh, and what are we gonna be? All right, are y'all my cousins? Are y'all my friends? Are y'all the Joyettes? Like, let me know. We need to get a name for our community because we're locked in. I'm not going nowhere. Bye.
Take it. I see your passion, I like what you do. I see you working, see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, but she a leaver too.
Jamie Busco, that's the OG.
Hey.
Jamie Busco, that's the OG.
Yeah.
Jamie Busco, that's the OG.
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. Yep.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it.
Welcome back to the Real Joy Podcast. I'm your host, The Real Joy, and today I have with me Jamie Busico, Bussy on Live, doula, mother, wife, the phenomenon, all the things, Kalani's godmother, okay?
Yep.
Okay, but yes, we have her here, and I can't wait for y'all to get into why we're here, you know, our story, our journey to this point now. So I know I went to Wheelock because my mom worked there. So I would never have known about that school at all. It was like a predominantly white school. So actually, I never thought about, like, how did you get to Wheelock College? Like,
Ooh, such a journey. So I'll tell you how I ended up in Boston. So I was in grad school at Southern here in New Haven, Southern Connecticut State University, and I just graduated with my MBA, Master's in Business Administration. And I started working as a government contractor for the U.S. Navy up in Groton.
never
Right?
knew that.
Yeah, right. I had a whole security clearance. Like I was top dog.
Not know that.
Top dog in the street.
Okay.
Yeah. Little fees. I was an OG before I knew I was an OG, right? Yeah, so I was a government contractor, and then I was also in a horrible situation, a relationship with Madison's father, my oldest child. And so I was still trying to like figure out life, figure out my career, figure out my personal life, but I knew I had to get away from him, right?
Okay.
And so I was just like, my college best friend, my undergrad, I went to Bay Path University in Long Meadow, Massachusetts, which is where I met my college best friend, Jen, right? And so Jen was born and raised in Boston. She moved back to Boston. She was working at Mount Ida College in Newton, Massachusetts.
Okay.
So she was just like, oh, there's this opening on campus for a resident director. And I was just like, yeah, because I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I gotta go. I actually don't care what I'm doing, but I gotta go. And so I applied, interview, I got that position.
Wow.
Right? So it's at that point, I literally packed everything I could in my little red Pontiac, okay, and drove to Boston, got settled, situated. I actually stayed on Jen's couch until my apartment on campus was ready, right? And so until my apartment was ready, Madison stayed here. She was 1, right? Now, Madison's almost 20. She was 1, and she stayed with my parents for that summer.
Okay.
Until I got situated.
Get stuff together.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Wow.
Story sound a little familiar?
I'm like
Connection?
goosebumps.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Right,
Okay.
exactly,
I'm listening.
exactly, right. And so once I got situated, my apartment was ready. I was like, all right, I'm good to go. Madison moved with me. I was at Mount Ida College as a resident director, judicial affairs. I did a whole bunch of stuff for like 4 years maybe. And then I started getting interested in diversity affairs, diversity, inclusion, and equity, multicultural affairs, all that good stuff. And that's when I saw there was a position open at Wheelock College.
Okay.
Right in Boston, Fenway. And so I applied, interviewed. I definitely met Ivan during my interview. I think he was one of the students that interviewed me. Yes. You know how they have like some students, then they have the staff, then they have faculty. I believe Ivan was one of the students that interviewed me for that position. So that's how I originally met Ivan.
Okay.
Right. And so I started working at Wheelock in 2011. And my starting position at Wheelock was like program director for diversity and campus programming or something like that. So that's what I started off as. And then over time, I advocated for a different role, different position, promotion, all that good stuff.
You was doing a lot, I'm
Yeah.
sure, under that title.
Yeah, with the help of y'all, which
Yeah.
we'll get there. And so I became the director of multicultural affairs
Wow.
at Wheelock. So that's how I ended up in Boston. But I'm originally born and raised here in Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut.
So I remember, I didn't know the history of, first of all, that's crazy to connect the dots to that. Wow.
Right?
Yeah, we got to talk about that.
Yeah, we are.
But so I remember Ivan being excited about you coming, and I was just like, okay, cool. Like, who is this? So we come out to the Riverway, and you're like getting out of the
It
car.
was my first day.
Yes, your first day, you're like getting out of the car.
Yes.
And I remember just like, hey, I think we had just gone to a car accident or something like that. So you were like, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you
yes.
had
I
this-
had just got into a car accident maybe like a week before my start there, a
Yeah.
few days maybe.
A few
And I had a
days.
cast on.
Yes. So I remember like already like,
Yeah.
oh, like, hey.
You know, I actually remember what I had on that day. I had on like this blue floral dress, and Manny was helping me with my bags.
Yes, Manny,
Yep.
I remember because I met Manny then too.
Yes.
And I remember we just walked you in. We were like introducing you to like everybody. We went to your office.
Yes.
And I'm trying to think like what made me keep coming to your office, like what made me gravitate towards you. But I'm thinking that now that was the transition period when my mom was leaving Wheelock, and then like you were just like this nurturing, understanding, like you were just very like cool.
Right.
Like, you know how some people, when you meet them, you're trying to like figure out their temperament or like, I feel like you were always just like, what you see is what you
What you
got,
get.
which was like
Yeah.
really good for me. Cause
Yeah.
you know how, like, if it's a lot
Too
of,
much bouncy.
I can't do it. So like right away, I just like connected with you.
Right. Yeah, I think it was a combination of things, right? I think for one, it was my role, right, in multicultural affairs. And then you two were also heavily involved in Black Student Union and Alana, Alana, right, which was a
Yeah.
multicultural group.
Yeah.
And you guys just had a heavy presence on campus, right? So I think it was that. And, right, we're talking about Wheelock, right? Very white, predominantly white institution, right? Not only student-wise, faculty and staff.
Faculty and
How
staff,
many, right?
Yeah.
Aside from your mom and you guys, really, everybody, all the Black students look to your mom,
Yeah.
right, as that familiar face, the person for them
Definitely
on campus.
think you took that role. Yeah. You took that role.
Right. And it was your mom's last year. I can't remember. She did the whole year or
I was about to-
semester.
She did a semester.
It was one semester.
In my story, I keep saying she didn't even, so it couldn't have been that long. I
No.
think she was just there in time enough to meet you.
Yes, because I didn't have that much time with her on campus.
Yeah.
It was very short. And then she had ended up getting another role back home.
Yes. And she went back home.
So I think it was all of that, right?
Yeah.
Familiar face. And then we just like became locked in immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. It just became so much more than you guys' role on campus and just a familiar face. Like we truly were locked in. And I don't even think you guys understand what y'all did for me.
No.
I got to that campus.
No, because
Right?
I think I saw the value in you because I know that there were so many professors. Like, I don't know, how would you describe me in college? I wasn't like a bad like student, but like I was just like rebellious. Faculty and staff would come to you if they had like an issue or like something, like they will always try to find you to like talk to me or to try to like guide me.
Right. I think you were just like every other student, right, who was trying to not only find their voice, but how to use it, right, appropriately.
Yeah, okay.
So it wasn't too, it just looked different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You were just going to say what you felt. It was going to be said.
Yeah. No.
Unapologetically.
For sure.
Right? The thing was going to be said, but what you hadn't figured out yet was like how to say it, right, in different spaces and what that looks like. You know
how to move on after it's said.
Exactly. How to move on after it's said.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's where eventually that speaks to also the role I played in your life, right? So that, because we had to figure each other out. It's just like, all right, Eb, so you got to do this, you got to do that. You're like, but Jay, like this person said A, B, and C. This is how I felt, and I ain't like it. So now what? You know what I'm saying?
And I think I let you in and I trusted you because you always validated how I felt. Yeah. You always, no matter if you didn't understand it, I think it was a thing of like, okay, Eb, I get that. And no, that person shouldn't have said that to you, but this is how we got to go about things.
This is how we got to manage these people.
That's your thing always. This is how we got to manage these people. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't want to manage people though.
Because it's a lot of work.
Yeah. We just can't get rid of them.
Yeah, like, right.
Why we got to deal with them?
Right.
And that plays into today, our dynamic. But
Exactly. But yeah, so I was there for your last 3 years.
Yes, my last 3 years.
Yep.
And then I remember senior year, it's just so funny how you say how you got to Wheelock in your transition to Boston and everything you were going through, because I feel like that was also a connection with us because I think you saw firsthand the dynamic between me and Ivan.
For sure.
And how it was starting to shift in a not so positive manner. And I think that you know how someone could be like a silent presence there? So like you wouldn't say a lot, but you definitely had this like, this stance of like protection. Like you didn't have to say anything, but it was just felt. Yeah. And I remember just coming to you a lot. I remember you just like always finding your way like around me or like calling things out or just saying different things. Then I remember when I got pregnant, you were one of the first people that I told.
Right.
And I remember like telling you, and I think I said it in episode 1, like you could tell Jamie like the house is on fire. And she's like, okay, so where's the hose? Where's the this? And everybody's like running around screaming. And she's like, it's okay. Like, we're going to all get out.
Get there.
Everybody pack a bag.
Right.
We're going to be good. And you're looking at her like.
Get the things that you value most.
Yes. So I think when I came and I told you those things, you were just like, okay. Like, you didn't make me feel crazy. You didn't make me feel scared. Like, I remember picking a baby name, like baby names in your office.
Yeah,
I remember,
sure did.
But I do remember in that, right, you telling me like, Eb, this isn't going to be easy.
Right.
Like, have you thought about daycare? Have you thought about this? Like, you kind of was like trying to give me that glimpse of reality because Jamie says all the time, and this is like the power of having someone around you who like knows you. She can like see in me when like I'm physically somewhere, but like mentally, like I'm somewhere else.
Days,
I'm like in a daze. And I think that for you being able to notice that is just like so powerful, the way that you handle, me.
Right.
So I think knowing that, we just started gaining that trust.
For sure.
And I made you Kalani's godmother.
Yes. Instantly.
Like
before you even graduated.
I was about to say, like, it was just like a known thing. Like, okay, you're Kalani's godmother.
Right.
And I remember no matter where I was in life, like there's so many things I go back and tell her today, like, and I'm like, oh, so and she's like, Eb, I was on the phone with you when that happened. Like, you called me. I remember that story. And I'm like, I called you? She's like, you called me for everything. Everything, like even like intimate stuff, like
man,
like the first time. So after, because me and Ivan were together, we were like each other's first and everything like that. So like the first time after that, when I like sexually engaged with somebody, I got in my car and I called Jamie. And I was like, I just had sex with a man. She was like,
he was a man.
I was like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a man. And she's like, yeah. And like,
It's like, yeah.
but like, that just shows how like,
Yeah,
like I just came to you with whatever. And it's so funny now
Everything,
because like people will say to her, but I bet you don't know this. I bet you don't know this about her. I bet you didn't tell her that. And she's like, no, Eb tells me
for sure.
everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, the like, it's like just a place where you could just be raw.
Right.
Like, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I don't think you guys understood, especially you, the role you played in my life. Right.
Yeah.
So you have this, like, I was this certain person to you. But when I was at Wheelock, that was like probably some of the worst years of my whole entire professional life.
Yeah.
Like, it was horrible. And if I didn't have you, like you said, you became my work study student, but it was so much more than that. If I didn't have you, there's no way I would have survived working at that institution. There's just no way. And remember, like, I was still, in my late 20s? I'm still trying to figure out.
For sure. Now that I think back to that, that's like crazy too. Like,
I was in my late 20s.
And it was just a lot being thrown your way. I feel like, and just talk about like how you got to Boston too. So you're still navigating being a single mother in a place where it's not familiar to you, in this role where people are literally like playing in your face. The definition of like they were like telling her like all these things and just try to like alienate you. I feel like, and just like,
absolutely,
it was just so much
gaslighting. That's what it was. We didn't have that term then.
But we did not have that term then.
But what?
When you go back and look at it, it's like, wow. And I remember, it's so crazy because I remember then having this protection. Like, I knew you as a professional and you couldn't say certain things and you couldn't step to people a certain way. But like,
I knew that you were untouched as a student, because at the end of the day, we work for y'all. We work for the students.
Yeah.
And so, for sure, at a certain point,
it was like all bets are off.
All bets are off.
Don't say nothing to her. Don't look. But it's so crazy because I remember a whole baby shower being planned for Jamie.
Yes.
They came to me and asked me what kind of cake she liked, everything. But then I'm walking by. No, matter of fact, they asked me to walk her to the place.
You were distracting me.
I was distracting, and I didn't even know that they were throwing her a baby shower.
Right.
And I was just like, oh, like, and I remember like low-key not being invited. Like, it was like this thing.
No,
I think
that was high key.
Yeah. Like this, it was just like this weird energy.
How do you go to the person, right, that knows everything about me, the closest person to me, closest student to me on this campus, ask them to basically help you plan the thing, but not telling you what the thing is, and then telling you to distract me from the thing, and then telling you to walk me to the thing.
But
to the thing, and you're like,
oh,
surprise.
Hey.
Like, that was wild.
So, yes, I don't know.
They hated our relationship, though.
But that's been like a theme.
Oh, that's such a theme. Ooh.
And I really don't remember like this transition period. Like you said, how we are now was really how it was from the first day. Yeah. Like,
locked in instantly. Locked in. No switching up. No nothing.
Yeah. I like babysat for you. Like, I remember you being so comfortable. Like, even your nephew. Like, I was just like automatically like in your family, which is crazy too. Like, when you think about the story. And you just shared your family with me. So I really think that from day one, I just appreciated the bond. And then like, I think it formed this sort of dynamic for us, which is so hard. So y'all hear me say OG a lot. Like, I call her OG, which before we like started filming, I was like, what does that even mean? Right? You know, you like sit down and you ask yourself, where did that come from? What does that mean? I think so often we find ourselves trying to like explain the dynamic to people. And I think I said in one episode, I was like, one day it's like a mother, one day it's like a sister, one day it's like a best friend, one day it's like strictly a business partner. Like, it's so many things, but it's just like this OG. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just OG.
Right.
Like,
One day you just started calling me that. I was like, ooh.
it fit.
I was like, I like that.
I think we were like playing around or joking around.
You was like, you the OG. You the OG. I was like,
it
ooh,
just
I like
stuck.
that.
So everything is like, oh, that's the OG.
That's the OG. Right.
And it just stuck.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
So what would you say about our dynamic? Like, how do you feel, like, from your perspective, I would say?
Yeah, definitely. I think our dynamic, some days it's so much fun and it's like we can't be serious at all. Some days we come in and we're both in our moods and we just automatically know, here's my corner, here's your corner. We're going to stay in our corners until we feel better and we come around. But our vibe is just like so on point that we already know what it is and we don't even have to speak about it.
And it's so funny because not that I want people to know the inside, like the intimacy of the relationship or friendship, but I often tell people, like, no, we argue.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, we get into it. Yeah. It's just like, number one, we don't display it.
Yeah.
But also, it's just the way, kind of like what you said, like, we'll have our differences and we'll say what needs to be said. If it's like, we'll go our separate ways. And then if we see each other, we're like, hey.
Right.
And the other one's like, hey.
You need a ride home?
You done for today? You got clients tomorrow? Like, because it's so interesting. Like, we see each other every day.
Right.
Every day, from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. So I just think that that plays into the dynamic as well. And it's just so interesting. Like she said, one person will be like high, one person will be low. Right. And then you bring the other person, like, it's just such a equal balance. And sure. I love that.
Yeah. And I think too, we have been actually forced to think about our dynamic and figure it out because so many people ask about it and want to know. And are so fascinated by it.
Intrigued.
So intrigued. And so it has actually forced us to like really think about it and define it even when we didn't want to. You know what I'm saying?
And it would be weird. I feel like for people, like, we'll like go to, they're like, okay, so what are y'all? And then we'll be like, we don't know. Right. And then like, we'll describe it like, so y'all friends? And we're like, no. And then like, so y'all are like sisters? No. And it's like some days where like, I feel like your child. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some, like, the way you're protective of me, the way, like, you motivate me, like, the potential you see in me, and, like, you beat it out of me. Like, beat it out of me. But it's funny, because I was thinking yesterday, we were having this conversation just last night, and she asked me, oh, do you think about going back to school? And I was like, yeah, you know, I think about it, but I'm a little insecure being in academic settings and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, like, when you're talking to someone, usually, like, a friend would be like, no, for sure. Like, I get it. And she was like, yeah, but no. Like, I hear you, but, like, you're going to have to push your way through that because you need to get on the other side of that. And I, like, reflected because I knew we were doing this episode and, like, just little things like that. Sometimes people don't feel comfortable doing that for you because of however I don't want to offend this person. I don't want to over talk for them. But it's like, I think that both of us kind of find our way out of those spaces and still hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we give each other that feedback no matter.
Absolutely.
Because it's out of love. You know,
sure.
I think that
we understand that.
And we can both feel that because there's been times where we don't agree.
And it's not always going to feel good. It doesn't
it's
feel
not
good
always
all the
going to feel good.
No, it doesn't
and
feel
it's
good.
and I think a lot of times with us, we'll have these like conversations and it might not be finalized that night, but then we'll come around and you do this a lot. You'll be like, I thought about something you said, Eb, and I'll forget that we even had the conversation. You'll bring it up and I'm like, not dang you was listening, but like dang you was listening. Like,
for
you know,
sure.
like, you'll say it like verbatim of what I said. I'm like,
absolutely.
That's a good feeling to know that like you pour into someone the same way that they pour into you. And I think that that's huge too in our dynamic.
Absolutely.
Like it's so balanced.
Right. And it's funny that you said that so often you feel like the child, because I feel like as of recently, I feel like the child. Okay.
These past 2 years, I would say,
yes.
I was going to talk about that too when we talk about our dynamic. I think that's why people get so frustrated because we cannot put a like finalized label on it, because like you said, we'll have seasons, right? And I feel like in this season I have been more like
protective. Like, nah, that's the OG.
Yeah.
I'm not about to play with the OG.
And even telling you.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to let people play.
Right.
Like, you need to stop letting people play with you.
For
like,
sure. That's
you
what
know,
I said.
so.
I feel like the child. You're definitely the mother.
The what?
The mother. As of lately. Right? Where you're just like, no, come on, get yourself together.
And we're not doing that.
These people, we're not doing that. You letting these people play in your face. I'm going to need you to, like, fix that.
Or do you want me to say something?
Right. And I'm like, no.
I need to-
Right. Look, the people not ready for the real joy at all.
Because I'll say
So I'm
something.
like, okay. I'm gonna get it together.
Like, give me some time.
Right.
Like,
Chill. Let me figure it out.
and I think that goes back into the like where we started versus where we are now. I feel like we started in the role where I was like the student, right?
Yes.
And I remember back in the day, I called you a mentor. That was like the word, like, that's my mentor. And then it was Kalani's godmother.
Yes.
And then, but all these things started being stacked. Like, it wasn't just one thing. It's like, okay, in this.
Right.
So when I look about that evolution,
Yes. Evolve.
the evolution
right.
of the relationship is just so interesting, and like how we kind of found our way to the real joy of beauty and Boosie on Lock, which is interesting because once again, people try to figure out that dynamic of like, what is it? And it's funny because we went into it not realizing
Where it was gonna take us, for sure.
and what it even was.
Right.
Like, you started out your business. You started your business in
2019.
2019.
Right.
And I didn't start until 2022,
2022.
the like July. And that wasn't even
Right,
like official.
right. Yeah.
That was just me when I started taking on clients and, you know, let us say, getting your
Here and
feet
there.
wet,
Right,
you know. But I think that a lot of times when people see us and they see where we are now, I think people visualize in their head, okay, they sat down, they had this meeting,
Right.
they structured it, that you're going to do this, and it's like, no, it kind of, with everything, like us just fell into place, like a very natural flow.
Yeah. And a lot of people assume that you're actually under me. And that was never a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In terms of like under my business.
Yeah.
Because truth
Like-
be told, who had their LLC first? It was the real joy.
But it's so
You know
funny,
what I'm
right?
saying?
Because like that stuff never, like, even when you just said that, I never thought about, I had my LLC before.
sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I never like thought about it
Absolutely.
like that, or like, but it's just so funny how we would have never came to that understanding if someone didn't push us to like look at it that way.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
you know what I
True.
mean?
Yeah,
Because we operate in just such like fluid, like whatever. But
sure.
when people make you see stuff, it's like,
Yeah, that did happen. For sure.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I'm saying it's just like people assume that it's like one way, but in reality, it's just like this flow, this exchange, this like equal level of encouragement, motivation.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I would have gotten my LLC. To be honest, like it wasn't like, you know, I fell into this business, but I wasn't really thinking about going where I am right now with it. You know, it was a side hustle.
For sure.
And so then you got yours, and I was just like,
I need to get that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I probably should get that.
And I love that, like, I think a lot of times on social media, people will see something from someone and they'll get inspired, but they won't necessarily say it was this inspiration. But I love that.
background.
We'll say it all the time. Like, I'll wear something. I'll be like, yeah, remember when you were boom, boom, boom? That's why I got this. Or she'll come in and be like, I ordered this because remember when you had that on, I wanted this. And I'm like, but it's just such a like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Because we give each other that like
Props, the recognition.
props.
Yeah,
Like, you
absolutely.
inspired me to do that.
Yeah, because why not?
Why not?
No, I'll straight up tell you. Oh, I like that. I'm about to order one. Or
like,
why you didn't get two?
Why you didn't give me
Right,
one? You know I was gonna like that. Like,
Exactly.
You could have got that for me.
Right.
But I definitely think, and that goes back to the dynamic. I was thinking about this earlier. People like look at us and I feel like they think it's like a carbon copy, right? Like it's Jamie and then there's Ebony. And it's like, if people only knew how different
we are.
But it's about we celebrate each other's differences, and I think that's why it works. And we're inspired sometimes by each other's differences. And I just think the way that we carry ourselves, yes, our style, but I'll see like a little inspiration from me and a little inspiration from you. Like it's just such a collaboration. I don't know. It's just.
And the biggest thing we do is respect each other's differences. Yeah, for sure. We respect it. You're not trying to make me do A, B, and C. I'm not trying to make you do A, B, and C. We have our own perspectives, our own viewpoints. But like you said, we celebrate those differences. We use it to our advantages.
I was about to say, because we, okay, you into makeup.
Right.
Do my makeup, please.
Yeah,
you know what
sure,
I'm saying?
absolutely.
Okay, so when I need my makeup done, I'm going to you.
Yeah.
And I just think it's so...
Wait, do you remember when I was interested in makeup at one point?
I told that... So... I wasn't thinking about doing makeup.
No,
when
I was.
Yes, when I got to Connecticut, before you didn't even take. Did you take the Sister Walk class yet? You did.
I did,
but I
yes.
don't think you was really like
into it like that.
So when I got here, because that's why I started working at Ulta. Because remember I was like, I'm gonna get the discount.
Exactly.
I'm gonna give you the makeup.
I'm gonna take these classes.
And then I started watching the YouTube videos. And remember, at your house, every time you were in the living room, I just could not get off the YouTube videos, like
on the big TV.
On the big TV, and I'm the one that fell into makeup, so I just think that's interesting too. But yeah,
so funny.
But it wasn't like you stole the idea from me. I was going to do the makeup, and now you do the makeup. Like it was like, okay, well,
how dare you?
How dare you do the makeup?
Right.
I wanted to do the makeup, but yeah, and I think another thing too, people think they can like go to you about me.
Oh, for sure.
Like get me in trouble. Like,
hey, I'm gonna go tell Jamie.
I'm gonna tell Jamie, or like they'll come to Jamie if they want me to like do something. They'll be like, and Jamie will tell people, they're like, I don't control that girl. Like Ebony got a mind of her own, and she gonna do what she want to do, and she gets on my nerves sometimes. Like, like she be ready to
box all the way out. She don't even know it.
No, I be knowing. One time, y'all, we got into it, and she gonna text me, I should come over to your house and shake the shit out of you. And I'm like, what? Like,
and then she didn't even respond, and it made me even more
I left her on red.
She left me on red. I was
red
like,
receipt on. I was like this.
Yep. So if I pull up,
like, okay, whatever.
Like, whatever.
But yes, I think that's another funny thing, the dynamic, how it looks to other people, because I say sometimes it's motherly. I think that people are like, okay, well, I'm going to snitch on you. I'm going to tell on you. I know who to go to. And I'm like, she know.
Yeah.
She know how I am. Like, that ain't the one, because she going to tell you.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes I'll be like, Eb, you think you should? No. Okay.
And that's another thing. Like when people think we're so alike, our temperament is so different.
Yeah.
Like Jamie has to like bring me down a lot of times because I'm like on 100 a lot.
Yeah. Right.
And I think
you get there a lot faster than I do.
I get there a lot faster. Mm-hmm. But
when the OG is there,
it's no coming back down.
Ooh, baby.
So that's the balance, I think. Because when you do get there, I snap out of mine.
Yes,
I'm like,
you instantly.
I'm like, oh, okay, this is real. Like, or like and then like we get like so caught up on different things, like things that make you mad or whatever. I'll be like,
that's not even that serious.
You mad over that? But then when you'll look at me like, okay, like. So it's just funny.
But we validate each other, though.
We do always validate each other.
We may not understand it, but we're going to validate.
Make a little joke. Or
right. Like you forced it.
Yeah, like, she better quit playing.
Right.
Like, she better relax, I guess. Right. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, okay. Let me know if, okay. Like.
You good? Yeah.
But I think that plays so much into our business. Like, how we. And I can't wait we're going to get into that in part 2, because there's just so many different like stories where we both, it's so funny because what my clients do to me sometimes and vice versa, like we'll be like, oh no, that's just how so-and-so is. And we're like,
no,
you want me? And we're like, no, it's okay. We're good. Everything's good.
Yeah. It's funny because we are so much softer with our own clients, but me listening in on some of yours, I'm like,
yeah.
I don't want to have to walk over there. And then vice versa. You're like, Jay.
And I think it's validating too, because in moments with our clients, I think that we just become so used to it. I think,
Absolutely.
like so numb
Yes,
to the treatment or so numb to that.
Like you said, that's just how they are.
Yeah, that's just how they are.
Yeah.
But when someone a fresh ear, you're like, don't let her talk.
That's not okay.
And then like I think we'll go back and be like, yeah.
Right, absolutely. For sure.
So yeah. So in part 2, we're gonna talk about our business, how we fell into it, how we work together versus how we don't work together, just different things like that. And yes, I'll see you in part 2. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, but she a Libra too.
The devil is a liar.
I said the devil is a liar.
Yeah.
Victory.
Yeah. Give me water.
I see your growth think it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it.
Welcome back to the Real Joy podcast. Today I have with me
Jamie, the OG.
OG is back. Yes. I told you I was going to see her since y'all love her so bad. Here she is.
OG is back.
OG is back in the building. So to start this episode off, we are going to read a journal prompt from, hopefully you got your journal. What are you doing? It's available.
Yeah, what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for? Do you want to heal? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so.
Oh, really? Do you want to heal?
No, do you want to heal? Do you? So we have the Real Joy Podcast journal, which is a healing guided journal. So we are going to do our prompt. So this says, what is one truth about myself that I've been avoiding?
Ooh. Yikes.
For sure.
You go first.
Okay. I can say, after doing my real talk, I believe. See, I don't even want to admit it. I don't even want to say it.
You want to say it out loud?
I think that I am a true self-sabotager. Is that a
Yeah.
I said that right? Self-sabotager?
It's going to be a word today.
Yeah, it's going
Hello?
to be a word. That's a word.
Yep, it sure is.
It's going to be a word today.
It is.
But yes, I think that I truly self-sabotage. Like, I get in my mind. I don't even have to see an outcome. I create the outcome in order to protect myself from what it can actually be. But how do you know?
Right.
So I just completely avoid things, or I just count myself out before I can even get in the room. Sometimes I don't even show up, and I just tell myself, you can't do that. And that's a lie from the pits of hell. So yes, that's my truth that I hate, that I've avoided about admitting, that I don't want to admit, but that I'm, you know how you just play things back, and I can be like right there. Like I see so many moments where I've been like right there.
And then you're like, no.
You know what?
I'm not going to do it.
This ain't it.
Yeah.
What if it was it?
What if it was? You done talked yourself out
And
of
I
it.
talked myself out of it.
Yeah, and you done missed the thing.
So, what about you? What is one truth about yourself that you've been avoiding?
Oh, man. First of all, I think there's several things that I completely avoid. But to narrow it down to one, I think it is like I have no control over people's narratives, right? And I have a hard time really letting go from that. You know, like if I'm in a difficult situation or I had an argument or something with somebody and it didn't end well, I'm over here, you over there. I have a hard time fully letting go because now they have their own version, their own perspective, their own narrative, and they're going to tell this person and that person and that person. And the fact that I don't have any control over that actually drives me insane.
Yeah, like, what are you over there saying?
What are you over there saying?
Yeah, because people love to, like, spin things.
They love to spin things. You think I'm a punk because I ain't no punk. I have issues with that.
I gotta show you.
I gotta show you that I'm not a punk.
I'm not no punk.
Right? And you tell me a lot. Jay, you gotta let that go.
That's
like
not
you
for
cannot.
us.
That's not for us. You have no control. Somebody, they're gonna come up with whatever they want to come up with is their narrative, and I can't do anything about it. And I know that, right? I really do know that. But actually, I have a hard time
accepting
that.
You know it, but accepting
I know it.
that is hard.
I have not gotten to that point of accepting it.
Oh, that's real.
So, yeah.
We do talk about that a lot, but that's real.
Yes.
So today's episode is going to be on a mother's love, which I think is so like, ooh, just being a mom. I've only been a mom for 10 years. You've been a mom for 20 years.
Yes.
It is such a crazy ride.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Like,
I was about to say journey, but I think crazy ride.
Yeah.
No, that's actually perfect.
It's such a crazy ride.
Yeah.
It's like a roller coaster ride. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
from the age of like 0 to like 2, you're obsessed with your kid. They are the cutest thing in the world.
Yes.
You're like, mama, woo, yay. Like, you said it.
Right.
And then 2 to 4.
It's a little rough. A little
I
tough.
never want to like
Right, box out
knuckle
with
up
Tyler.
But they make you want to like,
Oh, for sure.
right?
Especially when they headbutt you in the head, something like that.
just
Yeah,
do
make your nose
crazy
burn.
stuff,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
And then I think from 4 to 7, you kind of get that,
They're
my-
going to school.
Yeah.
Teeth
you-
are falling out.
A lot of firsts.
A lot of
right?
firsts.
Like,
Yes,
so you're
yes,
like,
yes.
oh.
Yeah.
And then 8 comes.
Ooh, yeah, 8 to 9. I would say 8 to 10.
8 to 10.
Yeah.
And my daughter is 10 right now.
Ooh, baby.
8 to 10 is like, okay, so what I tell people now, 8 to 10 is like the pre-teen stages today. If we think about how advanced kids are and how things are so different, 8 to 10 is really like...
It made them fast forward into,
Yes, it's really like 11 or 13 now.
Right. Because they're really not, like, in this age, they're not allowed to be, like, kids. Like, I feel like they would still be playing with, like, the little toy trucks and the dolls and stuff at this age. But there's no toys at this age.
There's no toys.
There's no toys. Yeah, I agree with that.
iPad, the conversations that they're having with kids at school.
It has actually forced us to have certain conversations with them.
What? Do you remember last year, everything that I was going through at school with Kalani?
Absolutely.
Y'all, I was going to that school. This little boy was telling Kalani, I don't want to put this. He was basically commenting on her body parts in ways that third graders should not be commenting on their bodies. And it was very awkward. Yeah. It was very weird, but I had to start having conversations with her about her body and her knowing parts and putting words to things. And it was just so, to me, what felt like we would be having those conversations in like 5th and 6th grade.
Right. Had to have it sooner.
Had to have it sooner in 3rd grade.
Right.
So motherhood is just, and I think it's like always this weight, because like I tell people all the time, when you're a mother, you realize like, I am raising someone that's going to be an adult and who's going to tell their side of things, right? Because everybody has a side. So you could be thinking that you're like doing everything that you need to do for them, that you're showing up for them, that you're doing it not perfect, right? Because nobody can be perfect. But you're thinking that you're pouring into them in these ways, and in their perspective, It could be a whole
Completely different
thing.
Yeah. Well, that's like what I mentioned in the previous episode that we did with Madison.
Yeah.
On mental health. Remember the therapy session I said we were in?
Yeah.
And she was just like, honestly, it's my mom's fault.
You like?
I was like, who? Look around. Well, who your mama today?
It ain't me.
I know not.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, I've been here.
I've been riding.
When I tell you, that was like such a blow to me. I couldn't even focus.
And then you can't even get angry, right?
I can't, because that's
that's your truth.
That's her truth.
So it's finding your way through. I want you to say your truth.
Yeah.
I want to support you through your truth.
Right.
But right now, your truth is hurting me.
Your truth is killing me. I was like, what?
And I had to explain that to my daughter because, you know, there's been times or moments where I've wanted to do something with her, or I'll say something to her, and she kind of will like shrug me off or just, you know, give me a reaction that may not be the warmest. And I tell her all the time, I want you to know that mommy is human too.
Right.
I have feelings, I have emotions, and like the same way you want me to be warm and gentle and loving with you, I'm looking for that in return as well too.
Yeah,
so like we have to like take care of each other.
Right.
And I think a lot of times being moms, I think that it's often hard for us to advocate for ourselves in those moments because
we're
moms. It's like, deal with it. Like always. But I'm really trying to raise my daughter to understand that like, no, you have to, the same way you want this respect, the same way you want me to speak to you, the same way you have to do that in return.
Right. Absolutely.
Like, so I think that is just such a balance. And being a mom, I think it's about finding that balance in general in life. I know a lot of people who, for me, yes, I am a mom first, but I never want to lose who I am to myself as well. Like,
you don't want to lose yourself in motherhood.
Yeah, like, and I think that is so huge because I've seen it done.
Right.
I think I talked about it in the podcast, maybe on the first episode. I think that my mom her whole life was just focused on being a mom, focused on being a mom. And when I got 18 years old, and when I got into a certain place, she was like, I've been your mom my whole life. Like, it's time for me to live now. And I'm like, well, you should have been living at the same time. Who told you to do that?
Who said that?
Because now it feels like this resentment.
Where does that leave me? Yeah,
because I had to sacrifice this. I had to do this. I had to do this.
Yeah.
So now you're an adult. Go live, and I'm going to live my life. And I hear a lot of people say that. They're like, I can't wait till my kids are this. I'm going to start traveling. I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to do that. I'm like, why do we feel like we have
now? Yeah.
Why do we feel like we have to put our life on hold and like be this like strong, like no, like live
I remember
now.
when I got pregnant with Madison, I was like 23, 24, and one of my friends at the time, she said, oh man, when I told her I was pregnant, dang, that sucks. Your life is over. I said,
not over.
I said, over? And I actually, I was so mad at her.
Yeah.
I actually did not talk to her for a very long time.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually like still going through all the emotions, right? I'm like, okay, I'm actually pregnant. Like, trying to figure that out, right? And then for you to tell me that my life is over. But absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely
I have friends like that too. Like, they'll be like, you know, I don't know how y'all moms do it because I'm not doing that. I'm not putting my life on hold to take care of somebody and and I'm just sitting there like,
right.
like I just could not do it. Like, kudos to you because I want all my money, I want all my time, I want all that. I'm like, okay, I get it. But I also just feel like motherhood is not like this 18-year sentence.
No.
Where you have to put yourself on the back burner.
Absolutely not.
And now I just got to lock in and like, you can still find life.
There's balance.
There's balance.
There's balance, yeah.
You can still become who you want to be.
Right.
You can still do everything you want to achieve.
Accomplish your goals. Yeah, absolutely.
While being a mother.
Same time.
So I just think that
I think we're examples of that too.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I definitely think that. And I think that the kids, when they come to the studio, we often say at times, they don't get it. They don't understand.
Yeah.
But I can't wait until they get to an age where they can appreciate it and they can look back and they can be like, wow, like we watched our moms literally like own their own business. And like we saw it from the beginning to
where it is now.
takes us, God willing.
Right.
But yes, So
I
how do
want
you,
to touch upon. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Back when you just said that you have to remind Kalani that you have feelings too, and even though I'm your mom, I still have feelings, because kids actually bully their parents,
especially girls.
Yeah.
That dynamic is like so interesting. I feel like
Yeah.
it's like, and I feel like we try to be so soft and loving and understanding, and there's times
And you just like, yo,
what?
right?
Like,
Whoa, I was being really soft.
and they're just like,
Yeah,
like the other
do
day,
not care.
Yeah, the other day, perfect example. I was, doing my hair and I was spraying this like leave-in conditioner in my hair. And Kalani was sitting on the couch and I was like, "You want mommy to spray some in your hair?" She was like, no. And I was like, so I'm not gonna lie. The pettiness in me. I said, okay, well, if you want crunchy hair, you can have crunchy. She's like, my hair's not crunchy.
It is
now. Because why are you trying to play me?
Right,
and
right.
I'm just like, in that moment, I'm like,
No, they do.
what did I do to you?
They
Like,
do, yeah.
I'm sitting down. Look, I don't even like wrestling. We got
Right.
wrestling on the TV because that's what you want to watch. I really want to be upstairs in my bed. I'm
Right.
trying to do this little mom-daughter.
Yeah.
Why you got an attitude?
Right. I have two. I have the 6-year-old bullies me. The 20-year-old bullies me. It's like, it's
They
really
so soft.
They're,
As soon as you fix your lips to even say, "Oh, why are you talking to me like that?"
You be like that. The tears, the sad
Or
face.
she'll just go in her room, and I'm like,
Walk away.
hey, yo,
Right. No, that's a real thing. Kids actually bully
they
bully their parents. They do. Absolutely.
People don't talk about it. These kids is bullies.
They are.
I don't care what nobody say. But
It is.
when you talk about motherhood, I often think of times a lot. So, like, I know this is like a reoccurring. I lost my mom at an early age. So when I talk about mothering, a lot of times I try to do it from the lens that she mothered me
Right.
with, through. And how do you feel about that? Do you feel like that's like a positive thing? Like, how do you feel like when it comes to mothering? Do you do it the way that your mom mothered you, or have you found like your own spin to it?
Yeah, I do find that I do a lot of what my mom did with us. Probably most things that I do,
Most.
right? Even the things I did not like, right, that I actually have made sense of or find the value in. I definitely parent the way my mom, even the way, she woke me up in the morning, woke me and my brother. She had this little song, good morning, good morning. I may not sing this song, but I'm very soft with my kids and waking them up in the morning, like very gentle, low voice. I'm all about experiences and the time. I try to be intentional with my time in the house with them, and because that's what my mom did.
Yeah.
And I think we have to be aware, too, of the way our parents parented us through their trauma. So I feel like, yes, there's some great things that I have taken from my mom, some valuable lessons and really, good things. And there's some not so good things.
Yeah.
Because it was coming through her trauma. She parented us through some of her trauma.
Yeah.
So I think we have to be really aware, because I think that's how we break generational curses.
Yeah.
And there are lots of generational curses that my mother intentionally broke, right? Because she was...
About that the other day.
We were just talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
Right? Stuff that her mom did, she did what, what she, the best she could with what she had,
Yeah.
right? But it was through her trauma.
Yeah.
Passed on to my mom. My mom was and she spoke about that when we were kids. My mom was very open.
Yeah.
She spoke about that. No, I'm breaking
Same.
this. She said, I'm breaking this
Same.
curse. She said, I'm on my knees every day breaking this so that you and your brother
Absolutely.
you're not gonna do A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Right.
And I look back to just my mom growing up. I always knew that my mom was a daddy's girl. Like her and her dad. And it's funny because then I became like that with my grandfather.
Yeah.
Like that was my. But I did not see her have this nurturing, loving relationship with her mom. I feel like a lot of things she did for her mom was out of obligation, but when she did for my grandfather, came from a place of love, or it came from a place of like she felt moved to do it. And it's so crazy now.
Is that because how she was loved by both of them?
I think so. I think that my mom embodied a lot of my grandfather's values and just who he was as a person. He was very strong. Like how I described my mom and how I described me, I can see that coming from my grandfather. He was a man of little words. He did not say much, but you could feel his presence when he walked in the room.
Right.
And yeah, so her and my grandma, I didn't see from my perspective of them having this like, oh, my daughter, oh, my mom. I could see that relationship with my grandmother and her other daughter, but not necessarily with my mom. And I think my mom was trying to heal that through being a mom to me.
Yeah.
Because my mom was the opposite.
Right.
So nurturing, spoke life into me, so I often wonder if she was trying to mother me while healing that with her and her,
Absolutely. I can relate to some of that.
Yeah.
And watching my mom's relationship with her mom. My mom adored my grandmother.
Yeah.
Like adored her. And my grandmother was a great mom. She was a great grandmother. But I have to say, my grandmother was a little weird with my mom.
Yeah.
It was a little strange.
It's weird, right?
It was a little strange. Like, for instance, remembering everybody's birthdays, and everybody would get, she did this lemon frosted cake. But when my mom's birthday came around, which was the week of Thanksgiving, don't change.
How do you forget that?
How do you forget that? My mom wouldn't get the phone calls. And this was as an adult, so I don't even know, like, childhood.
As a child, what that looked like.
Exactly. But as an adult, she would, like, forget my mom's birthday, or my mom wouldn't get the cake.
Which is crazy you say that, too, because I remember my mom always talking about how she didn't get a birthday party because her birthday was right before school started. So it was, like, almost in her head, like, she made an excuse of why she didn't get a birthday party.
Right.
So that's just so weird. But what they did with that as mothers, I think, like you said, my mom was very intentional.
Yes.
And like had these conversations with me at an early age. Like, no, we're doing this because of A, B, and C. No, in this house, we say, I love you when we go to sleep.
You're not going to bed angry.
Yep.
You apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if being a mom to us healed the wounds with their mom.
Oof. I think part of it, well, from my experience, I think part of it. But when my grandmother was transitioning, right, and my mom became her caretaker, I can also see my mom still searching for answers in that, and the way she cared for my grandmother. Like, she went over and beyond, I think, still trying to look for that, like I said, remember, my mom adored my grandmother. Yeah. And I saw it in her caretaking, too, like, went over and beyond. But I saw it through a lens of, like, still searching for that acceptance or
appreciation.
That appreciation or whatever trauma happened at whatever age, that showing up a little bit, too. And still wanting my grandmother to say something, even through her transitioning, that my mom wasn't hearing.
Wow, that's powerful.
Right? And it's just like, so watching this was very interesting from my perspective. And then hearing my mom talk to me about her, journey with taking care of my grandmother and whatnot, and how she felt versus her siblings and the way, all of that. It was just like,
that's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I often think at times, me as a mom and how I go about things, and you probably hear me say this all the time, I compare myself to me being my mom and Kalani being me. Because it doesn't help that the little girl looks
just
like me when I was her age. And then I just feel like because I've embodied my mom's spirit and everything about her, I'm just like, oh, like it's such an interesting dynamic, I would say, because I feel like I have used that energy of grief and everything with my mom to kind of recreate what I had with my mom, with my daughter. But then I often wonder in times, am I putting too much weight on my daughter and that relationship to like be this thing that helps, you know what I mean? I just feel like in times when we're doing things, we feel like it's like a positive, but like at the end, right, when she becomes an
Yeah.
adult,
Right.
she's gonna have her perspective, and I wonder what that's gonna look like.
Yeah.
So
Do you feel like there are parts from the way your mom parented you that you were trying to heal? And does that show up in your parenting?
yes. Oh my gosh. And the biggest thing, we've talked about this, and I remember I like broke down in tears at your house. I don't even know if you remember this, but my mom, being a single mom, she often needed breaks and she needed time. So I remember like being at family members' house who like, they weren't trying to hide the fact that they wasn't trying to babysit.
Right.
So I remember like always being around, being the only kid. So like whether it was my grandma watching me, my aunt watching me, somebody watching me, I felt unwanted there, and I felt like they didn't want me. So I would try to like make myself so small and not speak, not like I would
take up a
tiptoe
lot
to
of
the
space.
bathroom.
Yeah.
I would like be invisible almost. So like I wasn't a bother. I wasn't a nuisance.
Right.
And I remember going back to my Aunt Chris, that episode when she was letting me stay at her house.
Yeah.
One day I like came here. She was like, I can never tell when you're like in my house. Like I can't tell when you're here. Like
Who used to say the same thing? Yeah.
like it's like I would just sit in one spot. I didn't want to be in the way. I would
Right.
like tuck myself away. And she was like, even when she went in the room after she was like, everything was put back. Like I was never there.
Yes.
She's like, I can't even tell. Like, are you staying here?
Right.
Like I said, you can
Yeah.
stay here. Like, and I'm
Right.
like, yeah. She's like, you put everything back as if like you were
weren't
just
even there.
never
Yeah.
here. And I think that comes from being a child and just knowing, like, I would hear my grandma on the phone. Yeah, she brought this girl over here again, and I got to take care of her, and blah blah blah. So it's like, okay, like I don't want to say anything. I don't.
Right. Let me be almost invisible.
Yeah.
It was like that. Yeah, it was like that at my house too. When you came to stay with us, all of a sudden you would just tiptoe off. And I remember, we had Christmas or whatever, and people would be like, "Where's Eb?" I was like, "She disappeared." Eb went upstairs.
She's fine.
She's fine. And I was like, "Yeah, she'll reappear. She may not." But all of a sudden, you tiptoe upstairs.
So I think I have this guilt when it comes to Kalani being somewhere. My daughter knows she can go and stay over somebody's house. She can text me at 2:00 in the morning and say, "Hey mom, can you pick me up?" And I'm like, out my sleep, like, because I don't want her to be somewhere and embody that feeling of like not wanting to be there. I don't know how to explain it because it's not the same, because sometimes she chooses to be there. But I think I do parent from that trauma,
Yeah.
So that's like one of the examples I can think of.
Right. How do you how do you break that trauma? How do you, I know you're not there yet, but I guess rhetorical question, or you can answer if you're trying to.
Yeah, I think that often in times I have to, see, kids, kind of like what we said back to the bullying thing, kids are smart. They're very smart. And even though they don't know exactly what they're doing, they run on patterns, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like once my daughter realizes that, she uses it to her.
Yeah. I know my mama gonna come get me.
I know my mom's gonna come get me. And it almost becomes like this control thing, I feel like.
Definitely.
And sometimes I have to like, or like this power dynamic struggle, I feel like. So I really am trying to be better about that. Like if she goes to someone's house, I have a sit down talk with her, like, listen, you're making this decision. Like think of all that goes with that. Like, and I will make her commit to that decision. Like if you're going to stay over here, like that's going to be, and I'll see you in the morning.
Right.
Unless an emergency, you know what I mean? But it can't just be, oh, I changed my mind.
Right.
So just talking to her about commitments, I feel like that's huge. And I'm trying to like work through that with her.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I see it. I definitely see it.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes I struggle too with my boundaries with that. Because so often like for instance, Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I knew you needed a break.
Yes.
I knew Kalani was sick, like sick, right? But she had gotten to the point, medicines, and she was doing better. She wasn't 100%, but she was doing better. But I knew you needed a break, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I'm going to this Super Bowl party. I'm bringing my kids. you want Kalani to go with me? I was like, yes. He was like, yeah, da 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 da. And Kalani was like, oh, I'll think about it. And so I was like, all right, I'll call back in a couple hours. Kalani was like, she decided not to go. I wanted to say, girl, pack her up, send her downstairs, and tell her, let's go.
She's going.
But I knew you would struggle. I also knew you would struggle with that. Like you would not have been able to relax in peace the way you needed to, right? If you would have made her go, because you would have been worrying about how she's acting, which would have been impacting. You would have thought she would have impacted my fun or the other kids' fun. Yeah, I get it. So that's a struggle, I think, from my perspective, because I'm like, she will be.
Pack that girl up.
Pack that girl. Okay. Send her downstairs. She'll be fine. You get some sleep. You get some rest. Do some makeup. Whatever you need to do.
Do some makeup. For sure.
Right. But it is tough.
Yeah.
It is tough. Yeah.
But I think that, like anything, finding the people who get you, right?
Right.
Like, I feel like motherhood and the journey of motherhood, there's so many ways to mother. People have their things, but I feel like finding your group that you can identify with, that can validate you, I think that has been huge, because I feel like we often at times, like, we can joke together in the same manner, but I probably wouldn't call another friend and say that to, like, girl, my daughter, I'm about to knuckle up with her. Somebody says, oh my God. No, it's like, girl,
I would never.
Like, oh, like, I know, I'm not going to hit her. You know what I mean? But just being able to, like, find the
that
people.
Person that
that you just resonate with in that.
Yeah.
And I think that is really what helped you through the journey, the crazy ride of motherhood.
Right. Absolutely. Because this is, like, I always tell people, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
And you can't stop.
It doesn't stop. Because we have a lot of responsibility, right? We can either do totally right by our kids or totally wrong. Either way,
you think you're doing the right thing, but you're not doing.
Then they get older, and you're like, "Wait, what happened?" Because I thought I was being really intentional, and you don't have any more control. It's like, oh wow, all of that is like on us, right?
And it's that every day that thought process is here. And I remember talking to someone about it. I think an older woman, and we were talking about motherhood and everything, and she said something that resonated with me so much, and it was just like, okay. She said, you know how I know you're a good mom? Because of how the thought process of you being a mom. So you're actively thinking about how these things are going to affect her, your decision making. You care about the ending goal.
Yeah.
And you mother from that viewpoint. Right. And I was like, you're right.
Right, the validation.
Yeah, you know, because, like, first of all, the fact that you understand this, I feel like I was alone in that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like a lot of people like to act like they got it all figured out.
Oh, yeah.
And they cut their kids' sandwiches in stars and their strawberries and smiley faces and stuff. And to some people, that's what motherhood means. And I'm just like,
put all the energy into that,
Yeah, and to some people, that's how we weigh it, right? Like, everybody has different...
When we talk about values and morals and being ethical, that's loving on people, being good to people.
What am I teaching you? How am I cultivating you to be a human that's going to be out here taking care of folks, who's going to love God, who's going to make sure that you're so...
Do you remember what I always say about my kids?
Yes. That at the end of the day, you want to teach your kids how to love people, how to love on people. That is your biggest, that's how you know that you have been a good mom. Because right now you're just teaching them how to love people.
Yeah. Yep. How to love people and be a good human being.
Yep. That's your
Their career path may be one thing, they may be this, but are you a good person? How are you loving?
How do you treat people?
How do you treat people? How are you loving on your neighbors, your family, each other?
How do you show up in this world?
Exactly. I want my kids to be good human beings when they leave my house.
Yeah. This is such a good conversation. I feel like it was so needed.
Yeah.
I hope that this validated a mother out there. There's no perfect way to be a mom.
No, especially when you have, I don't want to say especially, but when you have multiple kids.
Yeah.
You have to parent differently. You have to love them differently. And it's just like, wow. And they don't understand that because they're looking at how I deal with Max, or Max is looking at how I deal with Madison versus Marley. And they don't understand that you three are completely different.
And I have to pour into you all
I do.
Yeah.
So it's hard. It's hard, but we do the best we can with what we have. And I think we have to be, like we say all the time, be really intentional about breaking curses.
Yeah.
When curses get passed down and down and down and down.
And you look up and you realize, oh, this is that.
It's like, yeah. It's like, ooh, that's me. Mm-hmm. Right. And so, but yeah.
What would be like your piece of advice that you would leave to a mother who's watching this, who often at times feels like how we're feeling, like maybe like, I know you had the podcast that you are doing with your best friend called Bad Moms or whatever.
Yeah, Worst Moms Ever.
Worst Moms Ever, yeah. So what would be your piece of advice for a mom who feels like the worst mom ever?
Yeah.
What would be like your takeaway?
My biggest piece of advice is don't forget to give yourself grace. We give everybody else grace, but we forget to give ourselves. Yeah. We forget to remind ourselves that we're human. We're not perfect. I really have to give myself a lot of grace.
Yeah.
And just say, Jamie, you have feelings. You're human. You did the best you could in this situation, or do things a little differently next time, reflect, right? But definitely give yourself grace, and I'm gonna steal yours and say, find your person. Find that one person that you can call, like, like my childhood best friend Chanel, how, when me dealing with Madison and some of her things that she has going on, and she just gets it.
Yeah.
And there's no judgment.
That's
Lock in. Find that mother, find that person, and just completely lock in. Because there are days you're gonna call that person, and you want to say, I want to box out so badly today, and they're just gonna be like, "Yup, that was me yesterday, girl. I get it."
No, that's your child. You just have to be like, I know that.
Or girl, bring them kids over here. Find your person, definitely.
Yeah.
What about you?
For me, I would say find your person, and also too, don't be afraid to step away in moments where you don't have the answers, in moments where it feels like I find myself sometimes just taking a break, or I'll tell my daughter, I might not have the answer for that right now, but like give me a moment, and just being okay with not always knowing, right? Like I don't try to like just give her or like pretend. Sometimes like mommy doesn't know right now, but let me, and I'll come back to you with
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yep.
So, yes. But make sure that you guys go ahead and get your downloadable version of the podcast journal. If you go on my Instagram, it is right there in the bio. It's a link right there, so you can purchase it.
It's really good, guys. It's
Yes.
really good, yeah.
And for right now, it is $8.99, but that's an exclusive price because at some points it will not be $8.99. The price is going up. So thank you so much for being here for another episode of the Real Joy Podcast, and we'll see you again soon.
Bye.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Real Joy Podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady choosing you. She dope as hell, but she a Libra too. I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily.
All right, so welcome back to part 2. So after we graduated, you got the opportunity. You want to talk about the opportunity why we went to Indiana? Well, yeah, you could talk about Indiana.
I spoke a little bit in the last segment around doing research at Ohio State for the summer. So this research program at Ohio State kind of set me up for what I wanted to do after college. I think going through college, my whole line of thinking was always that I didn't really know what I wanted to do next, but I just didn't want to work, if that makes sense. Like, I felt like going into the workforce is like I'm going to work for the next 30, 40 years of my life. So all I ever knew was school. By that point, I felt like school was this saving grace or this medium for me to get out, right? To get out the neighborhood, to change my family's life. So I figured I'm gonna try to go to school. Without the summer research opportunities program at Ohio State, I probably would have never even imagined to apply for graduate education at a place like Purdue University, right? Or to even take my GRE, right? The idea of taking the graduate the graduate entrance exam was far fetched to me. Like, this was not something that people around me did. People from my neighborhood, people in my family. So it was all new, and the only examples that I had was the new people that I met in life in college. So speed it up, me and somebody else from Wheelock applied to Purdue University because a professor in human development at the time at Wheelock was a Purdue alum. She said, well, since you did research at Ohio State, she was the one that introduced the program to us. Maybe you should think about applying for graduate school. I applied. At first, I didn't get in. Through some special, grace of God.
I didn't know that.
At first I didn't get in. I'm not sure why I didn't get in, but I didn't get in. That was reversed, and I now went from not knowing what I was going to do to know that I was going to Purdue in August. So you go from graduating in June to heading to West Lafayette, Indiana in about August, right? And that opportunity presented a lot. I received a teaching assistantship where part of my funding to be there, to be a full-time student, to get the stipend that I couldn't really work for. I had to be a full-time student. So when you set up in a Research One institution, if you find the right funding, right, I had funding from two departments, the African American Studies Department and American Studies. African American Studies Department, as an instructor in training, as a professor in training, required me to teach, or TA. That journey in itself, right, the idea that I was leaving Indiana, the idea that I was about to teach in a college classroom, coming from, my high school was in District 9, I believe, when I was younger. One of the lowest socioeconomic areas a school could be in, right? Although my school was made and primed for excellence, right, created to combat the prison school pipeline, I didn't really know how to write a paper going into college in the ways that my peers, right, or even going into grad school, my peers could. So it was an uphill battle, uphill feat. I made it to Purdue, to speed us up, right? I made it to Purdue. I went in August. Kalani was born in January. We had a talking rapport. We communicated with each other. I wouldn't say we were together.
No, we definitely weren't together.
But
I remember being home, and
she lived in North Carolina.
I lived in North Carolina. You were in Indiana. And I remember right before I had Kalani, I came out to Indiana to kind of see what it was like. And I visited, and we still weren't really together.
Yeah.
It was kind of, we were just like preparing to have her, trying to figure out what that was going to look like.
Yeah.
I stayed there for maybe like a month, I would say. And then I had to get back home because all my, everything was kind of set up for me to still have her in North Carolina. So I remember I didn't really have a lot set up for myself, like listening to you say like everything you had. I think I was very intimidated because like everything you're saying, because my mom gave this responsibility, me as a person kind of gave me as a responsibility to you. It's almost like she kind of was just setting me up to like be with someone who could take care of me, or like be not necessarily like pouring into me and like saying, well, maybe you could do this. It was kind of just like, well, you need to be taken care of. So I remember her like pressuring us to get married.
And that it was so random because this wasn't always her rhetoric. Like that wasn't, she talked about it, but the moment Ebony became pregnant, in my opinion,
it's automatic. Yeah.
Everything
and like
shifted.
She knew that like we weren't necessarily together, but it was like, okay, now that you guys have a kid together, you have to get married. And I think that was like very strange for me because there was no real trying to figure out where we were together at that moment. or like no one ever cared to repair us or to fix, or anyone sat to sit down with us and be like, okay, what's going on with y'all? Why aren't things working? But it was like this fast track to like being adults and being parents and being together. So as my due date came closer, still we weren't together. I remember you coming to North Carolina.
Had a baby shower. We skipping past it. We had a baby shower.
We had a baby shower.
A couple things going on. Some
I
family
mean,
from
and
New
I
York
think
came.
you were your comfortability level with my family was always, because we had been in each other's lives, we kind of grew up together.
Yeah.
So like our families,
That's good context.
yeah, our families all knew it was like family.
Yeah.
Like that's what we always say too. Like as weird as it sounds to people, I feel like we have like more of a sibling.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. We definitely have more of a sibling bond than you would expect from a situation as typical as this.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting that when you say that, not to cut you off, but there's people in her family that I think if I could get to today, it's still that energy about me. Like
My grandma
I could call Kamari and Kariana, and if they not necessarily doing the things they need to do as grown ass adults, they might still hear me. But that was all essential to me because of how I was taught to show up as a man of color, right?
Yeah.
And how I was taught to show up just in general, right? As a leader, right? As it is. And it wasn't always inextricably attached to me being a man. Like, you know how you get very patriarchal and it's, I have a phallus, I have a man, I have to take care of you. There was some hints of that, but it was really how I showed up as a black man in these white spaces. It's really how I showed up and showed a level of love that we didn't necessarily see on TV, a level of love that I was necessarily reading in books and was trying to manifest, right? Because now what we missing is like we pouring all this information, intellectualism in our brains. And not only that, but we trying to figure out how to show that, how to live that. And every college student is going through that right now. And if it's not college, it could be, all right, for lack of a better term, somebody in another dormitory situation, jail. They reading, they learning, they understanding, and they trying to figure out how to apply that to their lives, right? And it's all one and the same, right? And they're going through this transitional phases, and sometimes nobody is sitting you down to help you really chart out what you do and how you pivot and when you do this,
and
right?
I think that was at the beginning the downfall to our co-parenting start, because we didn't have anyone kind of sitting us down and saying, okay, this is what it's going to look like. This is what you're going to be responsible for. This is what you need to work on. We kind of like literally just went into it like, okay,
How we
like
get everything out.
Yeah, like really just like, okay. So I had Kalani January 2nd, 2015. She had to be in the NICU for about 3 weeks, I would say. I was supposed to have her December 23rd. They didn't induce me.
She wasn't trying to budge.
Yeah, she wasn't budging. My cervix wasn't ripening. I think that's how you say it. Yeah. So it was like a long process. We still hadn't figured out what it was going to look like with you being in Indiana, with me being in North Carolina. We still didn't really know what us being parents were going to look like up until her being born. Yeah. So we both, it's so funny because with her being born, you actually you were able to hold her.
Yeah,
and
I had
see
Kalani
her.
like the first 30, 40 minutes of her life.
Yeah.
By myself.
I had an emergency C-section, so I didn't get to hold her. I didn't really get to see her. And then they had to rush her off to the hospital that was like an hour away right after I had her. Just the way they induced my pregnancy, the medicine was going to her and not me. And it was like
Slowing her heart rate.
Yeah, it would like spike her heart rate, then it would slow it down. Spike her heart rate, then slow it down. So I ended up having to have an emergency C-section, which was very just on top of the unknown. Like that was like more added trauma to the whole process. And because I had a C-section,
It's a whole level and layer, not even to cut you off, but you know, as we think about media and talking and black women and C-sections and where you was at having that baby and
North Carolina,
you know, it's a level of like it could have been by design, and that's where, you know, I'm coming from with the rhetoric and intellectualism and understanding like she was a part of that statistic now of women who could have been forced into having a C-section. Like, for all we know, right, it could have been a whole nother alternative route. Because you were a black woman in that space, in that hospital at the time,
Yeah.
this is what they know to do to women of color, right?
Yeah, that makes
Absolutely.
sense. But so I feel like that journey kind of started off just very traumatic. We had to stay at the Ronald McDonald House
Or,
in one room with 2 beds.
and her mommy.
And my mom. So it was us in a twin bed, and then my mom
In
in a
another
twin
bed.
bed. And we would like go up to the hospital every day and visit with her from like the beginning of the day to the end of the day. Then we would come back to this room. I think my mom stayed for like maybe the first 3 or 4 days, and then she kind of left, and just like allowed us to kind of, I think my mom also in that moment was figuring out that like, okay, they need to figure out
Yeah.
what they're doing. Like, I remember my mom almost, I think she kind of felt like the third wheel, but like the glue at the time holding us together. And I think when she left us at the Ronald McDonald House, that was the first time that we actually had to like
talk and process things. And
talk as Kalani's parents, like the first real moment as Kalani's parents. And I think that we did an awesome job at it. I think that parenting came to us, like, it was very easy. It was very, like, it was an instinct for us because we were so used to taking care of people around us. Like you said, our little cousins at the time, like, we were that person for everyone. Like, we were already taking care of everyone. So doing it for our own kid in that moment was very, I think that was like the beginning of like me seeing this journey in my head. Like, okay, maybe this can work. Even though we're still not having conversations, even though I don't know what to expect, I feel very overwhelmed because, like, I feel like everyone was looking at Ivan, right, as like, this is this guy who has like all these opportunities, and now he has a baby, and now he has this baby mama, and she don't know what she gonna do. She don't know. And it's so funny now that I'm a creative and I do hair, makeup, and like that was always me, but I didn't necessarily have the support or people understanding the way my mind worked maybe. So always just seemed as if like I wasn't good enough. And I think I went into that co-parenting relationship thinking I wasn't good enough. I felt like I was like looked down upon. So I wasn't really confident as a mother going into co-parenting, but I knew that I had the support of my mom. And that's kind of what like kept me going, because like my mom, at first she was like, okay, you're pregnant. Like, she wasn't ecstatic, but she said the only thing I asked is that you graduate before, you ever did anything. She's like, you did that? Because it was 2 weeks before. So she supported me through that co-parenting. So I think like me going to Indiana after we had her, my mom supported that decision. I think that at first it was hard for her, but she understood like, okay, you're responsible, kind of went back to like what she knew of you.
Yeah.
And I went to Indiana. Still, we're not together. Still, we're not talking about what things look like between us, but I now have your baby. You have this opportunity in Indiana. I don't have anything set up for myself right now in North Carolina, so I need to go to Indiana. I don't think your parents were the happiest about it, which I understand, because they were thinking Ebony is going to get in the way of this opportunity that you worked so hard for.
I think, not to cut you off, I think if we could circle, I think Ebony shared a space where she resented me because I feel like at a time, my rhetoric to her was that I wanted more for her than she wanted for herself.
But I don't think it always came out that way.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think that we struggled in that space, and a level of resentment was created around me even feeling like that because I showed it, and showed it not always in the nicest ways. So in the ways that people will push off, well, he has all these things planned, from people around us to her family even. Oh, if you have a little girl, she gonna be on point. Ivan's this. I mean, I even showed up a certain way with her family, right? So I think that all of those things included with, I started to believe and feel a lot of that too. Like, well, she ain't got shit planned. I'm just gonna carry this shit forever. Like, and I think it showed in kind of visceral ways, not in ways that was nice, right? Not in ways that was encouraging to somebody that was that age, right? There was always a level of, I carried my age, but then 10 to 12 years extra too, trying to kind of show and be a role model. And I could remember and think of so many ways that I just was nasty. Some ways that I could still be nasty now, not with her, but just things in general, right? Because, you know, we're works in progress. But I can remember moments, or even when we speak particularly about coming to Indiana, I don't know if my parents, they wasn't happy about it, but at a certain point, I lived in a way where it was like, it's nothing you could say. I did everything you needed me to do.
Yeah.
I'm in grad school, I'm this, I showed up as a leader on campus. So at a certain point, I cared, but I didn't care. I think we had a conversation and I wanted her to wait until
You didn't want me to come when
I think I needed another 3 months before she came. And this is so I stopped you only because at a certain point, I stopped speaking to her mother, not on purpose. Not on purpose. We just wasn't communicating. It wasn't a riff. I would never beef with her mother. I might have felt some type of way, but if her mother reached out to me, I'm never gonna be disrespectful. I was never that with Miss Sherry. At a certain point, we had stopped talking. I didn't know that her mother was going through it. And I don't know if you know that purview completely. There's a space where we went from graduation to me figuring out school to you getting to Indiana and not knowing your mom was sick, not knowing that she was getting sick, not knowing that anything was happening to her. I didn't really know your mom was sick till I knew, but I didn't really know till I got to Pheasant Run. Like, I don't think that was ever something we sat down and talked about. You feel me? Because I will remember, and I think when I think back to this all the time, I always think of that moment for her mother to be such a pivotal part of it. I think the only time I spoke to her mother in between a lot of that is we was beefing about some money. Not me and her mother, me and her. And her mother as the mediator, like, all right, cut the shit. She kind of know I'ma communicate with her at a certain level and in a certain way out of respect. In certain ways, her mother could check me, right? Whether I'm getting angry, angsty, cut it out. And I would listen. I would adhere to that. And I think that there was a level of when she was transitioning to Indiana, I was clueless. I wasn't clueless on purpose though, right? I was trying to figure out.
Going on in my
I was
life.
trying to figure out everything that I was figuring it out. Like, I moved to Indiana on my own. I got on the plane and figured out the place that I lived.
Yeah.
I got the place before I got there.
We were like on airbeds.
Not to say that my parents didn't. My dad was not driving to Indiana. That just wasn't a thought. Like, and it's not the judge. I'm not judge. I think I used to judge him for it, but it's like I get it as a parent now. And granted, I'm gonna drive Kalani to Indiana, but I get it. You work a full-time job, you blue collar, you don't have time to really take these 3-4 days. My mom doesn't drive, so you doing the drive by yourself, then to come back by yourself. I flew to Indiana. I found some furniture a couple days later. They sent me a couple dollars. Airbag, thugged it out. I'm 20-something years old.
Yeah.
If you take me out of college and put me in another situation and I got a job, everybody's doing this right now at this age, or they in a worse or better situation. And I think that there was a level of unknownness for me that created probably more anger.
Oh yeah, you were very angry. Like, looking back on everything, you were just really angry. I remember when I got there, I had Kalani. At first, I didn't have a job because we were trying to work out childcare.
Tell them the truth. Why we ain't have childcare in Indiana?
No money?
Shit, we could have figured the money out. I went to Purdue. We could have figured the money out. What didn't I want? You remember that?
It was predominantly
this
white.
This is what I'm coming from.
Yeah. It was
Ain't no way in hell I'm going to come from Boston and New York and go to Indiana and expect somebody random. I don't know nobody out here. I don't know if I have family in Chicago. I don't know if I have family in Gary. Everything that I know is in New York City is on the East Coast. My brand new kid coming from a predominantly white institution where we was going to war with 40, 50-year-old white faculty because you felt a certain type of way about our existence in this space, and you want me to let you watch my little black baby?
But I also feel like, but on the other hand of that, you were angry because I was just home with her and I wasn't working and I wasn't helping.
I don't think I was angry about that. It might have been perceived like that.
Because you were just angry.
Yeah.
But
angry at everything else.
Yeah.
Because it was, to me, and not in a chauvinist manner or anything, it was my decision for you to stay home. It was your decision. You had the agency in it. But if I would have encouraged you to go to work, you probably would have found a job. I
did, though. I ended up working.
Eventually she did, and we tried to shift. But at first, hell no.
Yeah, so I think because of everything that was being said about me at the time and just the attitude around me, I was like, I did not want to ride his coattail in Indiana. I wanted to go to Indiana, make my own life, no matter what that looked like, even if it was working 2 to 3 hours a day. I wasn't going to be here and kind of like...
Charlie.
Yep, I worked at Charmin Charlie. So it was funny because he was at school and he worked at Finish Line, and our stores were literally right across from each other in the mall. So say he worked from like an 8 to 3 shift, then I would work like the 3 to 10 shift, and we would literally
pass the baby.
So like he would like be getting out of work, I would be going in. We literally hand each other a stroller, hand each other the bag, and I would go and work or leave work. And I think we did that for maybe like 3 months, I want to say. And that was like my favorite time because, like I said, I'm like, okay, I'm finally doing something. I don't know what my check was contributing. I don't really know, but I felt like, okay, I'm getting on the bus by myself. I'm gaining this independence. It's me and my daughter, like, okay, like I'm starting to feel my way out. I was like, I had made a friend. Like everything was kind of looking up. But I think looking back, I just could not get past the anger. Like there were so many untalked about moments with us. And I just remember like, if I could like just look at this measuring, cup of anger, it just kept rising and rising and rising. And I remember getting to the moment where I started to become uncomfortable. I remember your mom coming to visit while we were co-parenting, while we were in Indiana, and the way that you were like treating me, you started treating me that way in front of your mother.
Yeah.
And I think that was a huge sign for me, like, okay, so this is like what it is, like we're not going to escape this. Because usually you try to put on around people and like, but when that didn't change and I was said, okay. So I remember reaching out to my mom and making a plan where I wanted to go home. I don't think I necessarily included you in that plan. I kind of like started moving in my own manner.
This is by October. So if she came out there,
No, I didn't come out January. I came out there. Kalani was 3. Kalani was maybe...
She was maybe February, March.
Yeah, so...
By October, they was gone.
I would say I was in Indiana,
By October, they was gone.
Yeah.
October 10th.
You know the date?
I know the day, October 10th. By October 10th, they was gone.
Yeah, so I called my mom. I was like, I know you wanted me to try to work this out. This is not conducive to anything that is like positive for me. I remember just being in such a like fragile space where like if someone would have went like, boo, I would have cried. Like I was very just like fragile. I didn't really have anyone speaking life to me at the time. I mean, Jamie was always like that. I think, so our godmother to Kalani's godmother, we both had the same relationship with her at a point in time. But I think around this time, things start to like maneuver. She's a big part of our co-parenting, which we'll probably get into the next episode, like finding our way through co-parenting, like our village. But Indiana was just like such a turning point for me. And I remember like making that decision, like I'm going to be a single mom. Like, I'm just going to have to do this. Like, would it be nice to do it with someone? Yes, it'd be nice to allow my daughter to have her father in the same house, but maybe that's just not what that looks like for us. So I remember reaching out to my mom and just telling her, like, I can't do it. And her being like, okay, well, I'll get you a plane ticket and you have to come back home. And I remember feeling defeated, but a weight lifted off my shoulder at the same time because things were just, I had no handle on things, like no grip, like everything around me was just like, and I was just at a standstill. So I know we got into like this last huge fight, and then I was like, okay, we left, and then that was the beginning of our co-parenting journey.
Yeah, for sure.
For me leaving Indiana and not telling.
I think if I could describe those last few months, it still stems back to like one thing for me. I really had no clue how sick your mother was. And I think I keep saying that because...
At the time, though, she wasn't that sick.
But I think I just had no purview of any of that. Because it's like as soon as you went home, to me, that's how much I feel like is missing for me in the thought process.
No,
right?
she wasn't. So,
but I didn't even know that y'all were having disputes. So
so it wasn't about her sickness. It was about us just.
I didn't know how she was treating you, how she was making you feel. I didn't know that you was going to church and they was making you feel a certain, like, because we weren't talking. And I think to preface all that, like before Ebony was a partner, that was my friend, right? So we had gotten to a point where we weren't talking. About any of that. And at a certain point, we've spent so much time together trying to survive Wheelock that it wasn't just about her being my partner, like, you know, emotionally or, you know, like a boyfriend, girlfriend, but like, all right, this is the person that might really know me at this point and really understand me. And we hadn't talked about all of those things that really added pressure.
Like why I came to Indiana.
Yeah.
So it's like I was being treated like shit at home already. I was
being boozled by the fact that you wanted to come early, because even if we not on the best terms, I'm telling you I need until whenever to get us right. Let me get the money situated. I'm 20-something years old. You don't give me the time. Now we stuck in the same rut with the same pot of money. I'm resenting everybody. So the resentment wasn't just you. You just and you know, hurt people. You was just the closest person to me at the time. And that shit was bleeding everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and I was trying to hemorrhage it. The only thing that could hemorrhage it was the kid. You know? Everybody else was kind of fair game. You know? So I think for me, and even think about it now, I think I just had a level of ambiguity around like, yo, what's going on with her and her mother? You know, me and Moss are so close now. She treated me like shit. I couldn't stand that. I couldn't stand that right about the time you was about to have the baby. Your mother ain't want to stand in the crib. It's just mad stuff that she was never doing, she started doing. And I thought that it was just with me. And now that I think about it in full context, she was doing the same shit to you and worse. You know, and we trying to figure shit out. 2021, you still fake a kid. Yeah. You an adult, you doing adult things, but your mindset, your thought process is very kid-like. So I can even think about the anger, working with students now, being able to channel that rage. Like, yo, whatever monster you feel when you mad, like, you know, you got to know a monster better than that or a monster that can control it. Like, and boys learn that. Like, that's a learned behavior, patriarchal learned behavior. You angry, you act a certain way. And if it's no people around you, don't always have to be a man around you to tell you, but if it's no humans around to check that, it's like a dog. A dog do things around, a puppy do certain things around an adult dog. There's a level of correction, right? A level of correction that sometimes we as humans, we monitor, but we can't necessarily check because that's not our space, right? There's a level of correction that I needed, right? There's a level of correction that didn't exist, and that shit just all came out as anger. It came out as resentment. And I'm sure that everybody who could watch this, people in the room now, you've been to a point where you resent somebody for the way that you've always had to show up for them. And the same things that I resented then, I think I still show up in some of those ways now. I'm just not angry about that shit. Like, you know, try to be a thought partner, try to be an ear to listen, you know, try to keep putting Kalani first, because we did all, it's no reason for us not to put Kalani first. We done did all the bickering already, right? So the best resolve is kind of like to figure out, how do we make sure she has the best life possible? How do we make sure that she gets the words of wisdom that we missed at 10, at 13, at 17, at 21? Like, how do we pour those things into her? And I think it's funny because how we dealt with each other informs heavily how we parent. Yeah. Informs heavily how we parent. Like, she really not getting over on us because we done said all the nasty, not nicest shit that we could say to each other. So it's like, all right, if it's just about you, whatever you think you saying to her, she gonna tell me anyway, because it's no qualms in between, you know? So I think that we had to go through all of these things and feel all of these things. And I think it's unfortunate that we had to grow up together without a certain level of guidance. And us growing up together without a certain level of guidance created all the kind of bloodbaths that we had with each other. But I think it lends to why we have such more of a sibling-like relationship than anything else. Like, I could say this confidently, kind of speeding up. There's certain things that she does or ways that she may show up in a space that's not with me, that she'll ask me sometimes, like, yo, I was bugging. Like, yeah, you might have been tripping a little bit. Like, you feel me though? Like, you might have been tripping a little bit, but it's an ode to a level of, we've been around each other 10 plus years. It's 10, she's 10, but we was in school together, what, 4 years? So it gotta be what, 13, 14 years, 32 years old, right? So it's like, there's a level of understanding you and your humanity that I have to take out of her being Kalani's mom, or take out of all the nasty shit we might have said to each other. But like, we got to get Kalani to a space where she has to win. I see parent situations in my day job that don't work all the time. And it's always about the parents and the adults and never about the kid. I work with kids all day. I could deal with the kids. Can't stand the adults, right? The adults are the ones who really need the unpacking. The kids have time to figure it out. So I don't know where that segue came from, but it was just a lot of this that we discussing is from a place of not knowing that relationship with your mom, not knowing what was going on. And when I found that, I felt like it was too late. So my frustration is, now I'm mad because you ain't standing on business how I told you to stand on business, one, right? Because it's a level of, you with me, this is how we moving. How we moving on campus is how you should move everywhere else that you go. So it's like, now you went down there, you letting them play with you, and you know if I was down there, they wasn't gonna play with you like that. Like, there's a level of that, and it's like, I don't know all of that, so now you not telling me, y'all both not telling me, fuck everybody, right? And it's about my kid, and those are feelings, right? Feelings change. But I think that there's a level of build-up that has led to the resolve that we definitely have today.
Stay tuned for part 3, where we discuss the journey through our co-parenting. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too.
We're more onto more reform things. I'd like to be considered a child father. Baby daddy is such a connotation to it.
You can learn Johnson.
Yeah. Like, she my baby mama when I'm mad.
No, when you were talking to your student,
Like, you recording?
you like, say hello to my baby mother.
I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like what you do. I see you working, see you
Team effort, no.
All right, so welcome back to the Real Joy podcast. I'm your host, The Real Joy, and today I have with me Ivan Jackson, formerly known as my baby daddy. No, I'm just playing. My father's...
Kalani's dad.
Kalani's dad, yes, Kalani's dad. We have a child together. Her name is Kalani.
Yes, we do.
She just turned 10. So we are here today to talk to y'all about 10 years. I feel like this is like to celebrate the anniversary of 10 years of being parents.
Yeah. 10, like 1-0.
And doing it together.
Yeah, for sure.
And doing it together apart for almost the full 10 years of her life, which we're going to get into. But we're going to take y'all down our memory lane, kind of talk about how we got here,
Yeah. Most
where we
definitely.
met, all that good stuff. So,
How we got here 10 years later.
Yes.
Where we started from and kind of like where we are now.
okay. So we both went to a school called Wheelock College in Boston, Massachusetts. It is now Boston University.
Yes, they've been absorbed.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is nice because if we like get our transcripts, it'll say BU.
Hopefully.
No, it will.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah, it does. So my mother worked at that school, and it's funny because everybody on campus called my mom their mom.
Yeah.
So when they would meet me, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go see my mom real quick," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, me too." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool." And then we would get there and be like, "No, but this is actually like my mom." They're like, "Oh no, this is my mom too." I'm like, "Okay." Like, joke is over. Like, this lady gave birth to me. So
Right.
that's kind of like what happened with us. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to see my mom." I'm like, "Okay, cool." We walk over there. Already, my mom had like already knew you. She
Yeah.
loved you. They had
Yeah.
like their own relationship.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, okay, cool.
Yeah. I think to add too, I'm a director of future planning, director of future pathways by day. So I help students plan the next 15 to 20 years of their life. Her mom showed up at a time when I was transitioning from the Bronx out of high school into college. And she was everybody's mom because, you know, a lot of times black and brown kids are going to school and they're going to schools far away from their families, and you kind of replace or try to find another mother to help keep that community. And, you know, Miss Sherry was definitely that community for everybody. So as she's telling the story and I'm thinking about like her mom, I'm thinking about like the several siblings that I had on campus, like vicariously through her, outside of, you know, her daughter being who she was. But, you know, I think of, you know, people I'm still in communication with today, or one or two people who I talk to all the time, and it's become almost like family, and it's because of her mother. So she's probably a very, very, not probably, she's a pivotal, like a seminal part of, you know, how she shows up in the story. So.
Yeah, like our whole journey. And I think like right away I had such a like liking to you because like once my mom likes you, I feel like, okay, like cool, we in there. And we really had like a slow burn of a relationship. I feel like we started out like best friends.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the best of friends. I just remember like the first time we hung out, it was just like, we just kept hanging out. We just kept hanging out. We went to a predominantly white school.
Yes, we did.
And
Like we could count the white kids, the black kids on campus probably 4 times over on our hands.
And then overall, the population of the school was like 1,000. And how many?
No, it was less than 1,000.
Less than
It was
1,000.
like less than maybe 650.
And how many guys? Out of like that number, like 50,
Very
maybe
small.
Very small. So to be in a relationship on that campus was like groundbreaking. Like everybody knew, because like every guy, once they were accounted for, they were kind of accounted for. So it was like a big deal to have a relationship on the campus, but we weren't even like going into it like thinking like, okay, you're going to be my boyfriend. I don't even think there was a moment where like you're like, you're my girlfriend.
And I think it was a full span of a full year. So we actually didn't even engage into any kind of
Anything.
rhetoric or conversations like that until
first, yeah.
the second year of kind of.
You know what it was? I think it was after that first year when we were packing up to go home for that summer.
And you realize,
And I think we were realizing like, oh, I'm not going to see you for this whole summer. Like, okay, this is about to be weird. Like, and I think over that summer we grew closer to each other. And I think once we kind of came back on campus, I think it was just like a known, we just like operated in a couple.
Yeah.
And I think because of the leadership positions that we held together, you being the president of the Black Student Union, me being the vice president, I think we just like fell into like this, like people called us like Michelle and Obama, like of the campus and stuff like that. People looked up to us. I feel like we just naturally like fell into the role
Gravitated
of it.
towards it.
Yeah. So it was nice at first. I think that our relationship always, we remained friends no matter what.
Yeah.
But I think that the pressures of the campus, everything going on, the things that were going on, we kind of, I felt like Olivia Pope sometimes. Like
Yeah.
everything that was going on in campus when it had to do with like Black or brown students,
Yeah.
we were the face of it. So people were like coming to us and like,
Yeah.
figure this out, deal with this.
Most definitely.
And I think I remember us just starting to, I don't know, like a wedge came between us. I feel like when it came to like maybe my friend group, I now look back, I think I was like a little bit more immature than you. The way I handled things, I was a little bit of a hothead.
I think, so to circle back to a lot of different things, like I think when we think about going to college as, you know, two people of you know, we coming from, your mom went to college?
Yeah.
She went to college
She has a master's too.
right after, or she went kind of later?
Right after.
She went right after. So my mom went to college as well, right? But for a lot of our experience, I know for me, my mom was not born here. My mom was born in Barbados. My mom is the only person in her family with her mother, the only child of her mother's children to get a degree, right? And for me, my experience felt very, very first generation anyway. Being in that, everything was kind of like, school was a saving grace. It was like this manifest destiny moment. Like we had to go to school. The idea of going to school was like being able to beat situations of the neighborhoods we grew up in, being able to change the circumstances that my family was in. My mother may have thought she would have been in the situations. My father worked very blue collar, and my mother made it me going to college tantamount to being a difference to that, right? And so coming to school, right, meeting somebody like Miss Sherry. I also went to a school, independent school, the Learning Tree Cultural Preparatory School, which was founded by a lot of the Nation of Islam ideology. So it was very Black nationalist, you're gonna know who you are very young. So leaving the Bronx to go to a predominantly white community, predominantly white college.
In Brookline, Fenway.
Yes, so borderline suburb area, coming from the Bronx, predominantly Black and brown, leaving there to find a smaller community or smaller family was very important. But the perils of that, right, when you're trying to figure out at 17, 18, 19 who you are, right, how you show up in spaces. For me, particularly thinking about how I show up as a man of color in spaces, how do I show up as somebody who wants to be a friend? How do I show up eventually as somebody who wants to be a partner to somebody, particularly to a woman of color, right? And how did I watch my dad do it? How do I watch the guys around me do it? How do I maintain all these responsibilities at one time? And I think
It was a lot.
in college, I felt that plight. Like I felt like there was a certain level of growing up that I had to do as a man. And I felt like I had to do that in the space, particularly in college. Or that was the only space and time that I thought that I had to do it.
And I feel like it happened overnight for you too, because my mom didn't come back. We only had her for our freshman year.
Yeah.
She didn't come back our sophomore year. And so the first year I had housing because she worked there. So I got housing for free. Or did I get either way, I was able to get housing. So the second year I lived off campus. So I did have an apartment off campus, but because I had already spent that first year on campus, I didn't want to be away from you guys, from like our friends. Yeah. So I felt like my mom had this conversation with you. It was kind of like, okay, you're responsible for my daughter now. Like, if you want to be this man in her life, if you want to be this, when you eat, she eats. When you go here, she goes here. And she kind of like handed you like these husband duties at the age of 17, 18. And I think that does have a lot to do with our relationship and all that you explained, you trying to be this Black man of the space, you being the leader of this, you going to president dinners and all these things, while also now I'm responsible for this girl that I'm trying to like figure out my relationship with. And I think at times it was like very, looking back now that we have like the language for it and with the education that we both have, I think that it was very overwhelming. Like I feel like at times where we would go at each other or the times where we would like fight and argue, I think it was both of us saying like, this is too much and we're overwhelmed.
Yeah,
like when you really think back to it.
Sure.
And I don't think that we both knew how to navigate that at the time and how to say that. And I think it just came out in rage, anger, nasty words,
Yeah.
you know.
Because at the same time, you learning how to be a young adult.
Yeah.
Right? Like you learning. So the caveat to all this, guys, is like I'm in school. I have a master's from Purdue in American Studies. And we'll get to that part where that took us
into Indiana.
Yeah. And kind of like our parenting journey, but I'm also in school to get another degree now from Alfred University in school counseling, and then also my licensed mental health counseling as well. So thinking about this from a total therapy counseling, kind of taking a step back and looking at the whole person, like there's so many layers to why her mom may have left me that responsibility. There's so many layers to how we may have connected with each other, but then the level of anxiety we felt about navigating college and having good grades and being able to, want to figure out what we're going to do in the next 4 years. And all that kind of weases around to how I'm a director of Future Pathways now, which used to be called a director of college counseling, a college counselor, right? And thinking about the perils of having young people who I work with all the time play house too soon, right? So in my role, right, I work with over 450 young men of color, right? And talking to them about maybe you don't need to have a young lady or a partner, however they decide to, profess their love. Like maybe you don't need to have a partner going into college. Maybe you don't need to bring a partner with you into school, right? When you get up there, you need to focus on yourself. So thinking about the perils of being able to have a dorm room, go to sleep at night, right? Go buy groceries, right? And figure out how to break bread if that's the kind of person or kid that you are, young person that you are. And if, your mom or your parents raised you a certain way, you feel a general responsibility to the people around you, right? I went to school with 2 or 3 other people that I graduated high school with. So we've been together 4 years. Now we get up here, we're going to be together another 4 years, right? And the idea was the same way that we take care of each other, that's going to kind of augment to everybody else that's around us, particularly because we're a crew of young black students, right? Black and brown students coming from the Bronx, and we have to hold each other down. Naturally, we're going to get up here and figure out how we're going to hold the people who look like us down too, right? So I think our story is so interesting because this idea of playing house too early when you're trying to figure out yourself as a young adult, not that there's any single line of regret, but if I was your age again, kid, this is how I would have thought about, every decision that I made in process. And I wouldn't have been trying to be, an adult so soon. Or I would have tried to, for lack of better terms, pray for broader shoulders. And this idea that I don't always know that our parents or folks older than us know that they're leaving the things with us that they're leaving us. Right, so their unmet traumas, their unmet insecurities that they kind of just left with us. Like, I don't want to be too tangential and go too off track. But I remember sitting on the porch with your mom, right, and we're talking about death, right? Death for me, my first big death in my life happened. I was 6 years old, and for me, I remember everything. I remember my mother's tears. I remember how I felt. I remember going to the funeral, particularly because my aunt died on my birthday, my 6th birthday. And I remember this always being something that I brought up. I even bring it up now, right? And I was talking to our mom about it, and we were all outside sitting on the porch, and I'm just like, I think I used to have a weird way of trying to test if Ebony was ready for certain things based on how her mother viewed me. So her mother viewed me almost way more experienced in life than her daughter and expected me to kind of steward her through a lot of the things that she hasn't learned yet, right? And I think that when we were having that conversation, we were talking about death and how it shows up and how it impacted me and how would she get through it, right? What would happen? And I think about that moment so much because I remember almost everything your mother said, but I remember a level of apprehension, right? She was nervous, but she felt okay that I had been prepared with those things, right? Yeah. Not even really considering he's 17, 18, 19. He's gone through all these things already. Yeah. Right? I'm expecting him to do this. And it's no malice that she expected me to do that because I felt that responsibility anyway. Yeah. Right? But the idea that there was an expectation for me to counsel you through that without a level of counseling or understanding.
She was saying if that would ever happen for me?
Yes. He's prepared. He has a level of knowing how to deal with it. And I think my level of questioning was around just asking, like, have you ever had any really big deaths? And at the time, your grandfather was still alive, so it wasn't
Okay,
really
so nothing had
thing, but he was sick.
Okay.
You know, so as he passed, there was kind of this level of understanding, like, this is what this feels like. And when I think about the nature of our relationship, it's wrapped in a lot of those anecdotes and vignettes where I get to unpack now as an adult. And it was like, we can't always fault people for being human.
Yeah.
Right?
But it was
for
a
the
lot.
things that they leave with us.
I think it was a lot. And like how you just said, I think you said something like you don't regret it. But I think I used to get so angry in the past when you say that because I would automatically feel guilty. And I would automatically feel like you started to resent me. And we'll talk about that more kind of in Indiana. I think I really started to feel that way when we moved to Indiana. But I really felt like senior year and then like when we broke up that there was like this resentment, like this anger, like I stole, like I used to get so mad too when you were like, I wish I didn't come to this college. Remember when we would like talk about that, like I wish I went to a HBCU, I wish I didn't come here. And I felt like a lot of you saying that was like because of our, you know, like because you didn't get a chance to go party. You didn't, like, we weren't the type that like would just go out on the weekend. Like we were always like up under each other. And like, I feel like you didn't get the college experience. We made the most of it, you know, with our people, but we didn't, when you think about this college experience, you would just, you know, not your typical average that you see on TV.
Yeah, for sure. So to address it, because, you know, we hear the cameras is here. I think at a young age, like, that level of resentment is real. It's very real.
Yeah.
Right? And to say that it wasn't resentment, it would be a disservice to where we are as adults. Like,
Which
there
is
was
good to hear.
Yeah, it was a heavy level of resentment, and it wasn't always directly at you. So just thinking about, I think, so I was saying, to be fair, like, we're calling a ace of your mother who say ace of spade. There was a level of resentment.
Yeah.
Like, by the time I'm graduating, I was 21, 22, but having been in a relationship at 18, right? Not really 17, but 18, and not being able to experience certain level of college parties because I felt an obligation to be a certain type of, represent a certain type of thing on campus, represent a certain type of love to you, right? Whether we were in a relationship or not, there was a certain way I wanted to show up as a black man who the closest person that I found on this campus to me was of color, where every other brother on campus wasn't really dipping and dabbing in that direction for me.
I was going to say too, and like, not that you need this, but to commend you for being on a campus where I was the minority, like, you know, like you were with the tall, black, bigger woman. And I think you were like the only guy on campus that had a girl that looked like me. Like, now that I think back to it, like that, I think spoke volumes in itself. And I think that the attention that you got because of that, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people looked at us and was like, but she's taller than you. But I think that you got a lot of attention for that. I think that a lot of girls were envious because of our bond, because I don't think it was necessarily a thing of like aesthetics for us. I don't think we looked at each other and was like, okay, you're my type, I'm your type, but it was more of like this, like we just clicked and it worked. So I think that we did get attacked a lot because of that. And I just want to commend you because I'm pretty sure that wasn't the easiest way to like navigate that space. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And I think to that resentment, I appreciate you and commend you just for being able to host this space, to have this conversation, right? And to be able to have other people listen to it, right? Because I work with students, I work with young people, I got mentees, 25, 26, 2, 3 kids, you know, and trying to navigate this space. And I felt like they used me as their Polaris, or almost North Star, when trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
And it's a part in the podcast where we're going to get to the village around being able to have, you know, fathers who went through similar situations as me, and, you know, ideally women examples around me who were telling me how to see it, how they saw me from their perspective, or the things that I was doing in the future, really helped me. But even then, right, I became the Black Student Union president I was the first black male, one, to be the president. Two, I was the first underclassman to win the nomination. And even winning the nomination was scandalous because everything that they had to say about me for winning, right? Just for a small club nomination only added to what they already say about, one, boys from the Bronx, black men from the Bronx, and how they say black men show up. So out the gate, I was, if you guys have seen Higher Learning, remember Ice Cube on Higher Learning? Like out the gate, I got the Ice Cube treatment from Higher Learning. Like he was just aggressive. He showed up as this. He's a supreme advocate on campus, but there's an inherent idea that he might hit women.
But all the black girls loved you.
But all the black girls loved me.
And all the older black girls loved you.
There's this inherent idea that, you know, he's angry. He's this person on campus, but, you know, I was the first person they called when shit went left on campus. Whether it was gangster shit, hard, it's people coming to campus moving funny, or, you know, there's some things that we need to address with faculty. Like the role we played as leadership groups in the E-board for the Black Student Union amalgamated to like, we social workers, right? We counselors, we advocates on
That's
campus.
exactly what it turned into. Like Olivia Pope, like I said.
Kalani's godmother, who's gracious to still be a part of our village today, like, she came to work in a diversity position at the school, and she almost had her own little task force, for lack of better words, henchmen. Like there were certain things that we were gonna address that was gonna make people feel comfortable on campus, people who look like us. And I think that level of responsibility I've carried throughout my life, right? I think I was taught at a certain point to be that way, right? I told you guys the schools that I went to, but then there was a level of, I went to high school, I went to all-male public school, right? I went to all-male public school and the focus was on excellence for us, right? I went to a predominantly white college and found a circle to recreate everything that I was taught for everybody else. I went to school with my high school friends. I'm not saying I was the most popular guy on campus, but there was a certain point where everybody knew I was gonna stand on business. And living with that became tough. It impacted everything around me, including my relationship with people, right? My relationship with her, whether we were friends in a relationship or not, right? There was a level of me feeling like I had to carry the world, and I didn't necessarily, I knew where the burden came from, but I didn't know how to mitigate it or even talk about it, right? So I think that's all really have come full circle with the job that I do now, and even us sitting right here, right?
There's something that you keep saying that I think is really important to our story. Like I keep hearing you repeat, like, whether we were friends, whether we were in a relationship, and I think that is very important because there were so many parts of our journey where we say like we were together. When people ask me, I say we were together for like 5 or 6 years. But there is a lot of time in that where we would not be together, but like still be together.
Making sure everybody all right.
Yeah. So when I got pregnant, we actually weren't.
Not together.
We weren't together.
No.
And it was 2 weeks after. There was 2 weeks before we were leaving college. And I remember we had this conversation. We had no plans on being together after college.
I didn't want to see her at all.
No, for sure. Like
it was really like
it got to the point.
I did my time. I'm done. All right, for real though.
Like you said, when we were leaving school, we did not have a plan of seeing each other after. Things had gotten really ugly with us. I remember we both kind of ruined like our senior week when we were like supposed to be going out. Our arguments were just getting worse. People were getting involved in our arguments. Kalani's godmother, I remember like one time like we tore up her office, like fighting with each other. Like it was just getting really bad. Like you said, I didn't want to see you after we like it was like to the point where we're like, it was bad. I remember like rumors were starting, like people telling me that you were like with other people, different RAs and stuff like that. It was getting really, really bad. And I think that we had this one night with all of our friends and we were kind of like celebrating. I think it was like spring break, but some of us didn't leave. We were on campus and all of our friends, and we ended up partying for maybe like 3 weeks. I'm sorry, like 3 days. Like 3 days.
I remember the 3 weeks.
Yeah, but like 3 days back to back. We were all just hanging out. We were like all sleeping in the same dorm or whatever. And the result of that ended up me finding out I was pregnant 2 weeks before we graduated. So like I said, we weren't talking. I remember I was like feeling sick. I don't even think I had told you.
At first, no.
At first.
But I damn sure went to go buy that test.
But the test was negative.
Oh, yeah, it was.
So he bought the test. The test was negative.
No, one of them wasn't, though. I think the first time you did it, it was, and we went and got another one. Because I remember looking and being like, nah, that shit is fake. Ain't no way. And you like, nah, that shit is...
I just can't remember. I felt a certain way that I never felt before. So I remember I went to go take a blood test. You didn't go with me. I went by myself. I took a blood test. And I came back on campus and I was telling everyone. I told I
was hot. What you mean you telling everybody?
I told this lady that I was really close with in the cafeteria. I told Jamie. And then I think I ran into you maybe or text you I have to tell you something. And I was like, I'm pregnant.
That shit is all so crazy because, and this is speaking transparently, the year before senior year, I did a summer research opportunity program. Never in my mind that I thought kid from the Bronx was gonna do research at Ohio State. There was some professors there who was like, yo, you have a way with words, you engage the content a certain way, you want to create knowledge, you want to be an instructor, or you at least want to engage in this. Whatever it is that you thinking in your brain, you want to get deeper than where you are. So I applied to a program. I went to Ohio State for a summer, the summer before my senior year of college. At Ohio State, I made a big transformation. I might have lost 85 pounds. This is the first time that I had access to a library that was always open, access to a gym that was always open.
He was living his best life.
Wheelock just wasn't Ohio State.
He was living his best life. He was like, I'm about to graduate. I'm done with her.
I got in shape.
Got in shape.
I think that, when I think about, I just didn't, Ebony stopped being in a future plan for me because I felt like having to worry about her and other people around me stopped with these new visions of myself that I believed I had. So never did I thought I wanted to get a PhD, right? Never did I think that I wanted to be a doctor, but to go engage at Ohio State, do research on, I believe my research was based in looking at black male collegians, so looking at black college students, particularly men, and their experience with feeling like they belong on campus, right? Wow. I'm talking about that, but I was one of those students, right? Being able to engage in how we think about helping others. This is the work that we've done, right? How to make other students feel like they belong on campus. And so the idea of her having a kid, the idea of you walking on campus telling everybody, that just seemed like it's slowing me down. And at this point, it seemed like everything you're doing is slowing me down. And where I'm trying to go, you're not trying to go, right? And
that was felt. And I think that kind of made me insecure because as quiet as it's kept, I think that you made me feel small, and very incompetent. A lot of times.
Apology.
So I think that going into it, me being like, oh, I'm pregnant, I think I was very delusional. I don't think that I had a clear thought process to what this meant for me at the time, because you're talking about someone who always did what their mother told them to do. This was out of the norm. This wasn't something that was planned. This wasn't anything that was on my radar. I didn't have a plan, kind of what he's saying that he had for himself. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I left college. I was very much still immature. But I think it was because that's what I was told I was. So I kind of fell into it. So I remember after college graduation, I remember being on the Riverway and we had just finished cleaning out your room and your mom is walking down the path and she's giving me this look. And I'm like, oh, he must have told her. And she's walking up to me and I'm I have this stupid grin on my face. And she was like, you think this is cute? You think this is
I ain't know that happened.
Yeah, she was just like, what you gonna do? You pregnant? And I think that kind of set the tone for me for like how things are going to be. So thank you so much for tuning into this episode, and we'll see you on part 2. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth, it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily.
Welcome back to part 3. So right when I left Indiana, I went back to North Carolina. When I got back to North Carolina, I had the mindset of I'm going to do this alone. I'm going to be a single mother. I was raised by a single mom, so that wasn't so detrimental to me. I didn't feel bad for my kid because that's what I had for myself. So I had this mindset of I just got to do it alone and with my mom. So I would say for Kalani's first year, I remember I started dating right when Kalani turned 1. I started dating, and I was still, I was working at the time. We were like communicating, but I think it was more of like the things she needed. Like I would be like, hey, send me this much for this, send me this. We would send pictures to each other. I would send you pictures and videos, and we would FaceTime. There was nothing romantic. There was nothing, like it was just that, which is really funny with me dating because no one could believe that I had a baby this young and like, oh, I know your baby daddy's still in the picture. And I'm like, no, he isn't. No, like for her, but for me, when it came to like I think everything was left in Indiana for the both of us. Like when we left everything there because, like I said, things had gotten so bad. So that kind of, I think me dating with Kalani being so young, that shaped our co-parenting relationship at a very early point of us being parents, because I think it added another element that I didn't even realize. Okay, like now I have this daughter who's impressionable, who at any point, if a guy is going to be around her, she will see them as her father. And at the time I was dating someone who wanted to be a father, who really, I could say really wanted to be a dad, who was really looking at this opportunity, who kind of fell for Kalani very fast. She was a cute baby. So I don't think that was hard. He worked at my mother's job. So my mom went to another college. She worked at another college in North Carolina. When she left us, she worked at another college. So he worked at the college with her. So I would bring Kalani on campus a lot to visit my mom. If it was like Thanksgiving, I would like dress her up in Thanksgiving outfits and Christmas outfits. So everyone on campus knew Kalani. So that's kind of how I like slid my way into that relationship. So it felt really natural for me. I didn't really have any concerns of, the co-parenting and relationship, but I think it kind of collided when we were trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to see my kid? Am I coming to North Carolina?
Which is what I usually do. That was like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It don't matter if we talking or not.
Yeah, we always, because we were family, going back to that family, no matter how ugly things had gotten, no matter what we said to each other yesterday, it's like, okay, so am I coming there? Like, how are we doing this? And I remember like I was in my bedroom and Kalani was on FaceTime with you, I think, in her room across from me. And she was young, I think like two. And she would take the iPad and go talk to you. And I didn't know that she was talking to you. You remember that? Mm-hmm. I didn't know that she was on the iPad with him. And I was talking to the person who I was with at the time. And we were kind of going back and forth because I think I had already told you that you can come and stay at the house if you were coming to see Kalani. And he had an issue with that. He was like, that's not normal. Like, people don't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean people don't do that? Like, that's what we do. Like, he's coming to stay here. And I didn't see anything wrong with it. And I think at that point, that's where things went from ugly to ugly-est. Like, that's the ugliest things I got with us, because I remember telling you, like, okay, so you can't actually stay here because my boyfriend doesn't want you to be here. Yeah. And you can kind of talk about what that felt like.
I just preface it with, like, if we're following the story right, think about how I've positioned myself or how others have positioned me to show up in her life. So imagine how I feel or what I think I represent. No matter how much we hate each other at the time, like, there's a level of, I don't think she would ever play with me like that, or she would know better.
And I not to cut you off, I don't think you understood the level of hate I had for you at this moment.
No, I think I did. I think I did in retrospect. And I think it's warranted, one, two, because there was a level of hate that we might have shared, right? But I think just hearing that at the time, it went to ugliest because I felt like, despite how nasty it got, and shit, let's call it like it is. I didn't expect her to be a baby mama. I didn't expect her to do the shit I saw on TV. I felt like she wasn't coming from the depths of the quote-unquote hoods that I'm coming from in a similar situation. Like, you went to high school in Stoughton. That's a suburb of Boston. Yeah. I'm from the Bronx. So a lot of that shit and rhetoric fed into that. So when I started to get, and I think let's lead into that too, like, the men on the maternal side of my family have an interesting history with women. So there's a level of things that I might have seen growing up, not to say too much, right, about males and their relationships with women and how it shows up. Particularly how the women show up in that space. The level of chaos they may bring more than peace, right? I felt like I started to identify with that. A lot of that rhetoric was like, what's going on with the men in my family and the women they choose? And I think a lot of that language led into, it's no way that the person I'm around or been involved with is gonna play with me like that, because I show up as this guy who understands the Quran and the principles of the Nation of Islam and what it is to be a black man who ran the Black Student Union. So for me, it was like, why would you think that, like, I wouldn't want to be this stand-up person? And why wouldn't you think I wouldn't have a man-to-man, visceral, gangster, angry reaction around this nigga being around, this guy being around my kid? You know what I'm saying? And I think that I tried to leave. There was no room in my mind then for you to think that Kalani was going to be that young and have somebody that I couldn't check and verify around. But a lot of that wasn't just coming as her dad. And I think that in this space, and I think you might know this, but I've shared this with you before, there was still always a general level of concern for you, because I felt like because of the level of responsibility your mother left me with around dealing with you, that there was a certain level of rapport, understanding, or way to move that you should know and understand vicariously from being around me. And I think that the presence of who that person you're discussing showed up and how it happened, that your mom had something to do with it too, made the shit so ugly to me, because it's like,
it kind of gave off the same thing,
like
the same way that I met him is how I met you. Yeah.
So it was like, and then, you know, not to fast forward it, but, and I'm totally evolved in a space where, you know, there's other parents and blended families, but the idea that my kid so young was like, yo, mommy told me I had two daddies. To me, that was a symbol of her hate for me. And it's like, how fucking could you, right? Like, the audacity of me, how I show up as a black man, you got the fucking nerve to play with me like that, with my kid. Like, not anybody else's kid, my fucking kids. You know me. You understand what I'm saying? You know me, like, to a T. You know me to a T. Like, don't fucking play with me. And that was a lot of my rhetoric and language around it. And it was like, it was even more like, one day I went down there, nigga brought them to the airport. And I think by then, there was already a level of whatever might have happened to her, whatever dumb shit he did to her that impacted my child, that she was able to see, right? We don't have to speak about it viscerally, right? But like...
Oh, we already did.
Oh, okay. See,
First episode.
Okay, yeah. So there's a level of, I didn't know that. I had an idea.
That hadn't happened yet, though.
Oh, well, it hadn't. Maybe he came to pick up and do something once or twice. I know after it happened, I seen him once. No, not at all.
You always talked about if you saw him, but you never saw
Oh, yeah, because there was a level I'd knock that nigga out, respectfully. Like, it was a level of that. Like, I don't know, I'm not supposed to curse on the podcast?
No, you can't.
Oh, because it was really a level of that. Like, why you playing with me? Like,
It's real and relatable.
yeah,
so
but I've showed up.
you comfortable, so-
Like, nah, but for real, though, it was a level of, I've showed up this way. No matter how nasty this shit is, guy, I never really lacked integrity. There was a level of like, I'm gonna stand on business. I could have been rude. I could have been disrespectful, but I wasn't gonna let nobody play with you or play about you. You understand what I'm saying?
For sure.
So it was like, and not to speak too in depth, but I felt like there wasn't no men around you like that.
Yeah.
So it was like, for you to even play in that wheelhouse, for a man to come around you and kind of be like that, and I'm young as shit, and I'm standing on that,
He was older than you.
and you let a little funny, like, yeah, like it's just gonna
so
go there.
let's get back
But
to
that's where it was, though, because it
where
was,
we
but no, it's real and relatable.
Yeah, no, I
because
feel
it was a
you.
level of like, all right, we could beef Ebony, but there's certain lines that we can't cross. And I think in that space, it went ugly because it was like, all right, fuck you and however you moving. And I think that there was a level of, I resent you, but I'm going to still hold it down. I think after those moments, there was a level of, all right, it's really just about my kids. I'm not going to let you die on my watch.
But if you do,
Nah, it wasn't even if you do. I'm not going to let you die on my watch. But if you're on fire, it's going to take a while for me to spit on you. Eventually, I'm going to put the fire out. Respectfully, I'm going to put the fire out. But
and it's funny that I'm laughing now because how you're saying how you felt now, I had already felt that from before.
yeah.
So I think for me, it's like I used to get so mad in those moments as being someone that I had to figure out ways of co-parenting with you because like the relationship was so hard to maintain because I feel like you thought at the time you could do whatever you wanted, say whatever you wanted, treat me however you wanted, but I had to remain this level of respect for you. And I think that this was my first time where I did not put you first, right? Like I didn't think about how this was going to affect you. I didn't care, like I had this, I think I always like stayed in line and like, you know what I mean? Like I felt like I always like held it down. Like I let you get off. I let you like crash out on me. And I would say, but I never changed my heart posture when it came to you. And I think this was the first time where you actually could feel my heart like click off.
Yeah, and I was away from you.
Yeah.
So it's like thinking about the context of the relationship as a whole, like the largest kind of looming elephant in the room is like we never really left each other. Like we did in the summertime, but in
We
that
always
4 to
found our
5
ways
years
back
span,
around each other.
it was just always this, and that shit's not good for
It's toxic.
anybody.
Yeah,
So by
very
the
toxic.
time it's so much so that older folks expected us to be together. And I think we both can agree that when we talking about people teaching us to pivot, there was nobody around us, even Jamie, like she might have hinted at it, right? But it was nobody like, yo, you need to disappear for 3 months and you need to disappear for 3 months and y'all need to find something to do and come back together and kind of figure it out. It was like once we got okay with figuring it out, because we were generally both the good kids in our family compared to everybody else, or the ones that would get in trouble, not get caught, but, still have a history. Like, so we flew under the radar for a lot of stuff. And in this, because we was in college, because we was this, that, and the third, we got a certain rapport from adults that could have damaged how we dealt with each other, and so the rest of the world, right? And I could say that now at 32 years old, like, you got to give the young people responsibility, but you got to walk and talk them through it too.
So I think we're talking about now, Kalani is 2. I say like what we're talking about now, that kind of was like the overall feel of like how we were on the co-parenting journey. Like very disrespectful, very like I feel like I can treat you like this because you're treating me like this. I remember like all of our conversations were like like, well, you said this to me yesterday, so I'm gonna say this to you again today. Like, and right when we would like try to get someone to understand, it was like, but you want me to understand you, but you ain't trying to understand me. Like, it was very much that. And my mom, I think, was in my corner a lot, and I think your mom was in your corner. So we weren't.
And I don't know how often they talk to each other. And
Yeah.
you know how sometimes there's a level of, all right, the kids is bugging. Let's let the older adults talk. It wasn't a level of that.
No, I don't think. Yeah, they were 100% behind their kid. So then, kind of like what we were talking about on the first couple episodes of the podcast. 2018, I ended up losing my mom, and that was a pivotal point of co-parenting for me because this whole time I was doing it with my mom, with you there. You know, you would come and get Kalani, sometimes get like a round trip. Sheesh.
Yeah.
Round trip.
Yeah.
So you would come to North Carolina, get Kalani,
pick her up in the airport,
pick her up at the airport, and then fly back. And you would probably keep her for like a week to 2 weeks at a time. I would say maybe this happened like 3 times a year. Yeah, 3 times a year, and then FaceTime, all these different things. So in my head, I was a single parent. In my head. Fast forward, I lose my mom in 2018. The person who was doing it with me, right? And I remember getting to a point where I was scared, right? Because I had all these things going on in my life, and the people around me were painting my picture as if I were to call you for help, that this would be the moment where it's like, aha, I was right? Like your family would be like, I knew she wasn't competent to be a mom. I knew that she wasn't going to be able to handle it. And I didn't want to prove people right. But also as a mom, I was willing to make that sacrifice because I knew I wasn't okay with everything going on around me. And I knew that Kalani would be good if I could get her to y'all. So I remember like sitting down and making this decision and kind of weighing out my options, like, should I call him? Should I tell him what's going on, you know, with this person that he already didn't like, and with me losing my mom, and with me having to go to this mental hospital now. And maybe your recollection is like a little better. I think that you got her after I got out of the hospital. I think she was with my godmother and her daughter at the time. And you might even got her from them at the time. My brain gets foggy around that area.
I want to say this, and make sure I get to that point. I feel like when all this is going on, I'm not clueless, but I feel clueless.
Oh yeah, you were definitely clueless.
Clueless to the point where I was at work one day and she just called me to tell me her mom died. And I don't know. Her mom had told me she was sick. I don't know if you ever told me. Your mom told me.
Yeah.
And she said, son, I'm sick. And it's like, to me, in my mind, I was the closest thing to her mother. Like, it was her, but in my mind...
She had 2 kids. Like, she had 2
yeah,
kids.
It was like, in my mind, like, her mom's was close to her, but her mom's was telling me things that she wasn't telling her. You understand? There was a level of who her mother widowed. I was on that with everybody around her mother. Like, as the boy being around, as a son. So it was like, you couldn't even get next to Miss Sherry for real. So, like, I think a large part of this, as we talking about it, is like, I just didn't know. I had an idea, but I had already resented you. I just didn't know, all right? And to put that in context, like, that moment for me is always kind of pivotal when thinking about when Kalani came. I know Kalani, no, maybe you and your cousin brought her to Anthony's wedding. My cousin got married. He got married in Virginia. That's how Kalani got to me. Yeah, my cousin Anthony got me. But I know after that, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna say things went south for her, but I really started to know what the hell was going on. I think preface all that with this, because this is my friend, right? There was a level of, I knew her family was on funny shit, excuse my French for the camera, but we real and relatable. There was a level of understanding where I felt like her family was doing family type things, right? It wasn't necessarily always encouraging her. And I think for a while her mother had set up that the person that was standing on business about that shit, if it wasn't her, it was me. So there was a certain level of shit her family wasn't gonna do if I was around. Or they knew that I had something to say, whether or not we was together. And I think that even now talking about it, I struggle with the fact that I didn't know.
Yeah.
Or I found out too late. Because it wasn't about what the fuck we had to bicker about. It was about shit I always say, like, you're gonna stand on business whether we beefing or not. As a human, I'm not letting nobody play with you or about you. And it was like, the people that was closest to you played, and your mother used to say this shit, and I used to tell her I wasn't gonna let it happen. So back to that level of responsibility, you dig me? I used to tell her that I wasn't gonna let that shit happen. And even though we beefing, part of my resentment too probably was, yo, you ain't tell me, so I couldn't do what I had to do. Like, and it was like,
No, but I think that like when we're talking about this transition and like there was this level of trust there, because even though everyone was trying to like paint you to be this way, at the end of the day, I was like, no, this is Kalani's dad. And I did know you to be like my friend or my you know, like how we always say the sibling. So it's like, this is the person that I want Kalani to be with at this time while I figure out this transition and while I try to get out of North Carolina, because that was the goal. And even though I didn't tell you at the time how nervous I was about giving her to you, I think that you could just feel where I was in life. And I think that we just had this like unsaid like conversation. It wasn't, we've never been to court with each other. We've never even had to do that. I think it was like a, hey, hold me down real quick. Like I got a lot going on, hold me down. And I think that kind of started that trust that I was able to like put in you, even though a lot of people around me were like, this is going to be the time where they take Kalani. This is going to be like, they're going to use this as leverage.
Crazy.
I think that was where our co-parenting relationship started to pivot in the more positive way, because I think you did start working with me where like wherever I was living, you know, we would meet, or there was a lot of times that out of the week, I was staying at your house 3 to 4 times out of that week because I wanted to see Kalani. No matter where I lived, I had to come see Kalani. So I lived with you a lot of these times. Even before I lived with you, I lived with you because no matter where I was, okay, I'm coming to New York for this weekend, which can fast forward us being back under the same roof with Kalani, with me, with you, your father, and your mother now.
Which is a level of like...
Which is crazy, under that same roof. And always going back to like, no matter what happened between us, there was this like level of family and this like unconditional love, right? Like no matter what it looks like, no matter what I just said to you, no matter what you said to me, we have this unconditional love because we have this little person who is... a product of this, all of this, right?
Yeah.
And I think that I would say for me, 2020, I think started to become like the pivotal point for us and the positive and just like, okay, this has happened. This is how you feel. This is how I feel. I've said this. You said this. But at the end of the day, and I used to say this to you all the time, you don't have to like me. You used to get so mad when I said this. You don't have to like me, but we're family. You got to deal with me for the rest of your life. I remember I would say that to you in arguments all the time. And I think one day that just clicked for both of us. Like, yeah, we family. Like, no matter how we got here, we're stuck.
I think, yes, and... about the space about me not knowing, I think that there was a level of like just wanting to protect you, like even though we was beefing to what you saying. And there was a level of being in New York and us always figuring it out that has a lot to do with how we got through Wheelock, how we dealt with your mom. And then there's another level of like, that point was right there. There's a level of people feeling like I was gonna take Kalani from you. That was problematic for me. So problematic and insidious that I think we started to believe that. So threatening court for sport,
Yeah.
oh, you think we got to go to court? And there was always this rhetoric, but I understood this because at this point it wasn't about us beefing. I was understanding her as a full human, and I think by 2020 things really did start to sort out. But I think there were times where I used to try to speak to you, and the hate kind of amassed more than what we were trying to get accomplished, and that
I
was
think for both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm trying to say is like, I feel like there were spaces where my hate, or you felt like I was being hateful, and it was misconceived because that energy was there.
Yeah.
And I think that had a lot to do, this is why I'm following that, with people being in your ear telling you that I was going to take Kalani. And I'm saying this because a lot of the times when we would beef or things wouldn't necessarily be congruent together, you'd be like, oh, you want to take her anyway. You want to spend the time to do that. And I'm thinking about times where I've done that to you too, and where you just so hurt that everything is interpreted as an attack, right? And I think we started to change when, one, we started to check those attacks right away because they happen. So like you get on the phone and you yelling, or she get to flicking her eyes a certain way or stuttering, and it's just like, hold on, pause. But even this now, when I started getting loud, she kind of checked it. That's a natural. She knew he might be getting a little heated about that, but it's just like heated about like, why would you even ever play with me like that? Like, I'm still fake. Why would you even play with me like that? Like, and it's being able to even in those moments, like, you know, check in, you know, have those times where we could really kind of be human, like connecting at a human level, not for every title that we have, but like as a whole human. Like, I've seen you through these stages in your life, and now we kind of parenting, still growing up together, but growing up as parents and just trying to check all that. And I think what saved us co-parenting is like, we can't talk to nobody else. We had to communicate with each other, right? Kalani's godparent was amazing, an amazing mediator, but shit got a lot more peaceful when we kicked her out the situation too. Like, it's times where we'll go to her for certain things, but it's just like when it comes to us three, we got to figure it out. Because if we got to play the game of telephone to get there, it's always going to be some messages misconstrued. So, you know, if I had to say anything or give anybody advice, it's just like, it's not easy. It takes time. You're not going to get there in a day. But it's like, and this is probably my advice for everything, preface the humanity in a person first and look at the full picture. And when you're 20-something, 17, 18, 19, you don't have the mindset to really process all that at a time. But even as we got to sit here talking about it, it was so much misguided energy, so much misguided anger. A lot of it was so wrapped up in everything else but what the situation was. And it was like, I knew that your family supported Kalani coming, and my problem with the rhetoric with them saying that I was gonna take her was, I feel like if I was there, the language was gonna be like, oh, you need to, like, I don't know. I feel like people always play two faces with it. Like, they say one thing to me and say one thing to her. And this conversation around like, they're gonna take him from her, but if I was there or in another space, they would have told her, this is the best person for Kalani to be around, and he's gonna be this and show up this way for Kalani. But in the process of them telling them that I was gonna take you, it was a jab at you. And I think I've always struggled with that in the co-parenting situation. Like, and I think I internalized those jabs at you because I feel like you may not be defending yourself. And that's where a lot of the resentment and the anger came from, because it's despite what we mean or are to each other as a human. Like, and I say this, you know, I say this about anything. Don't let anybody play with you. But I think that is also schools I went to, understandings that I came up under, like, and how I was raised with certain things. So yeah, that's definitely, like, I do the therapy stuff now, but being able to sit in front of the camera and really talk about it is like, I think underpacking all of it, we have this kid together, and now we're working together as kids to kind of, as neo kids, and I had to kind of raise this kid, but we still trying to protect each other in the space and raise a kid that's a good, healthy part of society, right? And teaching her how to block out the noise that could have kind of trivialized us if we would have kept listening.
So yeah, like even like today, I think that we definitely have taken the things that we've learned and like all these different paths, like how you're saying, like from Wheelock to Indiana to us being in New York. I think that we talked so much about like the ugly parts, but for us to be able to sit on this couch today, there had to be some level of like respect, right? Some level of love, some level of something that kind of got us to this point today. And I think that that's what kind of got us to this place of co-parenting and just us being able to put our differences aside and just even like the different ways that we've grown up. I think you talked about it, like you do come from a 2-parent household. I do come from a single parent, but kind of just putting all that together to being this like foundation for Kalani. And our village is strong. Like we have such a great village. And I think that we had to take what we learned so we've been on this journey together, like we said, for 14 years, right? And then you have people who you add onto the journey this whole time. And it's kind of like expediting the journey for everyone to kind of get them to understand where we're at without giving them too much of my side, without giving them too much of your side. But we definitely want to give them the full picture of things because like I always tell Ivan, I do want people to understand how far we've come. I think that's really important for me. Like I never wanted to be the type of family that just, which is why we're doing this episode. I didn't want people to look at us and be like, oh my gosh. A lot of people do that. Like you and Ivan just have it figured out. I love the way you guys co-parent. Like you guys are so great. And I'm like, no, like we're going to take a moment to look at the growth of this situation because the growth is the beauty of it. Because you're taking kids who had a kid and who are now adults, you know? So I never want to just not shed light to the growth. And I'm proud of you. I think like
proud of you too, man.
Every time like Father's Day comes around or birthdays come around, you know how you send those texts. I think that we always try to highlight that growth. And like, I'm just so proud. Like I remember times where me and you couldn't get on the phone together. We had to have somebody else on the other end kind of mediating because I would tell you, don't wake up tomorrow. Or you would be like, you know, it was that bad to now sitting here having conversations and just being able to coexist, you know, in a peaceful manner. So I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting because the foundation that we've created now, this new foundation as adults, as parents, is 10 years in, right? It's definitely can be off-putting for people who walk into co-parenting situations and they're used to something else, right? So for partners that we may choose, right, partners that we have, like she was saying, it's kind of like a sped-up process for folks. I think when you think of, I'm a New York guy, right? When you think of the trains, MTA, when you think of everybody comes to the train or rides the subway with a different standpoint, a different journey,
Everybody's journey
different mindset.
Different. Yeah.
If you're taking the 2 train from Wakefield, right, you're going from 241st. So it's a different journey for somebody getting on from 241st going to Brooklyn College and somebody getting on at 3rd Avenue on 49th Street or 72nd Street and going to Brooklyn College, right? And I think that people meet us and their perspectives of our journeys are different based on the stops that they get on at, right?
Yeah.
And you could push it even further to say that people's perspective of the journey are different based on the zip code they get on the train from, right? And I think that it's a beautiful analogy. I appreciate that. So I think that is in a way, we are we the train or are we the conductors of the train?
I think that we're the conductors because I think a lot of times too, through this journey, I find myself defending you, you know, like if somebody is just hearing you, like we say, like if someone's coming new to my life and they would hear us talk and maybe someone has gotten in trouble, Kalani has gotten in trouble, and your voice and your energy, I kind of almost like, no, you know, that's, so it's so funny how I think like we are the conductors because it's like, no, actually. Like, I think we just have learned to preserve this space, and we have so much respect for each other that at one point in time I may have given into that and be like, well, maybe, but now I'm like, no, that's my dog. Like, we good. Like, you know. So I do think we're the conductors because we're controlling it because it's our train, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's like, we put the work into it. Like, we put the work into it. So I think that it's very important. And kind of like you were saying, I think that we do have this, like the other day I was talking to Kalani. I don't even think I told you this. It was Christmas morning and she had opened up all her gifts. And for some reason we got on the subject of you. And she was like, something, you and my dad. And I was like, do you know that me and your dad like used to be together before? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, how do you know that? And she was like, I can tell by the way you guys like laugh and joke or whatever, like this like thing that you guys, yeah, she's like this thing that you guys have with each other. And I think that too just shed light to the growth because at a certain point in her life, she didn't see that. So I think that us two just being like open with her, and I think like as corny as it may seem to people, that's why I like for her to see us do our handshake together. Like I want her to see, even like with your partner, I wanted her to see me and her like have this relationship because that's important because kids pay attention to how the people around them treat each other. Yeah. And that was big for me, even when Ivan or when I date. Like, I feel like I always come to him first because I'm like, I want it to look like this. And not that I'm trying to control things, but for me, I always say raising a little girl and being a woman now, I know that there's certain things that you need to see as a little girl that teaches you. Like, it's those unsaid moments. It's those little things that you might not have to say anything, but they're always looking. And I want her to see this example of the people around her. Mm-hmm. I want her to feel secure. I want her to feel like her village has love, that there's the adults can be adults, you know, in the background. If I disagree with you, I don't need her to feel that animosity or like that, you know? So, yeah.
Which is, and speaking to the kid, like, she's the best and the worst of both of us, right? And I think that when she talks about her feeling it or feeling the confusion, she would.
She would.
And she's shown that she's shown that very early on in life. And I think that now she'll speak about it or she'll ask. She'll have her ways of kind of communicating that she know what's up. And I think seeing her as an aware child or even sometimes an emotionally aware child who she'll shut down, right? She'll have her moments where she don't want to do nothing. She's the best and worst of her mother and father. And I think, and every other influence around her, right? So grandma, school, friends. And I think that in my style with her, like, and I tell her to her mom a lot, like I find myself explaining so much or just trying to give her rationale. Like even when I raise my voice, like, do you know why daddy raising his voice? You have an idea why I'm yelling at you? And if you can't really tell me, then we could discuss it. Or if you know, then we could discuss it.
Or like my favorite moments is when something happens here at school or something, I always try to FaceTime you.
Yeah.
And those are like my favorite moments. And I hope that they will be her favorite moments too growing up. Because if she's asking me for advice, I'll like get on FaceTime with him so quick. And like, whether we're in the car, I'll put you up and we'll have like still being able to like give her those 2-parent household moments.
Yeah.
Even if we aren't under the same roof. And I think that that's what kind of changed my mindset when it came to co-parenting. And that's what makes me be able to kind of stay consistent with my energy and vibe towards you, because it's not necessarily how you make me feel. Like I'm not worried about that. It's more so what we can provide for her, and kind of, I don't think that our child anything should be taken away from her.
Yeah.
And that's what I think I always parent from, that mindset of like, we're not under the same roof. We're not even in the same state, but nobody would know that because she sees you every weekend. So I love the way how our co-parenting journey looks today. And I can't wait to see how it looks in 3 years and 5 years. I do see us only going up from here. So I'm excited, and
Yeah,
I thank
for
you
sure.
for being here today.
Word, thank you.
And this was amazing. This was great. I'm pretty sure this won't be
The
the
last
only
one.
time that, the viewers see you.
Maybe we add Kalani to the next one.
Yeah, that would be cool. Or you do a Q&A with her. Yeah. That would be dope. But again, thank you for being here.
Thank you for giving us the space.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing, glowing, and finding joy together. Until next time, take care of yourself and remember to keep it relaxed, relatable, and real. See you soon.
I can see you making moves. The chosen one, we steady chosen you. She dope as hell, plus she a Libra too. I see your growth and it's amazing. Always evolving on a daily. She got a smile that's contagious. Got hella joy, don't let them take it. I see your passion, I like.
So I'm standing there with my suitcase. I'm knocking on the door, and she comes to the door, and she's like, "Hey, Eb." And I'm like, "Hey." And she's like, "Come on in." And I could see her looking at my suitcase, but it was always this feeling of like acceptance. Like you could tell she was caught off guard, but it was okay. Like, and Jamie has that spirit of like, you could be in the midst of like, you could be mad, you could be upset. And she's like, "No, it's okay. We're fine. Everything's okay. We're fine." So I remember her showing me to her son's room, and he had these cute little bunk beds. I think he had like Spider-Man sheets. And I've never been so happy to see like Spider-Man sheets in my life. So I was like, oh my gosh, a bed. Like for me, like I could clearly see it was bunk beds. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have a bed. And I remember like shoving my suitcase in this corner and like, okay, like nobody's going to see it. Like it's just like in this corner, like put to the side. And it was like, there was no transition. There was no like, hey, Eb's going to be staying here with us. It was like, I'm home. Like the kids just like opened their arms, like everybody, her husband, like I never remember feeling like I'm imposing on their family. Oh my gosh. Like I think I was like more nervous at first than they were. Like they were just like, "Come on, like sit on the couch. Like what you want to watch? Like what you want to do?" So let's do a quick time check. So this was 2019, the Christmas time of 2019. So this journey started at the end of 2018. So mom passed in 2018. Now we're at the end of 2019. So this has been a full year of transition. We've been to Rhode Island, we've been to DC, we've been to New York. Like we've been to Massachusetts. So this was such a year of like, okay, and now we're here. And I think I say all that to say it doesn't matter where you're at. It matters the people who you're around and feeling that love. Like sometimes people don't need your money. They don't need your resources. They need your love. They need to feel accepted. And it's so funny because we always used to talk about, it took me 4 months being at Jamie's house. And I remember I was starting to look through apartments on my phone, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm looking for apartments." She's like, "Why?" I'm like, "I have to move." Like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "No, you don't. You're fine." And at that time I had got my daughter back. She was there with me because it was that love. It was that acceptance. Like, of course she can come. So it was just such a different feel. And it was so funny because, like I said, as I was looking for a place, she would go with me. She's like, "Okay, I'm coming to see this place with you." And she'd be like, "Nope, I don't like it. Come on, thank the realtor for coming, but you're not moving here." And I'll be like, "Oh, okay." And she'd be like, "Okay, I know you really want to move." So she has such like this protection over me. It was so cute. But I say all that to say, we always talk about people think that she gave me all this money or like she invested in me. She was like, "No, I just did not pay her rent for staying with me." I enjoyed her being there because Jamie will tell you, I cooked every meal. I cleaned. Like, I think that was such a moment for me to serve. Like, I was just there in any way I could serve them. Can I babysit? Can I cook? Can I clean? I will do not anything, but you just want to show your gratitude and appreciation for someone literally opening up their home to you. So we had some good times. I think I'm going to try to incorporate some videos and clips of like, we used to have like dance parties and like different stuff like that. So I'll definitely try to get that so you guys can see it. But during that time, let's talk about how basically my career path. So when I first moved here, I didn't have a job, right? So we were like, okay, retail is the easiest thing to get into. I came from a sales background. I knew that my resume was stacked. I was like, I'm going to start where I could start. I had no shame. I was applying at Dollar Tree. I was applying at Family Dollar. I was applying anywhere and everywhere I could. So I remember I was talking to Jamie. We were in her living room, and she was saying, oh, I think I'm going to take this makeup class. I think I'm going to get into makeup. And I was like, yeah, that would be cool. I was like, why don't we make a plan? I'll try to work at Ulta, and I can get at Ulta. We can get some makeup, on discount, and we can get into makeup. She was like, yeah, okay, cool. Something about that makeup sparked. Like, from that moment on, I never watched regular TV. I would go on YouTube and I would watch tutorials of people doing people's makeup. Like, that's all I watched in my spare time on my phone. I would just that's all I could basically watch, like nothing else. I wasn't even on social media like that. Like, it was literally just like makeup, makeup, makeup. I remember going into Ulta, and my makeup bag is funny. I want to show you guys what my makeup looks like now versus what I had then. I had like this little travel set, and I think I had a concealer, a mascara, an eyeliner, and like a little eyeshadow palette. And I remember I'm like, I'm going to go to Ulta. I'm going to do my face. And I'm in the mirror. I'm like, I'm going to look cute. I'm going to go in there. I had like a little head wrap on with braids. And I'm like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to ask for a job. So I like put my outfit on. I do my little makeup. I'm like, okay. And I remember walking through the door, and this guy is there. He's like, oh my gosh, you're so pretty. And I'm like, I am? Like, really? Like, I did good? And he's like, hey, like, how are you? And I'm like, I applied here. Can you like pull my resume? Like, and I'm like talking to him. He's like, oh yeah, like, let me go pull it. So we're like just talking in the front. He's like, okay, come back. Let's say this was like a Wednesday. He was like, come back next Tuesday for an interview. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, yes, I got this. Like, cool. I go to the interview. I nailed it. I applied to be just like a cashier. He was like, okay, so you can be a cashier. I think they called it a beauty advisor at the time. He's like, but I really want to get you into prestige where you sell like the high end stuff. And like, we really want to just put you on the floor. I'm like, okay, cool. I got it. So I remember going in my first day, and I'm like at the counter. I still have to do some type of thing with the register. And I had an earpiece in my ear, and I'm at the counter, and he's like, hey, can you come to the back really quick? Now, this is an hour into my shift. I'm like, oh, like, this is too good to be true. What happened? Did I give somebody the wrong change? Like, what is this man about to say to me? Like, okay. And I remember sitting down in the office, and once again, that anxiety is starting to go. And he was like, I know that you have a background in management. Like, would you be interested in being a manager? I'm like, huh? This is my first day. I've only worked an hour. He's like, oh, your resume and what we've seen is enough. There's an opening. It's going to be in Guilford. They're looking for a retail sales manager. This is the pay. This is when the interview is, and we want you to go. I'm like, okay, that works. I remember going to the interview, the general manager there loving me. Like, I remembered her being like, okay, we need to like stay on track for like this interview because we're getting off track. So we're talking, offers me the job on spot. I'm like, whoa, really? She's like, yeah, like, I loved you, like, whatever. And that quick is how I kind of got into my Ulta life, my makeup. I mean, everything at Ulta was such a, I would say I was like on this crash course. Like I said, my little makeup bag only was like this big. We would get free products where they want us to test out things. They called it gratis. So we would have to watch a video on a product and then they would give it to us. I'm like, oh, this is sweet. Okay, cool. So I'm like building my kit. I'm like playing around with stuff. I'm actually learning from customers. So like I said, I didn't know much about makeup. I'm watching these YouTube videos, but I'm able to now connect with makeup artists. I'm asking them what's their favorite brands when they come in. All the things they should have been asking me, I'm asking them. But I'm just learning and I'm just like getting all this knowledge. And when I say makeup became like my getaway, like I would literally, now I'm still at Jamie's house. I have her son's room. We're like sharing these bunk beds. And I remember one day he came home and I had like found some flowers at Dollar Tree and I had like little push pins and I like put them on the wall and I'm like have my camera like propped up on the bed to the point where it's like just about to fall, but like not fall. And I'm doing a tutorial on how to make freckles. And he like walks in and he's like, what did you do to my room? And I'm like, oh, I'm just making a video. He's like, no, I like it. Like, good job. Like, and I remember like all the kids, my daughter, him and her daughter would just sit there and watch me for hours, like record these YouTube videos and watch me. And they were like my biggest fans. Like, it's so funny because we would like all be sitting in the living room and he would be in the corner on his iPad, like watching my YouTube video. And I'd be like, and it's so funny because they were so little. Like, I think he was like 6 or 7 at the time. But they motivated me to keep going. And like I said, I don't know why at that time, what told me, oh, you're going to be, I never wanted to be a content creator. That's the funny part. Like in that moment, I wasn't saying, oh, I'm going to be this huge content creator. I did not know. It was just what I found joy in doing, honestly. It was just like, kind of like how I write in the journal. That was just me expressing myself. So that was just such a monumental moment for me. Ulta definitely led me to do other things. After I left Ulta, I ended up being a general manager, a podcast host, and a stylist for a Black-owned bridal company. And that was interesting because I started out just being a stylist there. And over time, I got promoted to being a manager there. So I would say that was a point of time where I realized that I had more skill than I was giving myself credit for. And I could realize that I was allowing someone to use these skills and I wasn't getting paid for it. So I was being a podcast host for free. I was being a stylist, a general manager of a store. I was being an assistant to alterations. I had to take private appointments. I had to also be the janitor of the place. So I had to clean this place. And I just remember feeling so empty, like something that I once loved. I remember just feeling so depleted. And my health actually took a turn for the worse. I started getting really bad pains. It ended up being sciatica. And I will never forget the day I quit. About 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks prior to the day I quit, I called the owner and I was like, I literally cannot walk. I'm crawling on the ground. I need you to come help me with appointments. And she promised me the world. She's like, yes, I'm going to come. Don't worry. I know that you're really hurting right now and that you can't take clients. And I remember people just coming in and I had to do 2 appointments at one time. And I'm carrying these heavy bridal dresses. And in my head, I'm like, you got to go. Like, you have to go. And I didn't have anything to do. I didn't leave knowing I was going to be an entrepreneur. I didn't leave knowing that I was going to open my own business. But I remember telling myself, if I'm running this woman's business, if I'm doing everything for her, she never comes here. She comes here to say hi. And clearly I'm keeping the place afloat. Clearly I'm keeping money coming. They're thanking me for doing all these things. Why can't I put this energy into my own business, my own podcast, my own like creativity? Like I was also a social media manager for them. So I'm making the content for them. I'm posting it. I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing? So I remember with so much confidence in me being like, I'm done. And they were like, you're leaving? I said, absolutely, I'm leaving. And I remember leaving there. I wasn't afraid. I wasn't scared. I was just like, this is enough. I can't do it. I will never allow someone to deplete me the way that this woman had depleted me. And that was literally me walking into being an entrepreneur without me even, I didn't have a plan written down. I won't even lie. People say, oh, write this. I didn't have a plan. So I remember going home and I'm like, I'm going to go on TikTok live. I'm going to be this content creator. I'm going to put my foot to the pavement. I'm going to go. So at the same time, Jamie had took a sister lot class back, I think even before the pandemic, she had took it. And she was like taking clients here and there. But during the pandemic, her business blew up because everybody was at home and the hairdressers, they were closed. Nobody was taking appointments. And they were like, I'm getting sister locks. Like, I have to lock my hair. I don't know what to do with it. Like, this is crazy. So when I say her business grew overnight, it grew overnight. So I remember during the pandemic, because her loctician was closed, she handed me her tool and she was like, figure out how to do my hair, please. I don't know how to explain it to you, but you just interlock it and keep going until it's tight. I'm like, what? I never even heard of sister locks. Now you want me to retighten your sister locks and you trust me? I'm like, okay. So first of all, Jamie thinks I could do anything and everything in life. Like, that's her thing. She was like, oh, Ebony could do that. She'll sign me up for anything. Like, oh, you need somebody to paint the wall? Go get Ebony. She can do it. Like, that woman has so much faith in me. She's just like, oh, yeah, she could do it. So I'm like, okay, don't let her down because she has a lot of faith in you. She's a loctician and she's telling me to do her hair. Okay. So I remember taking the tool and I hated it. I hated it. Her locks are so small. I call them the OG sister locks. They don't even do them that small anymore because it's insane. It's so small. And I remember being like, and she wants me to retighten all these locks on her head? Not just the part, not the middle part, not the crown, not the all of them. And I'm like, okay, but you can't let her down. You can't say no. So I did it. And it took me, I remember I would do like 8 to 10 locks and be like, okay, can I take a break? I'll do it again tomorrow. Like, I just could not do it. But I didn't want to tell her that. I didn't want to let her down. So I started doing her retightenings during that time and I learned it didn't bother me so much. So I was like, okay, cool. So also during that time, before she really took off, she was like, I need to practice doing locks on someone's hair. Can I do it on your hair? I'm like, sure. She's like, you want sister locks? I'm like, sure, no problem. So I did have sister locks. That was my first install. Altogether, I had 3 installs. We don't talk about it because it triggers her. I've had 3 installs of sister locks. I still do have locks, but I just wear wigs sometimes because I'm still a wig girly. I have not made the commitment fully. But I remember her installing them in my hair and I'm like, okay, cool. But I'm thinking there, I still didn't think of the commitment process to it. I'm just like, okay, it's a hairstyle. I remember I got COVID, y'all, real quick. I got COVID and I was in the house quarantined for 2 weeks. I did not make it out of that quarantine with locks in my hair. I took them out. And I remember I came out of the quarantine and she's just like, what happened? I'm like, the locks had to go. I'm sorry. But I remember her reaching out to me in that moment where I quit. And she was like, listen, I need help. My business is overflowing to capacity. Like, I can't take anyone else. She was working full-time and being a loctician at that time, but she had to let go of her full-time job because it was happening like overnight for her. So I remember we had this conversation and she was like, I need you to take on clients for me. And I'm like, okay, this is that thing that I really don't like that much, but Jamie needs me, so I got it. So I remember my first client, she came to me. I was working out of Jamie's studio. And she's like, okay, this is a quick client. It usually takes me like 3 to 4 hours to do it. So you got it. I'm like, okay, I got it. Cool. I felt so bad because I call her my OG client. She still comes to me. Thank God she had faith in me to give me some time to get it together. Today, I will say it only takes me 2.5 hours to do her hair. So we've come a long way. But that first day, she had a birthday party to go to. And I remember her phone kept ringing. And they were like, where are you? Like, the party. And she's like, I'll be there. And every time her phone rang, my heart would just beat beep, beep, beep. Because she's going off of the time that Jamie does her hair. She was my first person. I don't know if Jamie told her that she was my first person. So she had somewhere to be, and it was up to me to get her there. When I tell you, we barely made it. I think she probably caught like an hour of that birthday party messing with me and Jamie. But it was so cool to see my growth. I think altogether that day took me like 5 to 6 hours to do her hair. But I started being really intrigued on seeing the growth and like my time and my speed increase. I'm like, okay, cool. So I kind of like say I fell into entrepreneurship because Jamie cracked the door for me. I was like, okay. And I remember I had 1 client, and then I had 4 clients, and then I had 10. And then I was like, okay, now I need my own studio because we're conflicting with each other's times. And then I remember getting so confident, like, oh, I could do an install. And I mean, it literally just took off. I think I've been doing locks now for, going into this year would be 2 years. And my clientele, God, I when I say this sometimes, I can't believe it. I'm over 125 clients. So that just shows the power of consistency, the power of someone giving you the torch and you running with it, alongside of me doing makeup as well. So I always tell people the locks pay the bills. The makeup is my passion. I do want to get to the point where the makeup is also paying the bills too, but those slots for those appointments will be taken up by locks for now, because it pays the bills. And I do have a passion for it. I do love it because I get to connect with people and I get to talk to people. And I think that, like I said, that's always going to be a passion of mine. That's always going to fuel me. So no matter what I'm doing, as long as I'm connecting with people and talking to them, I can make the best of it. So I love my clients. I love y'all locks. I love y'all down. So that's kind of how I got into like entrepreneurship and, really going into my own lane. And I love it. I now have my own studio right here in Hamden, Connecticut, which is like a half beauty studio for my makeup and then like half loctician hair. We do it all. It's also like a therapy session, I'm like doing my counseling, we have our sessions, we cry, we laugh, we do it all. So yeah, Connecticut is my sweet spot. And now y'all see why I say Connecticut is my sweet spot, because I came here, I was a manager overnight, opened up my own business. I clearly am not homeless. And I have my own beauty studio. So I went from homeless to like having 2 spaces, like a home and a beauty studio. So that's why we got to keep going. Like, that's why you will always see #keep going, because that consistency pays off. That healing pays off. That inspiration, that motivation, like having that fire, no matter what it looks like, I don't care if you're sitting in a cardboard box, you have to know I will not always be in this box. And that's why I'm here with y'all right now. Thank you so much for tuning into the Real Joy podcast. I hope today's conversation brought you closer to finding your own joy and left you feeling inspired. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. If you like what you heard, share it with your circle. It might be just the thing they need. Let's keep growing.